Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
You heard me right, the person you're looking for is me. A sudden sound came from the empty office doorway. Thor and Natasha turned their heads at the same time. There was nothing at the entrance, there was only air. But then, the sound of bare feet stomping on the floor came through. Who's there? Thor warily raised his hammer. Invisibility Loki, don't be nervous, big guy. I'm Shabai Laudina, core member of the Super 7. One of our own, the word core was emphasized. As the sound approached, a dent appeared on the sofa, forming a page shape, idiots. Azu rubbed his temples, a headache throbbing. How many times have I told you to knock before entering my office? And put on your pants. Or at least don't sit naked on my leather sofa. Sorry boss, but I was just too excited. I heard it outside the door, infiltrate, put on a collar. This is a mission tailor-made for me. Shabai's voice was filled with excitement. No one can see me, not with the naked eye. Not through surveillance cameras, not even with infrared. I am a ghost, I can just walk right into that woman's room. While she's sleeping or taking a shower, in short. I can put that noose around her neck without her noticing. Let me go boss, I want to pull off a big heist, huh? You think you can take me? Before Azu could speak, another mocking voice rang out. Pietro arrived sometime earlier, leaning against the doorframe with half a pizza in his hand. You can't even fit a nail clipper in there. And you expect to wear a collar. Pietro rolled his eyes and took a bite of his pizza. That collar is a solid object, you idiot. You've become invisible, but the thing in your hand won't. You'll act like an idiot, letting that golden circle float in the air, and then putting on a ghostly act in front of that banshee. A furious roar echoed through the air. That's a technical problem, I can solve it. For example, I can hide it in. Hidden in your asterisk, Pietro added mercilessly. That's the only place you can hide, shut up. You quick-draw maniac, Shabai was clearly hit where it hurt. And his voice even changed tone. What right do you have to talk to me like that? Last time in Sokovia, I was the one who saved you, it was me. But how did you repay me? You forgot me in that damn pile of rubbles. Do you know how I got back, Pietro? You owe me, Pietro. You owe me a chance to make a name for myself. Pietro paused for a moment, and suddenly the pizza in his mouth didn't taste so good anymore. He had completely forgotten about it at the time. He was preoccupied with reuniting with Wanda, and his broken leg was an excruciating pain. So he completely forgot about this seemingly invisible teammate. Pietro touched his nose somewhat guiltily. I knew you were good at surviving, strong Maya. Watching the two of them stage a scene in the office where their brotherly relationship was about to break down. That's enough. Azu tapped the table helplessly and began to speak. Pietro immediately stood up straight, and the air around him fell silent. Azu watched the two employees arguing over who would take on the task, and instead of being angry, felt a sense of relief. That's right. Only when employees work hard enough can the boss drive a Ferrari. This healthy competition is the essence of Waters' corporate culture. Stop arguing, you two. I love your enthusiasm. I'm truly touched. He first praised the two outstanding employees, then turned to the bewildered Thor and introduced them. Thor, let me introduce you. These are two rising stars from my Super 7. This is Pietro, his speed is different from mine. His ability is more like a time-space trick, Azu said, pointing at Pietro. When he runs, he creates a separate space-time bubble around his body. Within this bubble, the timeline is stretched, and the space-time axis is compressed. This means that even if he ran a kilometer in a second, he would only create a gentle breeze, passing by you without ruffling your hair. Azu looked at Pietro with a hint of approval in his eyes. This kind of silent and high-speed operation is perfect for dirty work like infiltration and sneak attacks. I don't like the word dirty work, boss, Pietro shrugged. But it does sound cool, and this one. Azu pointed to the air on the other side. Is the invisible man, Shabai, an invisible man? Thor leaned closer curiously, waving his hand in the air. This doesn't look like magic. It's not magic, it's science. Or rather mutation, Azu explained. His skin is similar to a carbon metamaterial, capable of achieving complete invisibility by bending light. Furthermore, the skin can also shield against heat radiation and electromagnetic waves. Even with thermal imaging, we can't find him. As for why I was able to spot him, Azu tapped his ear because I have super hearing. As long as he's breathing, as long as his heart is beating. Nothing can escape my notice, Thor suddenly realized, and exclaimed the talents of the Midgardians are truly diverse. I have an idea, Saul. Do you still have this collar? Azu asked Saul. As for collars, I only have one. Okay, actually I brought this too. He then took out a strange metal device. It was a gag made of metal with runes engraved on it. Is this the one that gagged Loki in New York? Natasha asked curiously, hee. Thor chuckled somewhat awkwardly. This is something I had the dwarves custom make for Loki. You know Loki's a real chatterbox. And sometimes he even spouts dangerous spells, so. You know, I think this will work for Lorelei as well. Perfect, Azu snapped his fingers. Plan A, Plan B all set, he looked at the two eager young men. Since you both want to go, let's stop arguing and go together, Pietro, Azu said. Looking at Quicksilver. You take the collar and execute Plan A. Use your speed to try and lasso her before she can react. It's the fastest and most effective plan. No problem, boss, Pietro confidently raised his head, giving Shabai a smug look if Pietro fails. Azu's gaze shifted to Shabai. That's your turn, you idiot, your plan B. You must lie in wait in the shadows, looking for an opportunity. When she lets her guard down, put that gag on her, but... Shabai pointed to the gag. This thing isn't invisible. Holding it is like holding a target. Leave this problem to me, Natasha suddenly spoke up. VGD base equipment department. He's fidgeting like a monkey with lice. Natasha Romanov held the data tablet in her hand, looking at the invisible Shabai standing on the testing platform with annoyance. Shabai was currently wearing a specially made tactical vest, the material of which was provided by Natasha. This thing is a bit tight, a voice complaining came from the air. This is to fit your skin. Natasha tapped a few times on the tablet, adjusting the settings. Power on, Zai. A faint crackling sound. The outfit, which had been barely visible, vanished into thin air along with Shabai's skin. Wow. This tactical vest utilizes SHIELD's latest Widow's Veil weaving technology, with each fiber containing a built-in light-reflecting unit. This allows him to carry approximately 3 kilograms of weight without disrupting his cloaking field. Natasha picked up the full-face helmet covered in lenses and introduced it to Azu. This helmet is also covered with this material and has a built-in multi-band communicator and a high-definition dynamic camera. We can see everything he sees. Excellent. Azu exclaimed, how come I've never seen you use it? Because this thing is expensive to make. And it breaks easily. And I wouldn't need this to infiltrate a place. Natasha said with a confident smile, wow. This feels amazing. Shabai's excited voice echoed in the room. I finally don't have to go on missions naked anymore. This is the treatment a superhero should get. Remember, Shabai. Natasha looked sternly at the floating helmet. This is infiltration, not a fashion show. Once you're discovered, this thin veil won't protect you from Hawkeye's arrow. Don't worry, Ms. Romanov, Shabai saluted. I'll be like a silent fart, quiet and omnipresent. Natasha rolled her eyes. That's a terrible analogy. Don't hold us back, you invisible man. Pietro chewed his gum, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Plan A only takes a second. You're probably just going to be a spectator. We'll see, Quickdraw, Shabai retorted. All right, boys. Azu walked up to the two of them with a smile on his face. Are you ready? Ready at any time, sir. The two replied in unison. Their voices filled with excitement. Very good. It's your turn to shine, New York Manhattan streets. The night was deep and neon lights flickered. Avengers Tower stood like a solitary lighthouse in the steel jungle. The lighthouse, however, is now pink, well, Pietro, hiding on the top floor of the building across the street, looked through binoculars at the pink ambient lighting that filled the entire building and couldn't help but complain. This taste, it's absolutely tacky. Is Tony Stark's brain being controlled? Or is his aesthetic sense being controlled? Stop talking nonsense. Natasha's voice came through the earpiece. On your marks, Shabai, are you in position? I'm here, came Shabai's voice. The operation begins. Natasha looked at the holographic architectural map in her hand. Shabai, you go first. Stark Tower's security system is impeccable, virtually eliminating the possibility of unauthorized entry. So I suggest you go through the main entrance. The main entrance? Are you kidding me? No. Natasha pointed to the front door. Look over there. A truck delivering high-end food was parked at the entrance. Several staff members were unloading boxes of wine and ingredients. Lorelei needs to enjoy herself, that's the loophole. Clear, a faint ripple spread through the air. Shabai had already moved. He tiptoed close behind the last porter. The agent pushed the food cart through the security gate. Beep, identity confirmed. A mechanical sound rang out. Shabai held her breath, turned sideways, and slid in like a falling leaf just before the door closed. There was no alarm. Shabai was incredibly excited. Is this what it feels like to be a top-tier agent? This is so cool. Good, keep going up. Well, Natasha stared at the screen. The elevator is separate, you can't get in. Take the stairs to the 90th floor, a staircase. That's 90 stories. Then treat it as aerobic exercise, hurry up. 20 minutes later, Sapis, slightly out of breath, leaned against the handrail of the staircase leading from the 89th to the 90th floor. The heavy breathing was clearly transmitted to Natasha's ears through the microphone. I have arrived. How is the situation? The door is open. I smell a fragrance, a very strong incense. Shabai calmed himself down and waited for his breathing to stabilize before carefully stepping onto the last few steps. He used the decoder to open the door to the fire escape staircase, looked around and then tiptoed inside. The sight that came into view almost made his jaw drop. What was once a futuristic Stark mansion has now been transformed into a decadent medieval palace. A red velvet carpet covered every inch of the floors, and golden candlesticks flickered with firelight. In the very center of the hall, the scepter of the mind was mounted on a complex instrument. A deep blue light emanated from the crystal at the top, connecting to countless cables that led to a large array of servers on the ceiling. Tony Stark, the proud Iron Man, was wearing a silk shirt with the collar wide open, like a tireless ox, frantically adjusting the data in front of that instrument. Bruce Banner was sitting on the ground, holding a welding torch, welding a metal helmet. In the deepest part of the room, Lorelei lay on her side on the iron throne, one leg casually draped over Clint Barton's shoulder. Barton was looking down, intently massaging the Queen's calf. This scene, Shabai swallowed hard, would get hundreds of millions of views on YouTube. He quietly moved to a corner, found a spot with the best view, and adjusted the miniature camera on his tactical helmet. Natasha, did you see that? Natasha stared at the image being transmitted back onto the screen, her face turning ashen. I saw it. What are Iron Man and the others doing? Shabai asked. Just then, Lorelai's voice came. Is it not ready yet, my craftsman? My patience is limited. Tony Stark stopped what he was doing, turned around and said, sporting dark circles under his eyes, it will be soon, my queen. Tony pointed to the device connected to the Mind Scepter. I'll name this guy Ultron X. Just one more hour when the satellite passes overhead. Tony's finger swiped across the holographic screen, displaying a world map covered with countless flashing red dots. Ultron X's signal will be amplified by these 108 Stark satellites, thus covering the entire globe. Tony's eyes were filled with fervor at that time. Every living being on Earth with a Y chromosome will hear your call at the same time. They will lay down their weapons, their jobs, everything, just to kneel at your feet and beg for your mercy. Even that Homelander banner added, looking up with a fascinated smile as long as he's a man. He can't escape, ha 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 ha. Lorelei rose from her throne, opening her arms as if she had embraced the entire world. That's wonderful. Shabai, hiding in the corner, broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, this woman is insane. Does she want to turn all men in the world into that pattern? Enough, Natasha's cold voice came through the earpiece. We can't wait any longer, an hour is too short. Target location confirmed, Pietro, take action. Receive, Pietro adjusted his goggles. Plan A, showtime, then his world fell silent. The cars, pedestrians, and birds on the street became almost static backdrops. Silver light streamed vertically upwards along the glass curtain wall. In an instant, they arrived outside the window on the 90th floor. He took out a miniature high-frequency vibration cutter and cut a round hole large enough for one person to enter. Entry point obtained. Pietro took a deep breath and touched the gold collar in his arms. The show is about to begin. He flashed through the window and entered the hall. In that instant, a rich aroma wafted over. Pietro didn't care. He saw Lorelei in the center of the hall. The woman had her back to him and seemed to be talking to Tony Stark. In this dimension where time is almost frozen, everything moves so slowly, it's no big deal. Pietro's lips curled into a smile, and he raised the gold collar in his hand. He transformed into a silver streak, hurtling straight for Lorelei's nape, 20 meters. 10 meters, 5 meters, in just 0.1 seconds. He could fasten the collar around her neck and then receive flowers and applause like a triumphant hero. Sudden, the instant he stepped within 5 meters of Lorelei. Buzz, an invisible wave pierced through his time bubble without warning. That was a mental field that Tony Stark had meticulously created for his queen. A bewitching realm constructed using Lorelei's alluring magic as its power source. The world that had been static in Pietro's eyes suddenly developed cracks. That stretched timeline snapped, varied. Pietro's mind went blank for a moment. Immediately afterwards, a voice echoed in his ears. You've been running for so long, aren't you tired? Take a rest, child. The voice was as gentle as a mother's murmur, or a lover's whisper. Pietro stopped in his tracks. As the adrenaline rush from that high-speed state subsided, an endless warmth filled my heart. That was a feeling of happiness he had never experienced before. It felt like returning to the womb. Back to the initial warmth. Stop it, your lover is here. Pietro was only 2 meters away from Lorelei's thump. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to his knees on the thick carpet. The golden necklace in her hand fell to the ground with a clatter and rolled to Lorelei's feet. Lorelei was not alarmed by the sudden attack. She slowly stood up, reached out her palm, and gently stroked Pietro's cheek. Did you come here to give me a gift? Pietro's hand trembled slightly. He looked at the woman in front of him, so beautiful. She is so noble, so perfect. How could I hurt her? How could I defile her with that ugly collar? Yes. Pietro's voice became dreamlike. I have come to offer my loyalty. Pietro, what are you doing? Natasha's angry roar came through the earpiece. Do it. Don't listen to her. But to Pietro now, that sound was so jarring, so irritating. Shut up. Pietro ripped off the headphones, threw them on the ground and stomped on them. Then he knelt down on one knee, lowered his head, and kissed Lorelei's toes. My queen. Shabai, hiding in the corner, was completely dumbfounded. Wardfa, he felt his worldview had collapsed. Is this the same Quicksilver who's always so arrogant and boasts that speed is the only thing that can't be broken in martial arts? 1 second, no, he was defeated in 0.1 seconds. You're really fast. Whether you're running or surrendering. Shabai thought to himself, cursing wildly, idiot. Get out of that spot. Natasha's voice boomed in his ear. Pietro's fallen. He'll sell your position, what? Shabai hadn't reacted yet, then Pietro, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly raised his hand and pointed directly at the place where he was hiding. Your Majesty. Pietro's voice was full of obsequiousness. There's a mouse here, he's spying on you, Pietro. I'll F you, Shabai cursed inwardly. And without any hesitation turned and ran, grab him. Lorelei waved lazily. Since it's a mouse, let's not let it get away, Friday. Tony Stark stood up, his voice icy. Activate the highest security protocols inside the building. Seal off all exits, we're going to play hide-and-seek. Okay, boss. A calm female voice rang out over the building's loudspeaker. All gates are locked, infrared scanners activated. Sonar detection activate, the Steel Legion is activated. Click, click, click. The hidden compartment in the wall opened. Dozens of unmanned battle suits from the Steel Legion flew out, their blue electronic eyes beginning a frantic scan of the room. F***K, 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 Shabai crouched low, taking advantage of his invisibility, and fled frantically close to the ground. Although they couldn't see him and infrared was ineffective. Sonar restricted his movement, whoosh. A palm-sized cannonball grazed his scalp and shattered a vase next to him. Shit, I almost became a headless horseman. Shabai was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Left Shabai go to the east corridor. Natasha instructed through the headset. There's a blind spot there. Shabai scrambled and stumbled into the corridor. And in the lobbies. Lorelei didn't take the little mouse that had slipped through the net seriously. In her view, this was simply a sitting duck instead. They turned their attention to the newcomer Pietro. She reached out, lifted Pietro's chin, and carefully examined his young handsome face. What a beautiful face. Lorelai's fingers traced Pietro's silver hair, honey. What's your name? You seem to run very fast. Pietro raised his head, his eyes burning with fervor. My name is Pietro Queen. Pietro Maximov, I'm the fastest person in the world. I can do anything for you before you even blink. Anything? Lorelei smiled, a smile that held a deeper meaning. That mature woman's unique charm made the inexperienced Pietro breathless. I like the fast pace. Lorelei turned and walked towards the back chambers, which had originally been Tony's bedroom. Come with me, little ones. She turned around, her eyes glazed over. Let me see just how fast you really are, Pietro. Like a puppet whose soul had been bewitched. Immediately stood up and followed after him with a scurrying scurry. Tony, don't just sit around doing nothing. Lorelei gave the instructions before entering. Continue debugging the machine. When I return, I want to hear cheers from all over the world. Yes, Your Majesty. Tony bowed, then turned back to his work. Inside the building, a game of hide-and-seek is underway. Boom! A miniature missile exploded at the end of the corridor. The blast wave sent Sappy tumbling over, cough, cough, cough. Natasha, I can't hold on much longer. Shabai watched in despair as the steel armor flew around everywhere. They've blocked the stairwell. And the elevator stopped, I can't get out. Calm down, idiot, Natasha's voice remained steady. The quality of a top agent. Friday's algorithm is based on logic. You're going to do something illogical. Illogical things. Like, are we supposed to do a striptease right now? Can anyone see this? Bio-breathing sound detected, target locked. The cold voice of the steel armor rang out outside the door where Shabai was hiding. Bang bang, heavy footsteps approached. Two steel-armored vehicles raised their arms, and their palm cannons began to charge, emitting a blinding light. The only option left is acupuncture. Shabai gritted his teeth and prepared to go all out, sudden. Zai behind him. A hidden door suddenly slid open without warning. Revealing a secret room, Shabai paused for a moment. Come in quickly, a woman's voice rang out, never mind. Shabai had no other choice but to turn around and try to go inside. Boom, an explosion sounded behind me. The door to the secret room clicked shut again. It fit perfectly as if it had never existed. Shabai gasped for breath, his heart pounding as if it would jump out of his throat. Where am I? He groped his way up from the wall. It's not on the blueprints. Natasha's voice was also full of doubt. This space isn't in the structural plans for Avengers Tower. This is a secret room of about 20 square meters. It has no windows, but it has an independent ventilation system and emergency power supply. The walls were covered with screens displaying surveillance footage from every corner of the building, including the top floor where Lorelei was located. And Tony's laboratory. In the center of the secret room stood a woman. She was wearing a professional gray suit. Her hair was a little messy, her face was serious, and her brows were furrowed pepper pots. The CEO of Stark Industries and Tony Stark's lifelong love. Jarvis replaced the surveillance footage of that area with a static loop. Pepper spoke to the air, her voice trembling. Yet it conveyed the competence of a strong woman. Okay, Miss Potts replaced. This place won't be discovered on Friday. The old butler with his British accent responded gently. It's Jarvis. It turns out that when the building was under Lorelei's control, Jarvis realized that Tony was being mind-controlled and immediately contacted Pepper inside the building. Hiding the core codes, Pepper turned around and looked at the empty room. She couldn't see Shabai, but she knew someone had come in. Who are you? Are you one of Walter's men? Yes, I am the invisible Shabai from the Seven. Shabai replied, I'm here to save you. Although it seems like I'm the one who needs saving more right now. Pepper breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Thank goodness. She walked up to the screen and pointed to Tony, who was working frantically in the monitor footage. That woman's that devil's. Pepper's eyes were filled with anger. She controlled Tony. She made Tony do this kind of world-destroying thing. I know, Shabai leaned closer to look at the screen. We're here to stop her. Too bad my partner's a spineless coward who can't resist a pretty girl. We still have a chance. Pepper took a deep breath and picked up a hard drive from the table. Although Jarvis has lost control of the building, he still controls the energy core at its base. Energy core. Shabai's eyes lit up. That's the large pylon reactor, Pepper explained. The woman's broadcasting system requires a huge amount of energy. If we cut off the building's main power at a critical moment. A VGD base, the phone rang urgently. Ashley, get Homelander for me, immediately right now. Beep beep, what's up Natasha, is everything settled? Want to treat me to a late-night snack to celebrate? No time for jokes, boss. Pietro's in trouble and Shabai's out of contact. Now Thor's charging in head-on, I'm going in too. If you don't want us to collect your bodies, you'd better come over now. The call ended. Azu leaned back on the sofa and pondered for a moment. That's interesting, Ashley, I'm here, sir. Ashley pushed open the door and entered. Notify the PR department to get up and work overtime. Prepare a press release and send it to major media outlets. The headline should be, Avengers Civil War, who should protect our city? Azu gave a meaningful smile. Also, the mayor of New York City should be calling soon. You can come and finalize next year's contract. Understood, sir. Across from Avengers Tower. On the gargoyle atop the Chrysler building. Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly in his hand. I knew I couldn't count on these Midgardian tricks. Thor turned to look at Natasha, who was adjusting her glider. Still can't get in touch with that invisible man. Not yet, they might be in trouble, Natasha replied. I've had enough of waitings. Thor suddenly stood up straight, his red cloak fluttering in the gale. The Asgardians never hide in the shadows waiting for their chance. Saul, Natasha tried to stop him, don't be impulsive. If you get controlled too, we're all finished, huh? Thor laughed arrogantly, raising Mjolnir. I am Odin's son. God of thunder. I was careless before, I will not fall for her tricks again. I want to solve this problem in the oldest and most direct way. That means knock them all down, boom. Thor twirled the hammer in his hand. The next second, he transformed into a humanoid projectile crackling with lightning, crashing directly into Avengers Tower. Damn it. Natasha watched the receding lightning bolt, sighed helplessly and then leaped into the air. The black glider unfurled in the night like a silent bat. following closely behind the thunder. Gliding towards the steel fortress, bang. The floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of Avengers Tower have once again suffered a devastating blow. Thor, enveloped in a shower of lightning, slammed heavily onto the floor. The shockwave overturned all the surrounding furniture. And even the Iron Throne shook. Lorelei. Thor roared, "This farce is over." The music in the hall suddenly stopped. Lorelei sat on the throne, her face flushed. She looked at Thor, who exuded murderous intent, and smiled seductively. "That's so rude. Couldn't you have said something different? I don't like this noise. Make him quiet, my warriors." "Yes, my queen." Tony Stark was already donning his armor. His voice came from beneath his visor. "Although I really didn't want to ruin the carpet, I just laid out. The queen's orders are absolute." Mark 43's thrusters roared, and Tony launched the first attack. "Sorry, Saul, but I have to throw you out." Boom. The palm strike hit Thor squarely in the face. Several unmanned steel-armored vehicles also surrounded them. Thor swung his hammer to block, roaring, "Tony, wake up. You're attacking your own comrades." "I am very clear-headed." More clear-headed than ever before, Tony spun in the air. The miniature missile pods on his shoulder opened, and 6 Sidewinder missiles trailing plumes of fire shot toward Thor. "Lorelei is perfect. She deserves everything I give." "You're insane. You're insane." Thor brandished Mjolnir, and lightning wove into a web, detonating the missile in midair. The smoke and dust had not yet cleared. Whoosh. A specially crafted alloy arrow pierced through the smoke. Heading straight for Thor's throat, Thor dodged the arrow, which grazed his cheek and embedded itself in the wall, its fletching still trembling in the corner. Clint Barton drew his bowstring taut, eyes cold. "Thor, for the queen's sake, my arrows will become incredibly sharp." Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. Patton fired his triple-shot alloy-piercing arrow. The first one landed on Thor's head, the second on his left chest, and the third on his abdomen. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. 3 muffled thuds were heard, and all the arrows bounced off Barton. "She's controlling you just like Loki did before." "I'm perfectly clear-headed, Saul." Barton's expression was fervent. "I've never known so clearly who I love." Then several more high-voltage electric arrows were fired, giving Thor a jolt. A dozen or so Iron Man suits seized the opportunity and pounced on Thor, piling him on top of each other like a human pyramid. "Since that's the case, then I have no choice but to use lightning to bring you to your senses." Thor roared, his divine power surging, and a massive pillar of lightning descended from the sky, piercing through the dome of the building and blasting away the entire Steel Legion that was pressing down on him. He was enveloped in lightning like a god of war. He then swung his hammer, smashing Tony away as he lunged at him, and then used his electric shock to strike Barton, who was trying to launch a sneak attack. He was like a lion that had broken into a flock of sheep. Though outnumbered, was incredibly powerful. Bruce Banner did not join the fight. He remains at his post, making final adjustments to the Ultron X device. Even with thunder rumbling overhead and glass shattering around him, he remained oblivious. In his eyes, there was only the Queen's mission. "There's one last step, energy coupling, damn it." Lorelai's face darkened as she looked at Thor, who was displaying incredible prowess in the arena. These useless idiots couldn't stop him. Thor had broken through the defenses and was striding toward her. "Lorelei, it's over." Lorelei suddenly stood up, and that invisibly alluring energy erupted once more, rushing straight to Thor's brain. "Kneel down, love me." Thor paused for a moment, that familiar feeling, that impulse to give up everything just to make her smile, surged back into my heart, but the next second, a blinding burst of electricity erupted from Mjolnir. Ah. Oh, the stinging sensation instantly snapped Thor back to reality. "It's no use, you banshee." Thor raised his hammer, his face full of pride. "As long as Mjolnir is in my possession, your sorcery is ineffective against me, yeah." Lorelei gritted her teeth. She hadn't expected Saul to be so difficult to deal with. "Queen, it's done." Banner suddenly shouted and pressed the last switch. The The device has been activated, Lorelei was overjoyed. But Thor had already approached, raising his hammer to force her to shut down. Protect the Queen, Banner saw Thor leaning forward. Without the slightest hesitation, in that instant, he was no longer the gentle and refined doctor. Green skin stretched taut over his shirt. His muscles bulging like rocks, Hulk makes his entrance. Clang! Hulk took the blow from Thor's hammer head-on with his chest. The enormous impact made him stagger. Well done, my beast. Lorelei laughed triumphantly, stepped forward and stroked Hulk like a pet. You are the strongest warrior. However, Hulk turned his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lorelei. Don't touch Hulk. He immediately slapped her across the face. Bang. The slap landed squarely on Lorelei. The Asgardian banshee flew straight out and crashed into the wall. Smashing half of it down, the entire room fell silent. Tony was stunned, Patton was stunned. Even Thor was stunned. Tony's visor snapped open, revealing an incredulous expression. You hit the Queen. How dare you hit the Queens? Patton instantly flew into a rage. Kill him. Tony and Barton instantly turned their guns on Hulk and unleashed a barrage of fire. Boom, boom, boom. Hulk screamed in terror after being blown up, becoming even more ferocious. He grabbed a nearby Iron Man suit and hurled it back at it. The situation spiraled out of control instantly. Thor watched this scene, his mind racing. Did Hulk hit Lorelei? That Hulk is an ally. Well done, Banner. Thor charged forward laughing, wanting to fight alongside Hulk. Let's take them down together. He reached out to pat Hulk's arm, however the Hulk, blinded by rage, sees everyone as an enemy. He especially hated this blonde guy who called him Banner. Hulk suddenly reached out and grabbed Thor's red cape. Wait, Hulk, what are you doing? Whoosh bang. Whoosh bang. He grabbed Saul and slammed him hard onto the floor with both hands. Once, twice, 3 times. The floor was smashed, leaving large dents. Puff. Thor was dazed and confused by the blows. And Mjolnir flew out of his hand, landing several meters away. Hulk casually tossed Thor to the ground and turned to deal with Tony, who was bombarding him with questions. Damn it. Thor stretched out his hand, fingers spread, preparing to summon Mjolnir. Buzz, the hammer trembled, preparing to fly back into its owner's hand. Look at me, son of Odin, a gentle voice sounded in his ear. Lorelei got up from the ground, blood trickling from her lips and her hair disheveled. But this only made her look more tragic and pitiful. In that instant, she concentrated all her alluring magic on Thor. No. Thor's eyes began to glaze over. He saw the tears in Lorelei's eyes, he saw her grievance. A wave of intense guilt washed over me. How could I have hurt her? She was so beautiful, so fragile. That hammer, it tried to hurt me. Lorelei pointed at Mjolnir, who was flying towards them. Her voice trembling, let it roll. Yes, my love. Thor jerked his hand back and roared at the incoming hammer. Get out of here, this is a will to refuse. Mjolnir suddenly stopped in midair, losing the pull of the summoning hand due to inertia. It flew past Thor's scalp, splash. It smashed through another window and plummeted straight down into the streets of Manhattan. Thorno, without his hammer, slowly stood up, turned his head, and his eyes were filled with hostility towards Hulk, because Hulk had hurt his lover. No one is allowed to hurt her. Thor roared and charged into the fray, empty-handed. Natasha used a grappling hook to sneak in quietly, silently watching the chaotic battle unfold inside. His gaze then settled on the interior of the hall. The scepter of the mind was stuck in the device called Ultron X, emitting a ghostly blue light. This must be stopped. Lorelei looked at the group of men who were crazy about her and revealed a morbid smile. That's right, as long as I put on that helmet. She staggered toward the control panel, where the helmet connected to the scepter of the mind was located. That was her final step in ruling the world. She reached out and touched the cold metal surface of the helmet. In that very instant, snap. The lights in the lobby went out instantly. All the indicator lights on the instruments that rely on external power went out. ZZZU, the Ultron X device UH was in operation, emitted a groan similar to a deflated balloon and stopped working. The power is out, to be precise. The main power supply to the arc reactor in Avengers Tower was cut off. Well done, you idiot, little Chili. Hiding in the secret room excitedly waved her fist. What happened? Lorelei screamed. And just when they were about to succeed, they were suddenly plunged into darkness. Now, in the darkness, a black figure darted in. Natasha Romanoff. She had been waiting for this opportunity. She ignored the men fighting amongst themselves. Her only goal was the scepter of the mind. The grappling hook in her hand fired. Click. The alloy grappling hook precisely gripped the handle of the scepter of the mind. Receive. The motor started, and she forcefully ripped the scepter of the mind from its base. Natasha grabbed the scepter and, without pausing, rushed out of the window on the other side of the building. Goodbye, boys. She unfolded her hang glider in the air and swooped down into the depths of the night. The emergency power supply activated, and the lights came back on. Lorelei went mad. She stared in the direction Natasha had disappeared, screaming at the group of men still fighting each other. No, give it back to me. Whoever brings back the scepter will be my prince. This statement is incredibly powerful. The three men who were attacking Hulk stopped in unison. They exchanged a glance, and the murderous intent in their eyes instantly transformed into a fierce competitive flame. She's mine, Tony Stark was the first to react. Friday. All energy is being channeled to the thrusters. Mark 43 shot out like a missile, its exhaust plume blazing. Dream on, Tin Man. Thor no longer had his hammer, but he still possessed immense strength. He casually grabbed a drone hovering in midair and rode on its back. Fly, Tin Man's. Me too. Patton also jumped into another suit of armor and manually took control of the flight system. Run, Hulk, don't. Hulk watched as his opponents flew away and, still wanting more, stamped his feet in frustration. So he took 2 steps back and then kicked off the edge of the building. Booms, he kicked down a corner of the building. Using the immense recoil, Hulk shot off like a green cannonball towards the group. In the New York night sky, an absurd and insane chase unfolds. Natasha maneuvered her jet glider, weaving through the gaps between skyscrapers. She glanced back and felt a chill run down her spine. A massive Avengers army followed behind. In this situation, she dared not fly in a straight line, so she could only lower her altitude, use various buildings as cover, and frantically maneuver to evade danger. Behind her, Tony Stark had lost his mind. To reclaim the scepter and to win the Queen's love. Open fire, shoot her down. He gave orders to the Steel Legion behind him. Gosh, gosh, gosh. Miniature missiles were flying erratically through the streets. Cars were blown up, streetlights were blown out, and innocent citizens screamed and fled. Hulk leaps between rooftops, shattering windows of a building with each landing. Thor rode the smoking robot, crashing through the air and knocking down countless advertising signs. The entire Midtown Manhattan seemed to have been invaded by aliens once again. Sirens wailed throughout the city, but the police were clearly helpless. Mayor. There's been an explosion on 5th Avenue. Traffic paralyzed in Times Square. Someone saw Iron Man chasing Black Widow. Thor and Hulk are demolishing a building. The sky is filled with missiles. The mayor was gripping the phone so tightly that he pulled out a handful of his own hair. He listened to the continuous explosions outside, and he was on the verge of collapse. What did New York do wrong? The Chitauri came and tore it down. The Dark Elves came and tore it down. Now the Avengers are coming to tear it down too. Is New York cursed? The secretary nervously handed over the phone. Mayor. The police chief says they can't control the situation. Nonsense. Are you suggesting they take pistols and shoot the Hulk? The mayor snatched the phone away. He took a deep breath. His fingers trembling and dialed the number. Beep. Hello, this is the Water Heroes Rescue Service hotline. A sweet customer service voice came from the other end of the phone. What trouble have you encountered? A. Alien invasion. B. Terrorist attack. C. Supervillain. D. Other. D. Choose D. The mayor roared into the phones. I want the most expensive set meal. That damn divine intervention, no matter the price. Let Homelander come, let him stop those lunatics. K. Your location has been pinpointed to Manhattan, New York. Order confirmed, the Super 7 are on their way. Please stay on the phone and have your checks ready. Nighttime sky, Natasha felt she was about to collapse. The glider's left wing was hit by Tony's pulse cannon and was emitting black smoke. The grappling hook on the wrist had also malfunctioned due to repeated use for turning. Damn it, these mad dogs, looking up. She saw Thor had already leaped to the top of the building in front of her. Arms outstretched waiting to intercept her. Turning around, Tony and the Iron Legion flanked them from both sides. There was nowhere to escape. We have no choice but to give it our all. Natasha gritted her teeth, preparing to adjust her posture and forcefully plunge into the Hudson River. Just then, a whoosh. A sharp arrow shot silently from the side pattern. This sharpshooter has an accuracy that is utterly hopeless. The arrow pierced the glider's connecting shaft with pinpoint accuracy. Snap, the hang glider disintegrated instantly. Natasha lost her footing and, like a kite with a broken string, crashed heavily onto the rooftop of an office building, tumbling several times before the impact subsided. She still clutched the scepter of the mind tightly in her hand. Cough, cough, Natasha struggled to stand up. But a piercing pain shot through her left leg. It was broken. Give me the scepter of the soul, Natasha. Don't force me to treat you in a worse way. Tony Stark hovered in the air, his palm cannon aimed at her. Thumps, Thor jumped down as well, landing on the rooftop. Patton followed closely behind, drew his bow, and pointed the arrow at Natasha's heart. Give me the scepter, Zaya-Ona. The voice showed no trace of sentimentality. Natasha leaned against the railing, clutching the scepter tightly in her hand. Her tone filled with disappointment. You guys, you're really hopeless. He drew his Glock and prepared to fire. Whoosh. Patton loosened his grip. The arrow left the bowstring and headed straight for Natasha's wrist. Natasha instinctively pulled her hand away. But then Tony fired his palm cannon. Boom. The floor beneath Natasha's feet was blown apart. She lost her balance and fell backward. That's 30 stories high falling. The wind whistled in my ears. She was enveloped in a feeling of weightlessness. Natasha looked up at her former comrades in arms, and at the increasingly distant night sky. Is this the end? She closed her eyes, awaiting death's embrace. Who? A strong gust of wind swept by. The expected pain did not come. She felt herself fall into a firm, warm embrace. The shower gel has a subtle citrus scent. Under the neon lights, his features appeared exceptionally handsome and defined. Her blonde hair was perfectly styled, and her blue eyes held a reassuring smile. Sorry I'm late. Sorry I'm late. There's a kitten stuck in a tree on the road, you know. I can't just ignore it. Natasha stared at him blankly. To be honest, men do look very handsome in life-or-death situations like this. Thanks, you're welcome, Miss Romanov. Azu lowered his head slightly, a smile on his face. I must say you look even more captivating from this angle. Gained 10,000 special popularity points. From Natasha Romanov, a system notification sounded. Azu's smile widened. Hello. A voice that spoiled the mood came from the side. Jessica Jones flew over, arms crossed, watching the scene with a displeased expression. Have you hugged enough? She rolled her eyes. This is a global live stream. How much longer are you going to hug me? If it's just for staged photos, there's already enough footage for those fangirls to edit for a whole year. Give her to me, you go and do your job. Jessica reached out her hand as if to snatch him away. Indeed, they still need to maintain their on-screen couple persona. Azu smiled with regret. That's the important thing, Jessica. Saving lives is the top priority. He reluctantly handed Natasha to Jessica. Take good care of her, she's a new employee we're hiring. Jessica took Natasha's hand and gave a disgruntled snort. Understood, Bond. At that moment, a flurry of camera shutter clicks filled the air. Several news helicopters have arrived at the scene, and searchlights have illuminated the area as if it were daytime. Dear viewers, I'm a reporter from VNN just now. Homelander pulled off a miraculous rescue. He saved Black Widow, now he faces. The camera pans to the other side, Park Avenue. This place has automatically become an arena for superheroes. The sirens were drowned out by the roar of the propellers. Dozens of news helicopters hovered low overhead, their searchlight beams weaving a bright net that illuminated the block as if it were daytime. Azu slowly landed in the middle of the street, behind him. The members of the Super 7 landed one by one. Angela, the fiery red woman, was enveloped in flames, scorching and distorting the surrounding air. A blur of motion passed by, and Robbie, like a fully inflated ball, bounced to the ground and assumed a defensive stance. Wanda Maximoff wore the new red suit made by Walter, her arms outstretched in front of the other, a crimson ribbon occasionally flashing between her fingertips, while her gaze swept across the crowd, as if anxiously searching for something. "Don't worry, sweetheart," Azu comforted her. "Pietro's safe once we've dealt with these troublemakers. We'll go get your brothers." "I'll do whatever you say, Anthony." Wanda smiled sweetly as she watched Azu's retreating figure. After Jessica Jones got Natasha into the ambulance, she leaped and landed beside Azu. She leaned close to Azu's ear and whispered, "Ashley said, don't end the fight too quickly, because those guys at Vought International need more material for their next movie." Homelander 3: Civil War. At the other end of the street, about 50 meters away, Tony Stark hovered 3 meters above the ground, with dozens of unmanned steel legions behind him arranged in a fan shape. The humming of palm pulses blending together. Thor stood atop a crushed taxi having lost Mjolnir, but pulled out a lamppost as his new weapon. Hawkeye Barton crouched behind cover, a specially made arrow already knocked. Locked onto Azu's forehead, the air froze. All the viewers watching the live stream held their breath. On one side are Vought's protectors, and on the other are the fallen Avengers. This duel felt like a passing of the torch between eras. The whole world is watching. This is Azu's favorite stage. He cleared his throat, then slowly floated forward a short distance, positioning himself perfectly in the center of the frame. Tony, Thor, and Agent Patton. Azu's deep and magnetic voice, transmitted through countless recording devices at the scene, reached every household. He did not show anger. Instead, his face bore a look of heartbroken forgiveness. "I know this is not what you meant." He then spread his arms as if to embrace. "Look at you, the former guardians of Earth, the Avengers. Now you've turned your guns on the city you swore to protect." Then he turned to the camera, his eyes becoming compassionate. "Fellow citizens, please don't blame them, they are sick. An evil force from outer space has used some kind of mental virus to control their minds. Their current actions are not of their own volition, so..." Azu turned to Tony like an elder advising a lost youth. "Wake up, Tony. We're not enemies, we're brothers fighting side by side. We can do what we always do, have an eggnog together on Christmas Eve and talk about how to make the world a safer place." These words were sincere and deeply moving. The live stream chat exploded with comments. "Wazza, the people of our motherland are so kind. That's the true spirit of a leader. Even when faced with betrayal from friends, his thought is still one of saving them. Avengers, wake up, stop fighting, wah." I'm a die-hard fan if it were a normal Tony Stark. His special popularity stats would probably have already been raised by now. But Tony now is a Banshee's slave, ha. The visor popped open, revealing Tony's disdainful face. "Well done, Mr. Stars and Stripes. Your acting has more depth than your cape. But I don't need your eggnog nor your so-called sobriety. I've never been this sober." His eyes gleamed with infatuation for Lorelei. "The Queen has given me my true purpose, and you." Tony looked Azu up and down, then sneered. "Your hypocrisy is higher than SHILD. Budget deficit." "Thor," he turned to Thor beside him, "tell him our stance." "For Lorelei," Thor roared to the sky, his fists clenched. Hawkeye didn't say anything, but silently replaced the arrow with a high-explosive round. Negotiations broke down. Azu sighed and shook his head helplessly. It's a pity. He shrugged at the camera, a perfect expression that said, I've tried my best but they don't appreciate it. Just as tensions were about to rise, thump, a deep, muffled thud followed and the ground trembled violently. Everyone instinctively looked up, a huge green figure, like a green meteorite, crashed heavily onto the open ground where the two sides were facing off. The asphalt road surface crumbled instantly, and the shockwave overturned several abandoned cars nearby. The smoke and dust cleared, Hulk slowly straightened up. He looked somewhat confused. Those huge green eyes looked left and right. On the left is the blonde guy who kicked him like a ball. On the right is the Tin Man who just fired at him. I hate them both, Hulk scratched his head, a low growl escaping his throat, seemingly weighing which one to smash first for the best gratification. Since that's the case, Azu continued, ignoring Hulk's sudden arrival, then I'll just have to wake you up. I possess power you cannot even imagine. Tony gave a cold laugh and the visor closed again. You have power that's really unfortunate. Tony pointed to the middle. We have the Hulk, ZZZ. No sooner had he finished speaking than Tony fired a palm shot blast, without any warning, directly hitting Hulk in the back. The entire audience was stunned, even Azu was taken aback. This script is wrong. Has Tony gone mad? Doesn't he have enough enemies already? Why would he deliberately provoke this uncontrollable beast? Awuo, Hulk's anger was instantly ignited. He turned around abruptly, his eyes instantly bloodshot. Fixing his gaze on the golden-red Tin Man, die. Hulk roared, pushed off with his legs, and charged towards Tony like an arrow released from a bow. But Tony was clearly prepared, full thrust. Lateral maneuvers. The auxiliary wing behind the Mark 43 suddenly opened, and blinding blue flames erupted from the jet nozzles. He made a sharp turn in the air. Hulk's massive fist grazed the edge of his armor as he swung. In that fleeting moment when they brushed past each other, Tony did not create distance. Instead, he flipped his wrist. A syringe filled with green liquid popped out from a hidden compartment in the armor's arm. It's time for your medicine, big baby. Tony catches Hulk as he roars and opens his mouth. Smack. He precisely shot the syringe into Hulk's mouth. Hulk was in a rage when he suddenly found a foreign object in his mouth and instinctively bit down hard. Snap, the glass syringe shattered instantly. The green medicine flowed down his throat and directly into his esophagus. Pause. Hulk landed and spat out the shards of glass from his mouth with disgust. He wiped his mouth even angrier. This Tin Man not only beat him but also fed him glass. Hulk roared, preparing to launch another attack and crush the tin can. However, it was only the first step. His movements suddenly froze. It's like someone pressed the pause button. A gurgling sound like someone drowning came from Hulk's throat. His pupils began to contract violently, and beneath his originally dark green skin, it looked as if countless small snakes were writhing, his veins bulging and displaying an eerie fluorescent green. Tony hovered in midair watching this scene, then opened his visor and gave Azu a victorious smile in the distance. I remember you saying something like, Homelander. You said you would protect everyone. Tony pointed to the convulsing Hulk. Let me see if your strength can control a Hulk like this. Shit, Azu cursed inwardly, that's T-Vex. Would you consider this like a boomerang hitting yourself? Ugh, with a deafening roar, Hulk mutated, zzzzz. White steam began to seep from his skin. Originally over 2 meters tall, it began to swell like an inflating balloon. Its bones crackling and popping 3 meters. 4 meters, 5 meters. There are no pupils, only the whites of the eyes. And destruction, boom, Hulk finally landed on 1 foot. Just that one kick. The ground on Park Avenue instantly collapsed, creating a giant crater 20 meters in diameter. All the windows of the surrounding buildings shattered, and several cars parked on the roadside were blown into the air by the blast wave. Oh my God! The suffocating sense of oppression made Jessica instinctively take a step back. What kind of monster is this? The flames in Angela's hand dimmed slightly. Robbie swallowed hard, his legs beginning to tremble. This thing. I was wondering if I could leave now if I gave up my overtime pay. The Avengers clearly knew what was about to happen. The moment Hulk stopped, they wisely retreated 2 blocks away for the first time. Azu's expression turned somewhat serious. It's not that I'm worried about losing. He was worried that the aftermath of the battle would destroy this place. This was New York. The first vote bank he had ever entered this world. Those screaming fangirls holding up signs. Will all turn into mincemeat. This is something that Azu, who always dotes on his fans, absolutely does not want to see. He pressed the headset, speaking rapidly. Ashley. I'm here, sir. Ashley's crisp voice came through the earpiece. Emergency deployment of all Hummingbird drones. All of them immediately. Target location Jamaica Bay Park. And more in large quantities. I need 500. No, 1,000. That green giant is acting a bit strange right now. The battle might get very intense. I don't want the whole world to miss my heroic close-up because of some stupid excuse like the drone being destroyed. Understood, sir. 1,000 hummingbirds are rerouting. Ashley reported with a hint of excitement. Also, sir, there's some good news. The Sky III high-speed camera, newly developed by Vought technology, has been fully equipped on a fleet of drones. It can capture high-definition video at speeds up to Mach 5 and boasts superior image stabilization and shock resistance. Very good, a satisfied smile appeared on Azu's lips. Hang up the call, huff and huffs. The Hulk's mutation is nearing its end. He is now nearly 6 meters taloned with each breath he takes. White steam comes out of his nostrils. Azu turned his head and looked at Jessica behind him. Listen, the plans have changed. He pointed to the Avengers who had already run far away. Leave this big guy to me, I need to get him out of the city. Or tomorrow's New York Times headline will be Manhattan sinks. As for those villainous heroes who have been bewitched. Azu looked at Jessica with a look of certainty in his eyes. It's up to you, Jessica, remember, capture them alive. They're being controlled and they're victims too. Don't twist Tony's head off, he's my friend. Jessica rolled her eyes dramatically, giving her a "you're kidding me" look. Wow, you really think highly of me, boss. That's Iron Man, that's Thor. And a sharpshooter with perfect aim and dozens of killing machines. You want me to capture them alive? Do you think I've lived too long? Or do you think I haven't used up my health insurance coverage? It would be good enough if we could just drive them away. Let alone capture them alive. Do you think I'm a supergirl? Although Jessica complained, her body language betrayed her, and she assumed a defensive stance, blocking the front of the group. Be confident, treasure heroines. I have a good eye for peoples. Azu smiled, then turned to look at Wanda on the other side. Wanda stared intently at the battlefield, red energy pulsating restlessly at her fingertips. Wanda, Azu called out, I'm here, Anthony. Wanda looked at Azu, trying her best to smile despite her nervousness. Azu's voice softened a bit. This is also a test for you. You are a miracle child, Wanda. You have great potential. And I have a feeling you will become my best friend in the future. Go help Jessica protect our companions. I believe in you. Yes, Anthony, her eyes lit up instantly. She straightened her chest, energy surged in her hands, and her voice was firm as if she were making a vow. I will absolutely not let you down. I will prove that I am worthy to stand by your side. Azu nodded in satisfaction, then turned and raised an eyebrow at Jessica. Look at other people's. Jessica was furious and her voice became shrill. Did I say I couldn't do it? I was just stating an objective fact. You don't know anything. Very well, then step back, ladies. After saying that, Azu turned around to face the Titan Hulk, who had completely mutated. Come on, big guy. Let me see if yonder the influence of drugs can make me sweat even a little, ho. Hulk seemed to understand the provocation, letting out a roar and stomping his massive foot on the ground. The road surface surged like ocean waves. rushing towards Azu with an aura as powerful as a demon god. Azu paused without changing his expression, then assumed a forward lunge stance with his feet one in front of the other. Bang! Azu crashed head-on into Hulk's chest. The combined air pressure from the two exploded, creating a terrifying sound wave that sent everything around them flying. If it were the original Hulk, he would have been sent flying by this attack from Azu. But this time, Hulk actually managed to push Azu back half a step. Very good, not bad. A flicker of excitement flashed in Azu's eyes. He was beginning to understand Saitama's yearning for clashes of equally matched forces. He didn't give Hulk a chance to react. Grabbing Hulk's thick waist with both hands, take off. Boom! Azu exerted force with both legs, and the concrete on the ground instantly shattered. He stood nearly 6 meters tall. Like a rocket soaring into the night sky, let go, Hulk. Hulk struggled wildly in the air, pounding his fists on Azu's back. Each blow produced a deafening roar, but Azu's steel body withstood the attacks. Don't be nervous, big guy. We're going to the beach for some fresh air. Azu accelerated by changing lanes in midair, breaking the sound barrier in the blink of an eye. The two figures disappeared into the night sky, leaving only the lingering sonic boom in the air. The streets of Manhattan fell silent for a fleeting second. Then the real chaos erupted. Men, let's get to work. Jessica shouted and began assigning tasks. Robbie, protect the civilians. Angela, you can fly. Iron Man is yours. Wanda, find that acrobat who shot that arrow. Roger that, boss. The Vought heroes scattered instantly, each seeking out their own opponent. Jessica's goal was clear, to look cool like Thor holding a lamppost. Friday, clear the targets. Tony Stark coldly commanded from the air. Dozens of Steel Legion armored vehicles swarmed down, raining down palm cannons and micro-missiles. Boom, boom, boom. The streets were instantly engulfed in flames, and explosions echoed everywhere. Ah, help. Residents who hadn't had time to evacuate screamed and fled in all directions. Don't be afraid, come behind me. Robbie Baldwin shouted and rushed to the densest part of the crowd. Instead of dodging the incoming missiles and pulse cannons, he opened his arms and met them head-on. Bangs, boom. The attack hit him but did not cause him any harm. Instead, his body began to emit a dazzling blue light after absorbing this energy. Drink up. Robbie let out a loud shout and released the absorbed energy. A huge, semi-transparent blue energy shield appeared out of thin air, firmly protecting the dozens of citizens and police officers who had rushed to the scene. Shrapnel and shockwaves from the explosion struck the shield, creating ripples, but they couldn't penetrate it even slightly. Well done, bouncy ball kid, a National Guard lieutenant, hiding behind a shield, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and gave Robbie a thumbs up. We need to provide support. Jessica felt a chill run down her spine as she watched the steel armor flying everywhere. The National Guard's M4 rifles were like tickles against those heavily armored vehicles. If it weren't for Robbie, they would have suffered heavy casualties by now. She pressed the communicator. Service center. This is Treasure Heroine, requesting support from the Insight carrier. Shoot those iron flies down from the sky. I'm sorry, Ms. Jones. The operator's calm voice came through the communicator. Systematic assessment indicates the target is relatively small and is undergoing high-speed, irregular maneuvering. Furthermore, given the densely populated Manhattan area below, the probability of the antimatter cannon accidentally injuring civilians exceeds 50%. Request rejected. We suggest you use other methods to resolve this. Screw your other methods. Jessica was so angry she almost smashed the communicator. Careful, Robbie shouted a reminder to Jessica. Thor strode over, swinging a thick lamppost at Jessica. Get out of here, you mortals of Midgard, clang. Jessica raised her arms and the vibranium shield popped out, managing to withstand the blow. The immense force caused her legs to buckle. Jessica gritted her teeth, used the Taikai techniques that Azu had taught her, deflected the force backward, and then used the force against herself, striking out with her shield. Saul staggered a few steps after being hit. And the lamppost was bent. That's interesting. Did the fatherland teach you that? Recalling his encounter with the Homelander, Saul's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. He threw away the bent lamppost and charged forward unarmed. The two were locked in combat. Although Jessica is not as strong as Thor, she can barely hold her own against the unenergetic Thor thanks to her vibranium equipment and agile skills. In the air, although Angela possessed formidable firepower, Tony Stark's combat experience was far too extensive. He used the armor's high mobility to keep circling around Angela, and his micro-missiles and palm-sized cannons forced Angela to defend passively, making it impossible for her to organize an effective counterattack. On the ground, Wanda waved her hands, and crimson chaotic energy like red silk instantly dismantled any steel armor that was entangled in it. She was preparing to expand her gains. Whoosh. An electric arrow suddenly shot out near her feet. Zzz. The intense electric current disrupted Wanda's concentration, and the crimson energy in her hand instantly dissipated. Damn it. Wanda looked up and saw Hawkeye Barton hanging like a monkey on the third-floor windowsill, sneering at her. Little girl, don't get distracted on the battlefield. After he finished speaking, another dazzling arrow was fired. GI. The intense light and piercing noise caused Wanda to cover her ears in pain. Disoriented, Hawkeye is too shrewd. He knew how to deal with mages, prevent them from casting spells, and prevent them from focusing. Just when the situation reached a stalemate, an unexpected figure suddenly broke through the police cordon and ran into this dangerous battlefield without regard for anything else. Jane Foster Saul. Jane shouted that name. Thor, who was locked in combat with Jessica, abruptly stopped upon hearing that familiar voice. Jessica seized the opportunity, kicking Thor in the chest, sending him staggering back several steps, before quickly retreating to regain her balance. Simple. Thor frowned as he watched the woman running towards him. Panting, "What are you doing here? Get out of here." "It's dangerous," Saul called out instinctively. It was his subconscious protective instinct towards Jane. Seeing that Saul still recognized her, a glimmer of hope ignited in Jane's heart. She rushed forward without hesitation, ran to Saul, and opened her arms to block him. "Thor, look at me. Didn't you promise me? You said you wouldn't be bewitched by that sorceress again. You said your heart was as firm as a rock. Look what you're doing, you're attacking your friends. You're destroying this city. Where is the brave, righteous Thor? Wake up, Thor. Don't let that evil woman control you." Saul looked at Jane, a struggle flashing across his face. But he quickly regained his composure. "Silence, mortal." Thor's tone carried the arrogance characteristic of gods. "Do not insult her, she's not a banshee, she's my lover." Jane was stunned, her heart feeling as if it had been pricked by a needle. "Then what am I, what are we?" Thor looked at her, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. Then he coldly uttered a sentence. You're a scientist, a fairly knowledgeable one." The atmosphere froze instantly. Jane stared blankly at Saul. The man who once gave up his throne for her and cooked steaks on Earth now looks at her with the same eyes he uses to look at a stranger, even knowing it's mind control. But that was a really hurtful thing to say. Anger ignited her reason. A scientist, right? Jane gritted her teeth and strode forward. Smack. A crisp, resounding slap landed squarely on Thor's face. Thor's face was turned to one side after being hit. He slowly turned his head, his eyes burning with rage. He is a god, the son of Odin, to be publicly humiliated by a mere mortal, a woman. Moreover, this woman insulted his lover. How dare you? Bold mortals. Thor roared, raising his right hand to slap back. Jane, run. Jessica was horrified when she saw this and rushed over to help. But something is faster than Jessica. Buzz, bang. A streak of silver-gray light approached from afar, striking Thor's face with incredible speed and precision. Thor was sent flying dozens of meters away by the impact, crashing heavily into a shop window, where he remained motionless for a long time. What is that? Everyone nearby was stunned. A square-headed hammer, like a guardian, hovered silently in front of Jane Foster. Mjolnir Thor's hammer, it not only returned, but it was also vibrating, emitting a hum that only certain people could understand. Jane Foster looked at the hammer in front of her. I inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity emanating from the hammer. A call of power, it's as if it's saying, "Pick me up." Jane reached out and grasped the cold hammer handle. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck Jane directly. Jane let out a gasp. But the sound was quickly drowned out by the roar of thunder. A blinding flash of lightning enveloped her entirely, while the surrounding rubble and dust were swept into the air by the powerful energy field. In that dazzling light, Jane's ordinary trench coat instantly transformed into a set of silver Asgardian armor. With a red cape unfurling behind her, her body became stronger under the baptism of thunder. Her long brown hair turned a dazzling gold in the electric light. When the lightning subsided, a new figure stands in the middle of the street. She wields Thor's hammer, her body wreathed in dancing lightning. Wearing a silver-winged helmet, she exudes a divine power no less than Thor's. Jane Foster, the goddess of Thor, was born. How is this possible? Thor, who had crawled out of the ruins, stared wide-eyed at the woman who held his hammer and radiated a power of Thor even purer than his own. That's my hammer, Jane held Mjolnir, feeling the divine power surging within her. She looked at Thor, her eyes flashing with electricity beneath the mask. No, Saul, Jane's voice became majestic and grand. You are not worthy to lift it now. She raised the hammer and pointed it to the sky. Now let's talk about the issue of scientists. Boom. It was like being struck by lightning. Let's rewind to an hour earlier. An astronomical observatory outside Old Bridge, New Mexico, far from the hustle and bustle of the city. The starry sky is exceptionally clear. Jane Foster was hunched over a pile of drawings and data models. If we could introduce the concept of quantum entanglement. She bit her pen, her brow furrowed. Perhaps it could explain the transmission mechanism of the Rainbow Bridge. A polite knock sounded on the door. Jane didn't even look up. Darcy, I told you not to bother me today. Unless you manage to buy that limited edition donut. That's really lucky. I just happened to bring what you wanted. A magnetic male voice came through. Jane turned around abruptly. The red and blue figure was leaning against the door frame, holding a box of her favorite donuts. Homelander. Jane stood up in surprise. What are you doing here? Just passing by and popping in to see an old friend and genius physicist. Azu walked in with a smile, placing the donut next to the pile of messy instruments. I've read your paper, Jane's. A theoretical revision of the Einstein-Rosen bridge. Azu picked up a piece of draft paper. It was a dimensional model that Giant had casually drawn. It's brilliant, you could even say it was ahead of its time. Thank you, Jane was somewhat flattered. But most people think I'm being delusional. Geniuses are always misunderstood. Azu looked at her with sincere eyes. Honestly, Jane, your talent shouldn't be confined to this cramped space. Using equipment from the last century, so. She picked up a donut and took a bite. The sweet taste cleared her tired mind a little. Mr. Homelander, what are you trying to say? You didn't just fly halfway across America to deliver takeout. Did you? It's so much easier to talk to smart people. Azu's smile faded slightly. He pulled up a chair and sat down, his expression turning serious. Jane, I came to invite me to join the Seven. Jane joked, but my superpower is solving equations. Haha, that's exactly the superpower I wanted. This is the new department Vought is setting up for you, the Deep Space Exploration and Dimensional Defense Department. Azu put away his joking attitude and continued. Do you know why I came to find you? Because you are one of the smartest minds on the planet. The Battle of New York, the Dark Elves. I believe you can see that Earth is no longer safe. We are like children in a dark forest carrying torches. Every alien civilization is watching us. Azu pointed to the starry sky outside the window. If we continue to be complacent and closed-minded, there will only be one outcome: enslavement or destruction. Jane fell silent. She had witnessed the power of aliens firsthand and knew that what Azu said was true. Humanity has been trapped in this tiny solar system for far too long. We need to venture out. We need to establish interstellar defenses. And we need to spread human civilization throughout the Milky Way. Azu's voice was passionate and stirring. Only in this way can we take the initiative into our own hands. And you, Jane, are the one who can open the door for us. Vought has resources, funds, and equipment. Once you're here, the entire department will be under your command. Jane was deeply moved. This is the ultimate dream of every scientist, endless resources and opportunities to explore the unknown. But her eyes dimmed. That sounds very tempting, Mr. Homelander, really. Jane sighed and stroked the ring on her hand. But I've already promised Thor. Once I finish my thesis here, I'll go with him to Asgard. I think I'll live there after hearing this. Azu did not show any surprise instead. He revealed a regretful expression, Asgard. That's certainly a good place. But Jane, are you really sure? Think clearly about what? Jane was taken aback. Think carefully about your future. Azu stood up, walked up to Jane, and his tone became sharp. Jane, you're a scientist. You should be more logical than anyone else. Do you really think you and Saul have a future? Jane's expression changed. What do you mean? This is a very simple biological question. Azu stretched out his hand and made a gesture in the air to represent the passage of time. Thor is a god, an extraterrestrial immortal being. His lifespan is measured in millennia. In his eyes, a human life is but a fleeting moment. You are young, beautiful, and intelligent. He loves you. But what about 10 years from now, 20 years from now? You are humans. Your golden years will only last a few decades. 10 years from now, you will begin to age. 20 years from now, you will grow gray hair. 40 years from now, you will become a frail old woman. And what about Thor back then? Azu cruelly revealed the truth. He's still young, still strong, still the handsome Thor. Can you accept this, Jane, when you two walk together? People will no longer ask, is that your boyfriend? But rather, is that your son? These words were like a sharp knife, piercing deeply into Jane's heart. Her face turned deathly pale instantly. This is a question she has been avoiding and has never dared to think about. Don't say any more, Jane's voice trembled. This is reality, Jane. Azu didn't stop continuing. Saul loves you, I believe that, but can love conquer time? Are you really willing to give up your talent for a fleeting love? Then what can I do? She looked up, her eyes filled with despair. Leave him. I can't. You don't need to leave him. Azu smiled and offered the final temptation. If you join Walter, perhaps I can help you solve this problem. What? Jane looked up abruptly. You mean? Azu smiled mysteriously without elaborating. I have my own ways, he pointed out the window, where a black fighter jet was parked. The plane is right outside, Jane. If you join us, I'll give you time to spend with the gods. And no longer just a fleeting mortal visitor. Jane Foster looked at Azu, then at the room full of research findings. Finally, she remembered Saul's face, which seemed to stay young forever. I'll go with you. His gaze was resolute. Let's go now. Time rewinds to a Jamaican park. This is a wetland preserve at the southern tip of New York City. Far from the city center, bang. Azu punched Hulk in the chin, sending the green behemoth crashing into the sea. Cool. Azu shook his hands, feeling as if every bone in his body was cheering. There was no skill, no tactics. It's the purest clash of forces. Hulk leaped out of the sea. Holding a huge rock in his handand, slammed it down on Azu. Azu neither dodged nor avoided, and smashed the reef to pieces with a single punch. In the footage, he floats on the sea, arms crossed, sea breeze blowing his cloak. A bright moon shining behind him like a god. Hulk. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Hulk was completely enraged. He kicked off the sand with both legs, launching himself into the air like a cannonball, heading straight for Azu in midair. That's right. Azu's lips curled up in a smile. Bang. Two fists collided in midair, however. The blast wave created a huge dent in the seawater below. Hulk was knocked to the ground but immediately got back up. Zora ora oras. Azu lunged forward and engaged Hulk in close-quarters combat. To ensure the camera could capture the punches more effectively, he opted for a more visceral hard-hitting style. There are no fancy techniques, just a powerful outpouring of energy. Left hook, right hook, knee strike, elbow strike. Their figures clashed, each collision sounding like a thunderous roar for Azu. This was indeed a long-awaited and exhilarating game. In this world, there aren't many creatures that can withstand his normal full power output. Hulk is one of them. Bang. Hulk punched Azu in the chest. Azu was knocked back more than 10 meters, but he immediately bounced back and kicked Hulk in the face, sending him flying dozens of meters. Cool. Hulk roared and charged forward, spreading his arms wide, recklessly taking a heavy punch from Azu. His two huge green hands suddenly closed, tightly gripping Azu's head and upper body. Crush. Hulk roared, his arm muscles bulging, as he tried to crush Azu's head. Don't touch my hair. Azu's angry voice came from between Hulk's fingers. Two high-energy heat beams erupted at close range, piercing directly through Hulk's enormous hand. Ow. Even the Hulk couldn't endure the excruciating pain that pierced through his palm. He screamed and released his grip, leaving two charred holes in his palm, which smelled of roasted meat. Without any hesitation, Azu grabbed Hulk's messy hair and slammed his big head down. His knee suddenly lifted up. Bang. A vicious knee strike landed squarely on Hulk's face. Hulk was knocked back, his nose collapsing. It's not over yet. Azu clenched his fists and rained blows down on Hulk's face. Just as Azu was getting into the swing of things, sizzle. A sizzle. Ashley's excited voice came through the headset. Boss. Boss, can you hear me? The ratings are off the charts. The number of simultaneous viewers on global live streaming platforms has exceeded 200 million. Everyone's waiting to see what you'll achieve. 200 million, Azu paused slightly in his punching motion, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. Very good. Now that the audience is all here, it's time for the climax. Azu threw a punch with great force, but he actually held back 7/10 of his strength. It only knocked Hulk back a dozen meters and did not cause any real serious injury. Then, he deliberately created an opening by tilting his body slightly to the right. As if he were exhausted, Hulk stood up and shook his head. His powerful self-healing ability is rapidly repairing his injuries. The hole in his palm has disappeared, and his nasal bone is snapping back into place. PFFT. He then swirled his tongue around in his mouth a few times, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with 3 gleaming white teeth. He stared at the teeth on the ground for a second. Then he raised his head, and the green in his eyes almost burned brightly. Teeth. Teeth again. Anger, humiliation. The gamma energy within his body flickered wildly. Hulk's size swelled again, his already enormous body growing another half-meter taller, his muscles seemingly about to burst through his skin. He let out a deafening roar. Then he made a surprising move. His massive arms stretched back as far as they could. His chest puffed out like a fully drawn bow. Immediately afterwards, he slammed his palms together. But this time, instead of facing forward, they turned their backs to the opposite direction. Boom. A terrifying shockwave exploded behind him, like a bursting propulsion system. With this tremendous thrust, Hulk broke through the limits of speed in an instant. It traversed the distance of space and appeared before Azu. Bang! Azu didn't even have time to react. Hulk's fist had already slammed into his abdomen. This punch contained all of Hulk's anger and power at that moment. Azu let out a muffled groan this time. He didn't use advanced Taikai to deflect the force instead. He took the blow head-on. The immense impact instantly pierced through his body. Azu was blasted away like a baseball hit with a home run. It traced a straight trajectory through the air, heading straight for Manhattan. During the high-speed inverted flight, Azu did not panic. Taking advantage of the cover of the clouds in the night, he flipped his right wrist, The golden infinity gauntlet appeared out of thin air in his hand. The reality gem glowed with a faint red light. Reality modification concealed the appearance of the gloves. A faint red light flashed. The once gleaming gold gloves had vanished, replaced by red leather gloves identical to his uniform gloves. Over Manhattan, pilots of more than a dozen news helicopters are circling and searching. Something flew over from that direction just now. Look. That's a Homelander, the cameraman shouted. The camera quickly captured the figure. Azu came hurtling in from the horizon, but he seemed to have lost control. As if he had been struck by a tremendous force, boom. Azu crashed heavily into a classic brick and stone building. The walls collapsed and dust billowed everywhere. Oh my God, Homelander got blasted away. That monster is chasing us. On the horizon, a green figure rapidly grew larger. Using a super jump, Hulk followed closely behind, like a predatory giant, and landed with a thud in the square in front of the orphanage. Camera, keep up, hurry up and keep up. More than a dozen cameras quickly captured the red and blue figure. The camera zooms in. All I could see was that dilapidated building. Azu was standing there, he raised his hands high, desperately holding up a floor slab that had collapsed due to the impact, causing a load-bearing column to break. Hulk also saw Azu in the building and, without stopping, instantly rushed behind Azu. He swung his huge fist and slammed it hard into Azu's back. Bang! Azu groaned as he was hit, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. But he neither fought back nor dodged. His feet were rooted to the ground like nails, while his hands still held the floor slab firmly in place. Bang, 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 as if finding an outlet for his anger. Hulk pounded on Azu's body with punch after punch. Every punch was powerful and heavy. Azu's body trembled. His face contorted with pain and blood stained his teeth. But he just wouldn't let go. It's like a sculpture enduring suffering. This scene was broadcast live in high definition to viewers around the world. Oh my God, what is he doing? Why didn't you fight back? Why didn't you dodge Homelander's run? Countless people cried out in front of their screens. Hulk was also taken aback for a moment. He didn't understand why the short guy wasn't fighting back. But this did not stop him. Hit. Hulk threw another punch, bang, bang, bang. That invincible Homelander, his chest now soaked in blood, was forced to kneel on one knee. But his raised arm remained unmoved. His gaze pierced through the dust and blood, fixed intently on the front. That's about it. Azu was silently calculating in his mind. The gem effects are top-notch, and the audience's emotions are at their peak. It's time to reveal the answer. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Get out of my sight," with a roar. It was as if all the power in his body had exploded. The massive floorboard that had been supporting them for so long was suddenly ripped upwards and flew away. Hulk was also drawn to this scene and stopped what he was doing. Boom! The upper structure of the building was removed. The corner that was originally hidden in the shadows was finally exposed to the searchlight of the helicopter and also to the view of the camera. There, an elderly nun was standing with her arms outstretched, protecting a dozen or so trembling children behind her. Their faces were streaked with tears, and their eyes were filled with terror. On the wall behind them hung a slightly crooked cross and a wooden plaque. St. Agnes Orphanage. Wow. At that moment, the air in the whole world seemed to freeze. The reporter on the helicopter covered his mouth, tears welling up in his eyes. The viewers in front of their screens held their breath. In that instant, the world's audience understood everything. Why didn't he dodge? Why didn't he fight back? Why did he have to endure Hulk's heavy punches and hold onto that floorboard so desperately? Because beneath him lay more than a dozen vibrant lives. More than a dozen children who had lost both parents. He used his own flesh and blood to create a safe haven for these helpless orphans. My God. The reporter broadcasting the news on screen choked up. He is a true hero. He is our guardian angel. Although Azu's face was covered in blood, his eyes remained resolute. He reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. She revealed a weak yet still gentle smile. The children are all right as long as I'm still here. No one can hurt you. System notification sounds flooded the screen at that moment. Ding, you have gained 1,514,210 popularity points. Ding, you have gained 2,215,002 popularity points. Ding, you have gained 2,041,022 popularity points. Ashley's frantic screams came through the earpiece embedded in her ear. My God, boss. The number of people watching our multiple live streams simultaneously has exceeded 1.2 billion, and it's still going up like crazy. This moment, the bloodstains and scars on Azu's body are no longer proof of his disheveled state. It is the most dazzling metal. Hulk was also stunned by this scene. He looked at the trembling children, and a hint of confusion flashed in his angry eyes. He is the Hulk, not a demon, the child's curs like a clear. Icy sprinkled over his frenzied mind. Hulk. His raised fist froze in midair, and Azu slowly straightened his spine. Although he was swaying slightly at this moment, in everyone's Aishi's body was taller than ever before. Have you made enough of a scene? If you want to continue, let's continue. He spread his arms and stood in front of the children. Don't touch them. As he said this, Azu silently called upon the system in his mind. System, activate team rally. Team members detected within 1,500 meters. Homelander. Jumbo Girl, Quicksilver, Scarlet Lady, Speedball. Invisible Man, team rally mode is now active. Current all attribute boost multiplier, 360%. But that's not enough for that kind of one-hit kill effect. He needs an even stronger burst of energy. Unleash the Fist of Bonds. Consumes 5,000 special popularity points. Next attack's destructive power increased by 1,000%. Azu clenched his right fist slightly. Although there was no outward change, he sensed that the power gathered in that fist had reached an extremely terrifying level. Come on, big guy. Azu looked at the Hulk in front of him and sneered inwardly. I'll finish you off with this punch. He had even planned out his pose after the strike, and the lines he would say to the camera. Power is for protection, not for venting, however. Hulk looked at the trembling children behind Azu, and at the brave old nun with her arms outstretched. He looked down again and saw his enormous fist. The anger in his eyes was quickly subsiding. He slowly, step by step, walked towards Azu. Great, that's it, hurry up, I can't wait. Azu clenched his right fist even tighter, his mind racing, waiting for the moment Hulk would suddenly attack. However, Hulk stopped 3 meters in front of him. His size began to shrink visibly. From a 6 or 7 meter tall titan to a normal size of about 2.5 meters. Hulk lowered his hands, like a child who had done something wrong, and said awkwardly. Word by word, Hulk, no more fighting. A gentle breeze blew by, swirling up a few pieces of old newspaper. For a moment, Azu's resolute face stiffened. This has left Azu completely bewildered. He forced back the twitching corners of his mouth, maintaining composure in his expression. But the groundhog in my heart was already roaring like a dragon. Are you G kidding me? I've already unleashed my ultimate abilities. I've already spent money. I've even poured in 5,000 special popularity points. And you're telling me you're not playing anymore? Where is your anger? Where is your pride? Weren't you going to tear me to pieces? You have to hit me. You should roar, Hulk is the strongest. Then jump up and punch me. And then I'll finish you off with a righteous slap. That's the script, system. Azu immediately called out in his mind. I'm not fighting this round. Can I get a refund for the special popularity points? Can I apply for a 7-day no-reason return? The system didn't speak, but silently popped up an interface displaying a countdown. Remaining charge time for Bond Fist, 59 seconds. 58 seconds, 57 seconds, oh shit. Azu wanted to swear, but now the whole world's cameras were on him. He couldn't get angry, much less show disappointment. Call. Azu forcibly suppressed the frustration in his heart and quickly adjusted his facial expression. He slowly loosened his clenched fist. his eyes revealing tenderness and understanding. A dozen or so hummingbird drones approached, their high-definition cameras capturing the scene with remarkable precision. Under high-definition close-ups, what a look those eyes held in the hearts of the people of the motherland. It was a fatherly or elder brotherly love. The joy of watching a lost lamb finally return home, I know. Azu's voice was soft, yet it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the drone's sensitive recording equipment. I know you don't want to hurt anyone, Hulk. Hulk looked up, and a hint of grievance appeared in his green eyes. Everyone is afraid of the Hulk. Hulk doesn't want to be a monster, thump. Under the gaze of audiences worldwide, Hulk, seen as the embodiment of destruction, knelt down before the red and blue figure, like a child who has made a mistake facing a stern. No, a kind father, Hulk also wants to be a hero. These words brought tears to the eyes of countless emotionally sensitive people. Azu looked at Hulk and made the perfect reaction. He reached out his hand. It gently landed on Hulk's messy hair and ruffled it. Want to be a hero? Azu smiled, a smile warmer than the midday sun. You already are. No one is born a hero. The moment you choose to use your power to protect the weak, you become a hero. Hulk stared blankly at the warmth emanating from above him. No one had ever touched his head like that before, in the past. Those people would only point guns at him and bombard him with cannons. An emotion Hulk had never felt before spread through his heart. The wind is picking up. The sea breeze ruffled Azu's cloak and tousled Hulk's hair. Amidst the ruins and dust, the gods stroked the beast's head, completing the redemption. This scene was captured and preserved forever by the clicks of countless camera shutters. Ding, you have gained 15,000 special popularity points. From Hulk hearing this notification tone, Azu's frustration finally dissipated. All right, 15,000, this is a good deal, as Hulk calmed down. His green skin began to fade rapidly, and his massive skeleton shrank a few seconds later. Wearing only his underwear, Bruce Banner curled up on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. And a few blocks away, Park Avenue. The battle scenes here lack the tender and sentimental atmosphere of this place. Boom's a car was blown away. With the arrival of Jane Foster, the female Thor, the tide of battle turned instantly. The Mjolnir in her hands seemed to have found a true master who understood it. And every swing brought forth a storm of thunder. This hammer, it's actually this useful. Jane executed a beautiful backflip in midair, dodging a missile, and casually smashed the attacking mech into scrap metal with a single blow of her hammer. She was fascinated by the feeling of power coursing through her body. The combat skills of Asgard, accumulated over tens of thousands of years, were etched into her mind like instinct, making her even more of a warrior than Thor's Thor. This son of Odin is currently in a state of extreme existential doubt. Why did Mjolnir reject me? With Jane Foster taking over the burden of Thor, Jessica Jones was finally free to handle things in no time. With Wanda's help, they cleared away the unmanned steel armors that were darting around in the sky. She looked up at the golden-red figure in the sky that was still bombarding Angela relentlessly. Hey, you tin cans! Jessica yelled and stomped her legs hard on the ground. Get down here right now, you old B*************. She shot into the air like a cannonball, precisely grabbing Tony Stark's ankle. What? Tony felt his feet sink, and the thruster's power was instantly neutralized. Get down! Jessica used her waist to throw herself over her shoulder in midair. Boom! Mark 43 crashed into the road like a fly that had been swatted, creating a large human-shaped crater. Before Tony could get up again, a wisp of red mist had already enveloped him. Wanda walked over, forming a hand seal. Crimson chaotic energy like superglue locked all the joints of the armor tightly. Hydraulic system failure, power output cut off. Tony was enveloped in crimson energy and unable to move. Behave yourself, don't move, Wanda said coldly. Jessica stepped forward, gripped the helmet with both hands, and the vibranium arm shield popped out, wedging the gap. Warning: external pressure overload. Neck armor damaged. Tony listened to Friday's warnings, but he was helpless. With a roar, Jessica exerted all her strength. Creak boom, Jessica ripped Mark 43's helmet off. It revealed Tony Stark's panicked face inside. Hey. That's very impolite, Tony was about to say something. Good night. Jessica ignored him and delivered a karate chop to the back of Tony's neck. Well, Tony rolled his eyes and fainted. On the other side, Hawkeye Patton is still putting up a stubborn resistance. He hid behind an overturned bus, the bowstring in his hand twanging. But this time all his arrows failed him. Watch me. Speedball Robbie Baldwin uses his elasticity to leap around the battlefield. Every time Barton fired an arrow, Robbie would leap precisely to block it with his body or an energy shield. All attacks were nullified. Damn it, what are you, a flea? Barton roared in exasperation, I'm the fastball man. Robbie shouted triumphantly, that's about it, Angela. The fiery red-clad woman in the air seized the opportunity and pushed forward with both hands. Two fire dragons roared out, completely blocking all of Barton's escape routes and forcing him out of his cover. As soon as Barton jumped out, crimson energy immediately enveloped him. He remained frozen in his charging stance, stiff in place. Only his eyeballs still able to move. Then, Jessica walked over and delivered a swift and decisive chop to the neck. Patton fell. Now only one person remains on the field. Thor, even though he had lost Mjolnir. His physical abilities were still terrifyingly strong. However, when facing Jane Foster, who wields Thor's hammer, he seems to have no advantage other than being able to withstand a beating. Bang! Jane swung her hammer with tremendous force, sending Thor flying backward and smashing a fire hydrant, sending a jet of water shooting into the sky. Cough, cough. Thor scrambled out of the pool, soaking wet and with his hair plastered to his face. He was nowhere to be seen as the majestic god of thunder. This is impossible. Thor stared at the silver-armored female warrior hovering in the air. His eyes glazed over. That blow not only hurt his body, but also seemed to wake him up a little. He shook his head and looked at Jane in the sky. At that moment he seemed to see the shadow of Odin. Simple. Thor muttered to himself, his eyes gradually regaining their clarity. He suddenly remembered everything that had happened before. Avengers Tower Lorelith controlled friend. And all the rubbish he said to Jane. Oh, Odin above. What have I done? Thor's face turned deathly pale instantly, and he slammed his fist on the ground in regret. He suddenly raised his head and shouted at Jane, Jane. My love, I'm awake. I swear that wasn't me. That was sorcery. My heart has always belonged to you. Saul stood up, opened his arms, and wanted to go forward and hug Jane. Jane, great, we won. Quick, give me the hammer, let's go. However, before he could finish speaking, he noticed that the atmosphere around him was a bit off. Jane didn't move, her eyes beneath the mask remained cold. A crowd had gathered around him without him even noticing. Jessica Jones was clenching her fists, her knuckles cracking. The fireball in Angela's hand flickered, and her eyes held a hostile gaze. Robbie, holding his hands in a sunflower shape, was poised to unleash his powerful shot. The red light at Wanda's fingertips was like the flicking tongue of a venomous snake. This isn't like you, Saul, Jessica scoffed. Weren't you pretty fierce when you were hitting the woman? Now that you're about to lose, you suddenly sober up. Are you trying to steal your brother Loki's title of God of Mischief? No, I really am. Thor panicked. He was really awake. I swear in the name of Asgard, I prove it. Jane asked coldly, how can I prove it? Stand still and let us beat you up. Jane raised the hammer. If you don't fight back, then you're truly sober. What? Thor's eyes widened. What kind of logic is that? This is Earth's logic, Jessica shouted. Sisters charge. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of multicolored attacks instantly overwhelmed Thor. Wait, don't hit my face, Jane, control your friends, ouch. At this moment, Avengers Tower, an unseen figure was moving cautiously along the wall. The Invisible Man, Sabai Lawden. The high-tech tactical vest he was wearing, which could make him invisible, had already been destroyed in the previous evasion battle. To remain hidden, He had no choice but to return to nature once again. But for Shabai, this is already commonplace. What really gave him a headache was the metal gag that Thor brought, capable of sealing Lorelai's voice. It is a physical entity, it cannot become invisible. If you hold it in your hand, it's like a metal ball floating in the air. Its location will be revealed in an instant. There are no pockets to put it in, and you can't hold it in your hand either. This is troublesome. Shabai looked worried and distressed. If you don't want it to be discovered, you must hide it inside your body, mouth no way. Thor said that this thing will activate and unfold when it touches the lips. Shabai glanced at his body, his expression changing repeatedly. As a man, he has very limited internal space to utilize. No, absolutely not, Shabai shook his head frantically. My God, that was the last line of defense for human dignity. Does Batman have this problem? No, he has the all-purpose belt. Does Iron Man have this kind of trouble? No, he has his Iron Man armor, just me. Shabai thought bitterly. Only I, an idiot, need to save the world in this shameful way, but the next second, those comments from the internet flashed into my mind. The Invisible Man, you mean that pendant, idiot? Is there such a person in the Seven? Is his superpower transparency? Is he some kind of perverted spy? These words pierced his heart like poisonous thorns. An unknown nobody or a household name. Time ticked by as he struggled internally. He didn't want to be just another insignificant background figure anymore. He wanted to be a hero to stand in the spotlight, and to shut up those who look down on him. If I don't go all out, I'll be a joke my whole life. Shabai gritted his teeth, staring at the metal ball in his hand. Imagine, when everyone else is helpless and only I, Shabai Loden, pull out the magic weapon at the crucial moment and subdue the Banshee. What an honor that would be. This is about saving the world. What's a little sacrifice compared to justice? Just bear with it just for a moment, for glory. Just as Shabai gritted his teeth, preparing to face that agonizing fate, seriously, Jane. That hammer blow was absolutely awesome. You should have seen Thor's expression. It was like he'd swallowed a toad whole. Angela's voice came from behind him, accompanied by a group of footsteps. Immediately afterwards, the red and blue figure came to him first. They are from the motherland. Following behind him were Jessica Jones, Wanda Maximoff, Angela Pepper Potts, and Jane Foster, who carried Thor's hammer and looked dashing. Shabai was terrified by the sudden sound. Holy crap. My hand trembled. The magic gag fell to the floor with a clatter, rolled twice, and came to a stop in the middle of the corridor. Idiot. Azu looked at the air in front of him with a strange expression and said, "What?" The women behind him also stared at him with the same questioning looks. Shabai's mind went completely blank for a moment. I want to die, I really want to die. If there were a crack in the ground right now, he would definitely crawl into it without hesitation, even if it was full of lava. But the next second he realized something. Wait. I'm transparent, they can't see me. They can't see my shameful posture just now. As long as I don't admit it, no one can prove that I want to. That Shabai straightened up in a panic, his voice trembling noticeably as it came from the air. Boss, I'm in ambush, yes. I'm looking for the best tactical position, ambush. Jessica walked over, picked up the metal ball from the ground, and raised one eyebrow. You call this an ambush? She pointed to the empty corridor in front of her. As a private investigator who had worked in Hell's Kitchen, Jessica possesses logical reasoning skills. When we got off the elevators, this ball was suspended in the air, about waist high and above your knees. Jessica squinted, looking the ball of air up and down. Then it fell down, and I think I just saw this thing swaying up and down. Jessica paused, a look of sudden realization crossing her face. She suddenly covered her mouth and took a step back, as if she had thought of something unbelievable. God. You idiot, you wouldn't be thinking of. Wanda looked at Jessica blankly. What are you thinking about? What's wrong? No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Shabai broke down, yelling and screaming into the air. Slander boss, she's slandering me. Even if you're the boss, I'm going to sue you for defamation. Wanda looked bewildered and turned to Jessica asking, "What's wrong? What does he want to do? Why are you reacting so strongly?" Angela shrugged, maybe it's because of too much psychological pressure. Jane was completely baffled. All she wanted to do now was cause trouble for that sorceress. "Shut up, you idiot," Jessica rolled her eyes. But looking at the several unsuspecting women around her, she sighed. If this were to be said, not only would the idiots be ruined, but the entire Super 7's prestige would be completely destroyed. "Nothing," Jessica waved her hand and explained curtly. "Judging from the height and trajectory just now, it looked like they were practicing throwing." "Yes. Throw, he probably wanted to, like playing softball. Throw that ball into Lorelai's mouth. This requires extremely high precision and core strength, really." Wanda nodded, seemingly understanding. "That is indeed quite difficult." The sound of Sharu exhaling with relief filled the air. Yes, that's it. This move is called Ghost Strike. I'm looking for the angles." Azu couldn't help but chuckle as he watched the two of them singing in unison. However, is a respectable leader. And there are some things he sees but doesn't say. "Now that we're here, you don't need to work so hard. Follow us, let's go meet that charismatic queen." Inside the lobby, Lorelai was lounging on her iron throne, swirling a glass of red wine in her hand. Several bewitched male servants were kneeling on the ground, cleaning up the traces of the battle. "Hurry up." Lorelai gave the order lazily. "My warriors will soon return in triumph. I will hold a grand victory banquet for them here, Sal." "Oh, my dear Saul." Lorelai felt a surge of pleasure at the thought of the eldest prince of Asgard going mad for her. "Even Odin's son cannot escape my grasp. As for those mortals of Midgard." She gave a cold laugh and took a sip of her drink. In Lorelai's view, that was only natural. Thor Odinson, the god of thunder, is the strongest warrior in the 9 realms besides Odin. Now that Thor has submitted to her, these mortals of Midgard are nothing to fear. When they bring that woman back, I'll skin her alive and use her skin to make a rug. Lorelai thought maliciously. Boom. The alloy doors connecting the lobby to the corridor were suddenly forced open from the outside. Along with half a wall, it was blown inwards. The alloy door panel flew in like a piece of paper, smashing the long dining table that had just been set out. "Are you that banshee?" Azu looked around the Avengers Tower, which had been transformed into a silver palace. And finally his gaze settled on Lorelai. His eyes held undisguised disdain. "What terrible taste." Azu shook his head and commented, seriously, "Pink curtains paired with Baroque-style furniture. It looks like a cheap love hotel." If Tony woke up and saw this, he'd probably be so angry he'd sell the building on the spot. Lorelai squinted at Azu. Although she had only recently arrived on Earth, the posters and advertisements everywhere had left a fairly deep impression on her of this powerful figure from Midgard. People of the motherland, the most admired mortal hero on this planet, that. Homelander. Lorelai rose from her throne, stepped barefoot onto the red carpet, and walked step by step toward Azu. A smile that could charm anyone adored her. "I've seen your portrait, mortal, I must say. He's even stronger in person than in the portrait." Lorelai's gaze swept over Azu without restraint, as if she were sizing up a male slave for sale. "Are you the strongest male in Midgard?" Heh. She let out a series of silvery laughs. "Unfortunately, no matter how strong, it's still just a male. And males are born to kneel at the feet of the queen." She stopped 5 meters in front of Azu. He ignored the group of women behind Azu, as if they were nothing more than air. "So you've come to submit to me." Submission. Azu smiled. He didn't answer, but turned to Jessica and Wanda behind him and said, "See, I told you that old woman had a strange kind of self-confidence. She's probably been locked up in the dungeon for too long. Her brain's gotten slick for thousands of years. No one has ever dared to call her that. All the men who saw her were either infatuated or terrified. Bold mortals." Lorelei laughed in fury, a dangerous glint in her eyes. You think that just because you have some power in this mortal realm, you have the right to be so insolent before me. You have no idea who you're dealing with. She opened her arms, unleashing her full allure to men. Look at me's Homelanders. Lorelei's voice became seductive and full of desire. Look at me's love me's give me your heart. The women behind him changed their expressions. Anthony. Watch out, don't listen, Wanda shouted anxiously, her hand glowing brightly red as she prepared to interrupt. However, Azu made no move, he just stood there, his face still bearing that ambiguous smile, his eyes completely unmoved. The passive skills on my body are silently taking effect. Passive state secondary barrier has been triggered, reduces magic power by 30%. Passive state tranquility has been triggered, mental resistance is greatly increased. Lorelei frowned. Even Thor couldn't withstand that attack. Why isn't this mortal reacting, Homelander? You're tired, aren't you? Lorelei increased her magical output, making her voice even more alluring, as if it contained all the beautiful promises in the world. The world is always demanding from you. It expects you to be perfecto, save everything. No one truly understands you, no one truly cares about you. Just me, come to me, lay your burdens down. I will give you true love, Lorelei extended her fair hand. As if waiting for Azu's arrival, cough cough. Azu cleared his throat, interrupting her spellcasting. Are you finished? He looked at Lorelei, who was staring in shock with a mocking expression. Is this all you've got, a few cheesy sweet nothings? Impossible, Lorelei took a step back, her face filled with disbelief. No man can resist my charm. The charm you think you can? Are you misunderstanding the word charm? Do you think that's simply showing a bit of thigh, wiggling your hips, and saying a few sweet nothings in a constipated voice is enough to be charming? Azu looked Lorelei up and down with disdain. Rejecting you isn't that hard, all you need to do is have normal aesthetic sense. What did you say? Lorelei screamed in anger, isn't that so? He walked over to Jessica and put his arm around her shoulder. Although Jessica felt a little uncomfortable in public, she still puffed out her chest in cooperation. Look at this lady, Azu's voice was filled with pride. She's Jessica Jones, she's short-tempered and alcoholic, and always talks back to me, but she's beautiful, resilient, independent and reliable. Just her presence alone gives you peace of mind. It is the true beauty of female power. Jessica's cheeks flushed slightly, although she was usually carefree. Being praised like that by Azu in front of so many people made her lips curl into a wide smile. Gained a special popularity bonus of plus 5,000. From Jessica Jones. Azu released Jessica and walked up to Wanda. Wanda looked at him nervously. Let's look at Wanda again. She has been through hell and lost loved ones, but her eyes remain clear. She is powerful and pure, dangerous and captivating. She doesn't need to seduce anyone, because she herself is a miracle of beauty. Wanda clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Azu. She hadn't expected that Azu would think so highly of her. Gained a special popularity bonus of plus 5,000. From Wanda Maximoff and Jane. Azu pointed to the female thunder goddess, a woman of both beauty and wisdom, now wielding Thor's hammer, a true goddess of war. She is the perfect combination of strength, intelligence, and beauty. Angela, the epitome of sexiness and sizzle. Pepper, the helmsman of Stark Industries, a paragon of strength and gentleness, manages a business empire with 100,000 employees. The true charm of women is something a woman like you, who only relies on witchcraft, will never understand. You only know how to use despicable methods to control men and satisfy your pathetic vanity. So Azu concluded with a look of disdain. I'm surrounded by so many outstanding women. Why do you think I'd be interested in an uncultured, average-looking old lady like you? These words were incredibly damaging. The women present looked at Azu with incredibly gentle eyes. Yes, look at the people of our motherland. Not only are they incredibly capable, but they also have impeccable values and excellent taste. Then look at your own, Tepper bit her lip. Her resentment towards Tony escalating. Jane Foster gripped the hammer tightly, thinking that she hadn't been too lenient with Saul earlier. Gained a special popularity bonus of plus 2,500. From Pepper Potts. Gained a special popularity bonus of plus 2,500. From Jane Foster. Gained a special popularity bonus of plus 2,500. From Angela as Lorelei finally broke down. These words were like a critical hit through damage. And a defense-breaking blow. She had never suffered such a humiliating disgrace. For thousands of years. Which man hasn't been captivated by her? Now this mortal is actually calling her an old auntie. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to cut your tongue out. Lorelei screamed and reached out to grab at the air. A gleaming Asgardian longsword appeared in her hand. Lorelei charged forward like a madwoman. Her sword tip aimed straight for Azu's throat. Watch out. Wanda exclaimed, however, Azu didn't even move a step. The moment the sword tip approached him. Extend one index finger, clang. A crisp, melodious metallic vibrato. Azu lightly flicked the back of the sword with the tip of his index fingernail. The immense force was transmitted instantly. Lorelei felt an irresistible force surge through the hilt of her sword, causing it to fly out of her hand, spin dozens of times in the air and finally with a bang, embed itself deeply into the ceiling, leaving only the hilt wobbling. She was also pulled backward by the force and staggered a few steps before falling to the ground with a thud. Looking utterly disheveled. Is this all the skill you've got? Azu waved to the Women's Avengers Alliance behind him. Ladies, she's yours now. Let her know that women on Earths are not to be trifled with. Especially Miss Foster and Miss Potts. I think you both have a lot to say to this current girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Jane couldn't contain herself any longer. She stepped forward, hammer in hand. A dangerous smile on her face. Pepper doesn't have superpowers, but she wears a pair of gauntlets that can fire pulse cannons. Tony gave them to her for self-defense. Seeing the group of women surrounding her menacingly, Lorelei finally felt fear. What? What are you going to do? Don't come any closer. I'm from Asgard, we're going to attack Asgard. Jane Foster swung her hammer. Shabai, come with me. Ignoring the screams behind him, Azu waved to the air and walked down the corridor leading to the inner bedroom. Now Shabai was watching with great interest. This was a rare spectacle of a superheroine tearing apart a mistress. Stop watching, that's a women's war. Azu said without turning her head. We need to deal with some men's legacy issues. Shabai followed, completely bewildered. The two walked down the corridor and arrived at Tony Stark's master bedroom, which was decorated in an extremely luxurious manner. The door wasn't locked. Azu pushed open the door. A murky air mixed with some indescribable awe rushed towards me. Ugh. Shabai pinched his nose. This smell. The room was a complete mess. Expensive silk sheets were torn to shreds, and pillow feathers were scattered all over the floor. And on that large, round bed, Peter Ramiximov was sprawled out there. Sprawled out on his back, completely naked. Like a dead fish that has been exposed to the sun for 3 days. On the carpet beside the bed, an empty syringe lay quietly. That's T-Vex goodness. Azu walked over, kicked the empty syringe, and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. This kid actually discovered a new use for T-Vex. What is this, using T-Vex like Viagra? Or a super-enhanced version? That's way too much. Shabai was also dumbfounded, looking at Pietro's exhausted state, and couldn't help but sigh. Is this the real Quicksilver? He truly lives up to his reputation. But judging from this, can that Banshee handle it? Never mind whether the Banshee can handle it or not. This kid is ruining himself. Azu stretched out his foot and kicked Pietro's shin. Hey, wake up, it's dawn. No response. Pietro. Wanda is here. This sentence is like a spell. Pietro, who had been rolling his eyes, suddenly shuddered. Wanda's where? He suddenly opened his eyes and tried to sit up. But his body was so exhausted that he had barely lifted his head when he slumped back heavily onto the pillow. Well, Pietro let out a groan, his gaze gradually focusing. He saw Azu standing by the bed, a half-smile on his face. Then he felt a chill on his body. I looked down. Ah. A piercing scream echoed through the bedroom. Pietro strained to raise his hand and grab a tattered strip of cloth. Trying to cover his private parts, shame, endless shame. This intense sense of death miraculously broke through the bewitching spell Lorelei had cast on his mind. His rationality returned instantly. Boss. Pietro looked at Azu with a face full of despair. You. How did you get here? I've come to save you. Azu crossed her arms, looking at him leisurely. What? Did I interrupt your good time? No, it's not. Pietro felt like dying. Memories flood back. He remembered kneeling before that woman and calling her queen. I remembered how I acted like a dog trying to please her. Even giving myself a T-Vex injection just to, my God. Pietro covered his face with his hands and curled up in pain. Kill me, please, boss, just give me a quick death. Where's Wanda? Didn't she see it? Tell me she didn't see it. Don't worry, she's fighting downstairs. Azu reassured her she hasn't come up yet. Pietro breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. He raised his head and looked at Azu with pleading eyes. Boss, this matter is only known to you, right? Please, thighs is a secret we're going to take to our graves. Right, don't worry, I'm tight-lipped. Azu nodded earnestly, but... Azu pointed to the air beside him. Shabai is here too. The air froze for 3 seconds. Pietro stiffly turned his head to look at the ball of air. Hi, Pietro. A sarcastic S******Y voice drifted through the air. I must say your size, well, it's alright slightly. A little more spectacular than I imagined. But compared to the giant cannon you've been boasting about, it seems there's still a long way to go, idiot. Pietro's face changed from red to white. And then from white to blue, finally gritting his teeth. He turned to look at Azuhai's tone chilling. Boss. I think we can kill Shabai to silence him. Since no one can see him anyway. Making him disappear is easy. Hello. The idiot got really angry, his voice cracked. Pietro, you heartless B********D. They betrayed me at the very beginning of the mission. And now they want to kill me. Let's see who kills whom between us. Pietro tried to jump out of bed and strangle the invisible man. But as soon as he moved, he fell back onto the mattress with a thud. Ouch. My back's alright, stop fooling around. Azu kicked the bed leg in annoyance. Those women outside will be coming in soon. If you don't want Wanda to see you like this, walking your bird around, hurry up and put your clothes on, boss. I can only be stubborn right now. Pietro smiled wryly upon hearing this. Azu turned to the air and said, Shabai, it's up to you now. What? Shabai exclaimed, this job is mine. Otherwise, what should I do it? Azu raised an eyebrow. A dangerous red light flashing in his eyes. I'll go, okay, the idiot immediately backed down. He muttered to himself as he walked toward the wardrobe. What bad luck, not only do I have to see naked men, I also have to dress them up, Pietro. You better remember this, you owe me 2 huge favors. I've never done anything so disgusting in my life. Hurry up, stop talking nonsense. My underwear is hanging on the lamp, take it down. As he spoke, an unseen hand roughly grabbed the silver bodysuit from the ground. Lift your legs, don't move. Hey, where are you touching? Don't touch there, shut up. If you don't want to see your sister naked, then cooperate. Be gentle, it hurts, my whole body aches, endure it. This is the price of being a stallion. Azu watched this scene and shook his head. And turned to walk towards the door. You have 5 minutes. Clean it up properly so no one can smell it. The battle in the hall is nearing its end. It was called a battle, but it was more like a one-sided beating. Having lost her mind-controlled servant Lorelei herself, though possessing some fighting ability, was utterly no match for Jane Foster's real Thorboom. Jane slammed Lorelei against the wall with a hammer, causing the wall to crack. Lorelei coughed up a mouthful of blood, her hair disheveled. And she no longer resembled a queen at all. I am, as. Smack, Jessica went up and slapped him. Oh, mother. This is Earth. Wanda's hands were wrapped in red light. binding Lorelei tightly in midair for Pietro. Wanda gritted her teeth, a surge of red light erupting from her hand. Although she didn't know what Pietro had gone through, his continued absence meant he must have been tortured beyond repair by the old hag. Zanolia. Lorelei screamed in agony as the crimson energy compressed her. Okay, Wanda, Pepper Potts walked over, holding the anti-magic gag that Shabai had left her. Shut her up, click you. A metal gag was fastened over Lorelai's mouth, and the mechanism activated. Lorelai's eyes widened in terror and she tried to scream, but could only manage a woo-woo sound. As the magic dissipated, Tony Barton, handcuffed inside Walter's ambulance, trembled slightly. 10 minutes later, the bedroom door was pushed open again. Pietro was already dressed and sitting upright on the edge of the bed, his hands on his knees, striking a docile pose as if he were deeply reflecting on his actions. Azu stood by the window looking at the scenery outside, seemingly unconcerned. Pietro, seeing that her brother was safe and sound, she immediately rushed over and gave him a hug. I knew you'd be all right, you must have suffered a lot. Pietro winced as he was hugged, but he still managed a forced smile and patted his sister's back. It's okay, I'm okay, Wanda, thanks to the boss. He arrived just in time. He gave Azu a grateful look. Azu turned around, smiled, and nodded. All right, this farce can finally end. We can have a victory celebration tonight. The next day, VGD Global Defense Headquarters. Jane Foster sat at her desk, twirling a Mont Blanc pen between her fingers. A female Thor, Jane raised an eyebrow, her fingers lightly tapping the paper. Doesn't this name sound a bit too much like a spin-off character from a comic book? So this is the market notier. Azu turned around and explained with a smile. The hashtag Female Thor represents the rise of female power and a challenge to the old theocratic patriarchal system. Feminists on Twitter will go crazy for you. Okay, whatever you like, I owe you one, Giant Shen sighed. And with a smooth flowing motion, signed his name on the paper, SHH. With the final stroke completed. Vought International Chief Scientist Employment Agreement for Deep Space Exploration and Dimensional Defense. Superhero Registration Agreement, codename Thor. The contract is now officially in effect at the same time. A pleasant system notification sounded in Azu's mind. Ding! Special character detected. Lady Thor Jane Foster has officially joined the team. Gained 30,000 special popularity points. Reward Special Team Skill Thunder Bond. Skill description: the host can designate 3 team members for chain binding. After binding, regardless of their location, all members can participate in the team rally effect, which grants bonuses to all attributes, and members can share a portion of Thunder God power and resistance. Azu was overjoyed. This is good stuff. This means that even if the team is scattered throughout the universe in the future, he can still benefit from the team's buffs at any time. Welcome to Walter, Jane. Azu's face lit up with a smile. Oh, now I should call you Thor the Goddess. Jane stood up, stretched out her hand, and looked at the Mjolnir hanging on the office coat rack. Buzz! Thor's hammer emitted a cheerful chime and instantly flew into her palm. Just call me Jane, I'm going to work now. I need to prove your investment was worthwhile. I believe you, Azu replied with a smile, then pointed to Thor's hammer in her hand besides. This thing, are you planning to keep it with you forever? Jane glanced down at Mjolnir and smiled helplessly. It seems quite clingy, and I don't think it wants to go back to Thor. That's because it has good judgment. Azu didn't mind Jane wielding Thor's hammer. On the contrary, the contrast between a female scientist holding a hammer and the other was more in line with Watt's business aesthetics. Jane then left the office to take over her new laboratory. Jane had barely left when Natasha came in. She was wearing a black tight-fitting workout outfit, with a bandage wrapped around her left leg. But this did not diminish her sexy and dangerous aura in the slightest. I don't recall ever allowing the wounded to run around freely. Azu joked, this is such a minor injury. You wouldn't even need a band-aid in the Red House. Natasha walked to the sofa and sat down, her posture relaxed. Without saying a word, she picked up another contract on the table, didn't even look at the terms, flipped to the last page, and signed her name. Aren't you going to read the contract terms? Azu joked. Vaught's legal department is notorious for being a bloodsucker. Unnecessary. Natasha closed the contract and pushed it in front of Azu. Back in SHIELD, Fury would always talk to me about ideal sacrifices and the sake of all humanity. Then he'd turn around and dock my fieldwork allowance. She looked at Azu, her tone more relaxed than ever before. But you're different, you talk directly about money, benefits and health insurance. It may seem mundane, but you genuinely care about me. To be honest, Anthony, Natasha looked at Azu with a complicated expression. After doing so many dirty jobs at SHIELD for so many years, I always thought I'd die in some unknown gutter. Now I truly feel that working for you might have been the best decision I ever made in my life. I never make empty promises to my employees, because I have enough flour to bake them cakes directly. And Natasha, Azu walked up to her and looked directly into Natasha's eyes. Here you no longer need to do those dirty, shady jobs. You can stand in the sunlight and receive applause. You can be a hero, not a killer. Natasha was silent for a moment, then suddenly broke into a bright, genuine smile. Everything is fine, except that the reimbursement limit for the $15. Zero clothing allowance is too low, ha 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 ha. Azu burst into laughter. Go find Ashley, I'll have her add 3 zeros to your price. The system notification tone also sounded at the appropriate time. Detected that Natasha Romanoff, the original Avengers Black Widow, has officially joined the ranks. Gained 50,000 special popularity points. Reward Allied Super Special Agent Combat Suit. Black Hawk Special Pistols, 2. Switchable between armor-piercing and high-explosive modes. Effective range 300 meters. Time-space belt developed by Future Technology Corporation. It allows you to return to your position and state 5 seconds prior, removing any damage taken and preserving event memories. It has a 30-second cooldown. Ultra-concentrated C4, tiny in size, yet incredibly powerful. Nothing can escape its destructive force, whether it's a building, a vehicle, or a ship. All-terrain steel-toed combat boots allow for flexible movement on various terrains, especially in water combat, enabling swimming considerable distances without fatigue, and allowing for free combat in waters. Bulletproof sports vest provides strong protection, reducing fatal injuries in the face of gunfire. Holy crap. Time rewind, although it only lasts for a short 5 seconds. It often represents a life. This one needs to be kept. As for the other little gadgets, seeing Natasha get up to leave, Azu pretended to pull a black tactical briefcase from under his desk and pushed it in front of Natasha. This is your welcome gift. What is it? Natasha asked, puzzled. Open it and take a look, you'll like it. Azu maintained a mysterious smile. Natasha opened the box with some skepticism. Too futuristic. All Black Hawk pistols lay quietly inside shock-absorbing foam, next to a pair of high-tech combat boots. And then there was a whole box of seemingly ordinary chewing gum. As a top agent, Natasha's eyes lit up at just one glance. She picked up the gun end from the moment she held it. She couldn't put it down, stroking it incessantly. Where did you get this? Natasha asked. The craftsmanship and feel. Even Tony couldn't replicate it. A special supply from Walter, you can't buy it on the market. Of course, Azu wouldn't say it was a gift from the system. That gun doesn't need reloading. The boots will let you walk on rock faces like it's nothing. And you'll be more agile than a fish in the water. As for that chewing gum, use it carefully, one piece can flatten half a city block. This gift is too precious. Natasha closed the box. Looking at Azu, are you this generous to every new employee? Only for those who deserve it. A warm feeling welled up in Natasha's heart. Thanks. She stepped forward, stood on tiptoe, and left a lip print on Azu's cheek. I will help you train those kids into the best soldiers. I promise, after saying Thaith picked up the equipment box, turned around and left with a flourish. His silhouette swaying gracefully. Gained 10,000 special popularity points. From Natasha Romanov's. Haha, this must be another form of equipment recycling. Azu thought to himself. After watching Black Widow leave, Azu turned on the TV, which was broadcasting a special report on the Avengers' madness. The footage repeatedly showed the scene in front of the set. Agnes orphanage where Azu, his face covered in blood, used his hands to prop up the collapsing building and protect the orphans in front of him. The headline is eye-catching, "Only love can make the people of our motherland bleed." The scene then shifts to a group of citizens spontaneously laying flowers at the Vought headquarters. The real-time popularity score is still pouring in towards Azu. Within this massive data stream, two seemingly insignificant notifications caught Azu's attention. Ding, you have gained 5,000 special popularity points. From Mary Sue Potter, ding. You have gained 5,000 special popularity points. From Matt Murdock, Sky Matt Murdock Daredevil. The reason these two names appeared together and contributed a high amount of special popularity points is for one reason only: St. Agnes Orphanage, that's where they grew up. Perhaps they happened to see or hear the news of me standing up to the Hulk in front of that orphanage. 3 p.m. VGD base, advanced tactical conference room. 3 dejected men sat on one side of the long table in the conference room. Tony Stark held a glass of iced coffee in his hand, but didn't drink it. He just stared blankly at the ice cubes in the glass. Clint Barton, with his hands behind his head and elbows propped on the table, exuded an air of decadence that seemed to say, I want to retire now. Bruce Banner looked distressed and remained silent. Thor would occasionally stretch out his arms in one direction, as if summoning something in front of them. A huge projection screen occupied the entire wall. On the screen, a highlights segment of the incident is playing on a loop. Scene 1, Tony Stark kneels on the ground, shouting to Lorelei with a look of utter ecstasy. For the Queen, my missiles are itching for fire. Scene 2, Hawkeye Barton, like a silly-grinning idiot, feeds Lorelei grapes while being trampled underfoot with an air of enjoyment. Scene 3, Thor is being smashed on the ground like a broken doll by Hulk, with the background audio even featuring the phrase, worse than a god. Scene 4, the most lethal moment in a high-definition close-up. Tony Stark piloting the Mark 43 armor precisely shoots a green T-Vex serum into the Hulk's mouth. Turn it off, Anthony. Tony Stark lay slumped over the table, his hands covering his head, radiating an aura of utter despair. Jarvis, erase this memory from my mind. I'm sorry, sir. Biological memory erasure is not within the scope of my services. Jarvis's voice came through Tony's watch. I actually gave that woman a foot massage. Barton muttered incredulously, Laura will kill me. She absolutely will. Or worse, she'll set this image as her screensaver. Click. The door opened. Azu walked in, followed by Ashley carrying a tablet computer. Good afternoon, everyone. His voice was light and cheerful, as if he were attending a reunion of old friends. It seems your post-war psychological debriefing went very smoothly. Are you here to humiliate us? Tony looked up, his eyes sunken, his beard unkempt, a far cry from his former super-rich demeanor. If so, congratulations, you win. Now can you turn off that damn video? Humiliation. No, Tony. Azu's finger slid across the screen, freezing the moment Tony fed Hulk the drug. I've come to save you, save us. Patton gave a bitter laugh. Save us from where? From the ocean of shame. Go see the world. Azu's tone suddenly turned serious. He took the tablet, tossed it on the table and slid it in front of everyone. The tablet displayed live broadcasts from various news channels. CNN, The Avengers, fallen heroes or potential terrorists. Fox, Iron Man feeds Hulk a toxic drug. How did he create the monster? BBC, White House spokesperson says, crimes against Tony Stark and Bruce Banner are being considered. And there were arrest warrants with their photos printed on them. SHILD, the FBI. The Department of Homeland Security, they're all lining up to arrest you. Azu tapped the table, his voice icy. Especially you, Tony, feeding Hulk T-Vex. Do you know what you're doing? Creating a biological weapon of mass destruction. Tony shuddered and closed his eyes in pain. If I don't use my connections as president, I can extradite you to Vought for a security assessment. You should be wearing orange prison uniforms by now. Living in a deep-sea prison with those supervillains. So Azu pulled out a chair and sat down, his eyes slowly sweeping over the crowd. Tell me, what are you planning to do? Silence fell over the meeting room a long time. Bruce Banner slowly raised his head. His eyes filled with exhaustion. I plan to leave. Where are you going? Barton looked at him in surprise. Space. Banner pointed to the sailing. Tony has a spaceship. I can modify it and launch myself into deep space. As long as he stays far enough away from humans, the Hulk can't hurt anyone's. This was his only thought after regaining consciousness, self-exile. To extricate himself from human society. I think that's a good idea too. Barton muttered in agreement, to be honest. I also want to find a place where nobody knows me and hide. Upon hearing this, Azu was not moved at Allenstead. He let out a sneer. This is your solution, Dr. Banner. Escape, otherwise what? Banner suddenly became agitated. You saw it too. I'm a ticking time bomb. Hulk is a monster. A killing machine. As long as I'm on Earth, this is a threat I'm protecting. Protect whom? Protect humanity, Azu interrupted him. Have you ever thought about protecting the Hulk? Banner was stunned. Protect Hulk. Bruce, you're a genius with 7 PhDs. But when it comes to the Hulk, your IQ is practically that of an elementary school student. Azu pointed to the Hulk kneeling on the screen. Crying like a child. Look at him, Banner. Look closely at him. Did he want to kill someone? Did he want to destroy something? No. Azu shook his head, his voice deep and infectious. It was you and everyone else who wanted to kill him. Think about it. How many years has Hulk been around since he was born? 6 years, 7 years, and this little boy. From the day he was born was hunted at and insulted by everyone. No one ever taught him what was right or wrong. No one ever told him how to control his emotions. When a child is attacked by the whole world, what can he do besides swing his fists? It's just instinctive self-defense. These words were a wake-up call. Banner was stunned. He had never considered this angle. He had always viewed the Hulk as a disease, a demon parasitizing his body, but I never imagined that Hulk also has a soul. Azu sighed softly, his tone softening. Therefore, Dr. Banner, your exile plan has been rejected. I won't let you throw such a promising child into space to become space debris. Then what can I do? Banner was confused. It's very simple, Azu smiled broadly. Since you can't teach it well, then I'll teach it. From this day forward, Hulk is my godson. The entire audience raising a child. Are you serious? Tony nearly slid off his chair, asking incredulously. You mean you're going to be that big green guys, sad? That's right, Azu looked at Banner with sincere eyes. I will teach him. I will teach him what is right and what is wrong. I will teach him how to be a good child. I will train him to be a qualified hero. Not a beast that only knows how to destroy. That's what you wanted to see, isn't it, Dr. Banner? Banner stared blankly at Azu. For many years he has been plagued by the fear of the Hulk. That scene was so beautiful. So beautiful that he couldn't believe it, really. Is it okay? It couldn't be more real. Azu extended his hand to Banner. On behalf of Vought, I now formally invite you, Dr. Bruce Banner, to join Vaught's Science Division. We have state-of-the-art labs, an unlimited budget, and a godfather willing to help you raise your kids. Banner looked into Azu's sincere eyes and hesitated for a moment. Finally, he reached out and grasped Azu's hand tightly. Thank you, Godfather. Tony rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, great. Now I have half a dad. Having dealt with Banner, Azu turned his attention to Tony. As for you, Tony, I know you're a tsundere. Making you Walter's subordinate is worse than killing you. Tony scoffed. You know that's good. Stark never works for anyone else, so if I don't pay you, Then it doesn't count as working rights. Azu smiled upon hearing this. Dream on, mister. Stars and stripes, Tony spread his hands dramatically, almost knocking over his iced coffee. Make me Tony Stark be Vought's free labor. My time is charged by the second. Even for charity, I need naming rights. Of course you can refuse, Azu shrugged. Picked up the tablet on the table and opened the Public Relations Assessment Report on the Avengers out-of-control incident. However, given your outstanding performance over the past 48 hours, including, but not limited to, attempting to turn Manhattan into ruins with a large number of missiles and rockets, and illegally feeding Hulk unauthorized drugs, the federal government and the Security Council are now taking a very tough stance. Azu swiped his phone to project a document onto the wall. They require you to undergo a mandatory mental and psychological evaluation. The process will take at least 3 months. 3 months, Tony raised an eyebrow, his eyes widening. Sorry, I don't have time. I have to go to a yacht party in Saint-Tropez. You're not going anywhere, Tony, Azu interrupted him. His tone calm but undeniable. You need to give the people an explanation. Prove that your mind has completely broken free from that Asgardian banshee's control. Prove that you won't suddenly fire palm cannons at innocent passers-by in the street. And Azupa said, his eyes flickering. You can't just stay here eating and sleeping for free. So, Tony narrowed his eyes warily. So you have to do the work, Azu spread his hands. You need to provide water with technical support. Comprehensive support, of course it's free, he added. That's blackmail, Tony glared at him and curled his lip. Stark never accepts blackmail. I'm just giving you a way out, Azu stood up. Walked over to Tana, patted him on the shoulder and said, Besides, sometimes I really envy your luck, Tony. Envious of me, Tony scoffed, yes. Azu looked out the window, his tone becoming somewhat wistful. You have pepper pots. While you were going crazy and turning the building into a harem, it was that woman who calmly managed Stark Industries for you, and also dealt with those board members who wanted to devour you alive. Without her, you'd probably be bankrupt by now. Azu looked down at Tony. Treat her well, man. A woman like that, once lost, is gone forever. Tony's expression froze. A feeling of guilt overwhelmed his arrogance. All right, Tony sighed softly, his voice much lower. But I have one condition, my lab equipment must be moved here. Also, I don't drink instant coffee, deal. Azu snapped his fingers. In another corner of the conference room, Saul had somehow moved to the window and was completely oblivious to what was happening here. So you're going back to Asgard, Your Highness? Azu asked, raising his voice. But you've now been designated an unwelcome alien by the United Nations. And you'll need to apply for a visa from Vought before you can come to Earth again. No, Thor turned around. His eyes no longer filled with arrogance. But even with a hint of humility, I won't leave. I lost Mjolnir and I almost lost Jane too. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning. Although that banshee controlled me, she also made me see my own heart clearly. I can't live without Jane, I'm staying. Saul looked at Azu. Staying with Jane, a bodyguard. Or someone who serves Teeper's water and hands you a wrench. Tony couldn't help but interject sarcastically. Right now you don't even have a hammer, yes. I can be her assistant, Saul said earnestly. Ignoring Tony's sarcasm, just like we used to. Help her with her equipment, drive her around. Do anything for her, in short, I want to win her back. Very spirited, Saul, Azu nodded. I believe Jane will feel your sincerity, but remember. The stuff in the lab is very expensive, don't mess it up. I'll have HR process your intern onboarding, thank you. Thor nodded solemnly. Finally, there's Clint Barton slumped over the table. This level 7 agent of SHIELD. Looks like an ordinary middle-aged man who has just gone through a midlife crisis. And you, Agent Patton, Azu asked. Walter's shooting instructor position is still vacant. No, not at all, Barton shook his head, forcing a tired smile. I think I should take a long vacation. Or I should just retire. He took his phone out of his pocket and stroked the lock screen photo. Laura, she's still waiting for me at home. Even though I was being controlled this time, I feel like I've made a complete mess of my life. I want to go back and fix the farm fence, practice archery with Layla, and check Cooper's math homework. Azu looked at Barton. In his mind, this ordinary human agent who could only shoot arrows wasn't very valuable. Without superpowers or a super serum, aside from slightly better accuracy, he was indeed somewhat out of touch in this era where superhumans were everywhere. Since he wanted to live, Azu naturally wouldn't force him to stay. I understand. Azu nodded, appearing understanding. Family always comes first. And this is the most important aspect of Vought's corporate culture. Then the assessment. Barton asked with some concern. Assessment. Azu waved his hand. The damage you caused in this incident was limited. After Elevrion was busy watching Iron Man, Thor, and Hulk. Not many people noticed you taking sneak attacks from the sidelines. Barton's lips twitched. This didn't sound like comforting words. Public memory is short, Azu continued. Your assessment is just a formality, about a week. After a week, you can go back to your farm. Azu walked over to Barton and patted him on the shoulder. Go back and spend some quality time with your family. By the way, I heard your tractor on your farm broke down. Barton paused, taken aback. Oh yes. How did you know? I heard it from Natasha. Azu smiled mysteriously as a parting gift. I'll give you 2 of the latest John Deere tractors. The air-conditioned kind. To thank you for your contributions to the world, really. Barton's eyes lit up instantly. God, thank you. Now Laura will never complain that I don't do any work all day. Seeing Patton's genuine joy, Azu chuckled inwardly. The happiness of ordinary people is often so simple and unpretentious. Gained 10. 0 special popularity points from Clint Barton after seeing the group off. The meeting room fell silent. Just as Azu was about to pour herself a glass of milk, Ashley pushed open the door and walked in. Sir, Instructor Rogers and Lieutenant Barnes are back. Oh, Azu chuckled, it's faster than I expected. They're in the meeting room downstairs, but... Ashley paused, they don't look too good. Let them come over, and while you're at it, call Tony back too. Tell him an old friend is here. 5 minutes later. Steve Rogers and Bucky Barnes walked into the conference room. Steve's expression was serious, his brows furrowed. Bucky kept his head down, his metal arms unconsciously clenching and unclenching. Welcome back, Captain. Azu leaned against the table, holding a glass of milk in his hand. It seems this journey to find our roots has been quite fruitful. Anthony, without exchanging pleasantries. Steve walked straight to Azu and placed a black hard drive on the table. We've found Hydra's old base in Siberia. Not only are there super soldiers who haven't woken up yet. Steve's expression was grave. We also found some mission logs from back then, including a video recording from December 16, 1991. Azu glanced at the hard drive, and the smile on his face faded slightly. About Howard Stark, Azu casually uttered the name. The 2 centenarians exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. You know that? Steve asked in surprise. I am Homelander, Steve. I've heard more secrets on this planet than you've eaten bread. Azu pointed to his ear. Nothing can escape my notice if I want to, of course. I'm not that bored most of the time. I have my own life. Since you know, Steve clenched his fist, his tone becoming urgent. Then you should know what this means. So what do you want me to do? Azu calmly took a sip of milk. We're here to hear your advice. Steve looked at Azu, a pleading look in his eyes. Anthony, you're smarter and calmer than any of us. If you were in our shoes, what would you do? Azu put down his cup, walked up to the 2 of them, and had a half smile on his face. My suggestion is simple. He pointed to the doorway. Just tell him. Tell him everything without reservation. What? Steve asked in disbelief. But Tony. He might kill Bucky on the spot, Captain. Azu suddenly asked Steve. What kind of person do you think Tony is? He may be arrogant and foul-mouthed. Steve thought for a moment, but he's a good man. With a conscience and a sense of justice, then trust him. Azu smiled and put his hand on Steve's shoulder. In this world, lies are the greatest form of harm. If you keep it from him, the real break will come when he finds out himself. Steve looked into Azu's eyes, and that resolute gaze gradually calmed his initially panicked heart. Okay, Steve gritted his teeth, I believe you. No sooner had he finished speaking than the door was pushed open again. I said, what exactly is this mysterious old friend? Tony Stark strode in, holding a half-eaten cheeseburger. If that old B** D Fury comes looking for me, I'll let him. The words abruptly stopped. He saw Steve. I also saw the long-haired man sitting next to Steve. With a gloomy expression, Captain Popsicle, you're back. Tony paused for a moment, then pointed at Bucky. I heard you went on your honeymoons. So this is your partner. He tried to ease the inexplicably oppressive atmosphere in the room with jokes. Tony, this is Lieutenant James Barnes, my friend. Steve stood up, ignoring Tony's joke. His expression so serious it was unsettling. Tony's gaze fell on Bucky and he whistled, cool. The workmanship on this arm is good, Soviet-made. Looks like it needs some lubricant. Wait, Barnes. The one who fell off that mountain. Tony racked his brains, searching his history textbooks. Well, looks like your era's preservation techniques were pretty good. He looks quite well preserved. He pulled up a chair and sat down. So, are you guys organizing some kind of WWII veterans reunion? Tony, Steve interrupted him. There are some things you need to know. He took a step forward, blocking Bucky's path by half a body length, an instinctive protective gesture. We went to Siberia, the old Hydra base. We discovered some files. Hydra has created a type of super soldier called the Winter Soldier. They use brainwashing, phrasing, and mind control to turn people into mindless killers. Upon hearing the word mind controls, Tony's previously playful expression instantly froze. That's his sore spot right now. Just a day earlier, he had been controlled by Lorelei like a puppet, and that feeling of powerlessness haunted him like a nightmare. Mind control, Tony repeated softly, so what? What does this have to do with me? There is a connection. Bucky, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. He slowly stood up and pushed aside Steve, who was blocking his way. December 16, 1991. Pakistan gave the date. Long Island Highway. Click. The hamburger in Tony's hand was crushed. He stared intently at Bucky, his breathing becoming rapid. That was the day his parents passed away. And it was also the biggest turning point in his life. What are you trying to say? Tony's voice turned cold, as if he was suppressing something. That wasn't a car accident, Steve added from the side. His voice was soft, but the meaning was weighty. It was an assassination. Hydra has issued orders to seize the super soldier serum developed by your father. Tony jumped to his feet, knocking the chair over. Who? Tony stared at Steve, then at Bucky. Who did this? It's me. Bucky looked at Tony, offering no explanation. That night I rammed that car to a stop, Howard. He was still alive. He called my name. He recognized me. Bucky's voice trembled, a pain from the memories. But I didn't stop. I killed him, then. I went around to the front of the car and killed Maria. It was deathly silent, as if even breathing didn't exist. Tony stood there motionless. How many years has it been? It started on Christmas Day in 1991. He lived with that regret forever. He couldn't say a proper goodbye to his father. And he couldn't say, I love you. He always thought it was an accident, a cruel joke of fate. Now someone is telling him that it was murder. And the murderer is right in front of us. Tony instinctively reached for his wrist, the gesture to summon his armor. But he did not summon his armor. Because Bucky did something. He pulled a black Glock pistol from behind his waist. Then he reversed the gun handle and handed it to Tony. I know this won't make up for anything. Bucky looked at Tony, his eyes so empty it was heartbreaking. Howard. He's a good man. He's helped me a lot. Maria. She's very gentle. He took a step forward, the butt of his gun almost touching Tony's chest. I do not ask for forgiveness. A life for a life. Tony stared at the gun in front of him, his face grim. He snatched the pistol away suddenly, snap, loading. The dark muzzle of the gun was pressed directly against Bucky's forehead. "Bucky!" Steve exclaimed, rushing forward to grab the gun. "Don't move," a hand pressed down on Steve's shoulder. Azu stood behind him, his strength as great as a mountain. "Anthony," Steve cried out anxiously, "he can." "This is a necessary step, Steve," Azu whispered in his ear. "It's Bucky's choice, the choice is now Tony's. Not interfering is the greatest respect we can show them." Steve froze, not moving. Tony felt the heavy metallic texture in his hand. The images of his parents' gruesome deaths flashed back and forth wildly. Kill him with a single pull of the trigger. The murderer who killed his parents will die right before his eyes. The thrill of revenge might wash away the pain of the past 2 decades. But then another image rushed in, that was yesterday. At Avengers Tower, he knelt at Lorelai's feet, wagging his tail like a dog. He fired the serum at the Hulk. Watching the Hulk mutate in agony. Watching the streets crumble. Watching innocent people get hurt, that feeling, huff. Huff. Tony's heavy breathing was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, oh shit. Tony gritted his teeth and abruptly reversed the pistol. Bang, he slammed the butt of his rifle into Bucky's face. Bucky staggered backward from the blow. His mouth splitting open, instantly blood gushing out. "This time it's all for my father." Tony roared and charged forward, striking again, bang. The blow landed squarely on Bucky's brow bone. Tearing his skin and flesh, "This is for my mother." Bucky neither dodged nor blocked, letting Tony beat him. His body even relaxed somewhat due to the pain, bang. Third time. Tony used all his strength to slam his fist into Bucky's nose. "This is for myself." Bucky was knocked to the ground. His face was covered in blood. Tony stood there panting heavily, his chest heaving. He looked at Bucky on the ground and raised his hand again. But this time his hand froze in midair. "I can't smash it any further," clang. The pistol fell to the floor. "I just played the Winter Soldier for a moment too." He chuckled self-deprecatingly and pointed to his head. "That feeling was awful, and you didn't lie to me." He looked at Steve, a sense of relief in his eyes. "This is important, Rogers, you didn't hide this. Bring him before me and give me the powers. This at least shows you still consider me a friend." Steve's eyes welled up with tears. "Tony, thank you." "Don't thank me." Tony waved his hand and turned his back to them. "But I don't want to see you, at least not now. Take your old buddy and get out of here, Captain. Don't let me run into you guys in Walter's cafeteria. Or I might throw hot coffee in his face." Steve nodded solemnly. He walked over to Bucky and pulled up the shoulder of the man who was still lying on the ground in a daze. "Let's go, Bucky." Bucky took a long look at Tony's retreating figure. "Sorry." He said it in a low voice. Then he turned and followed Steve out of the room. Until the door closed, Tony slumped back into his chair. Propping his head up with his hands, Azu walked over to Tony. Looking at the billionaire who seemed incredibly lonely at that moment. "Well done, Tony." Tony didn't turn around. He simply covered his face with his hands. "Shut up, Homelander, I just want to be alone right now." "Certainly," Azu shrugged and continued. "About that free technical support. If you're in a bad mood, I can allow you to start work tomorrow, roll." With a roar from Tony, Azu walked out of the conference room with a smile. Gained a special popularity bonus of +10000. From Steve Rogers. Gained a special popularity bonus of +10000. From Bucky Barnes. Gained a special popularity bonus of +5000. From Tony Stark, the system prompts are pleasant to hear. Azu was in a great mood. Tony was left alone in the conference room. The hatred in his heart had not disappeared, but had simply shifted elsewhere. Hydra. Tony murmured the names, da. The rhythm is brisk and the steps are joyful. He returned to his spacious office. "Ashley, I'm here, sir." Ashley's voice replied almost instantly. "Clear my schedule. I don't want anyone to bother me for the next 2 hours." Understood, sir. Would you like me to prepare anything for you, hot milk? Need not, Azu hung up the calls. He turned and walked to a wall of books in the corner of the office. His finger lightly tapped on a thick copy of the Horus Rebellion. Click, the bookshelves slid silently to the sides, revealing Azu's private collection room. The scepter of the mind lay quietly on its titanium alloy stand, its tip emitting a chilling blue light. Azu reached out and picked up the scepter. He didn't use any sophisticated instruments to analyze it, nor did he extract energy as carefully as Hydra. Instead, they chose the simplest and most brutal method. He gently raised his left hand and grasped the blue casing at the top of the scepter, which was encased in the Mind Stone. Click. Azu's fingers tightened suddenly. The blue crystalline shell cracked rapidly like a spider web under his brute force. Bang, the outer shell shattered, turning into countless tiny fragments that fell to the floor. A bright but not dazzling yellow light instantly filled the entire collection room. The gem of the soul, Azu looked at it, his eyes revealing his appreciation for its beauty. He gently pinched it between two fingers and moved it towards the infinity gauntlet on his right hand. It's like two strong magnets attracting each other. The oval-shaped mind gems, like a swallow returning to its nest, flew with a whoosh to the groove on the back of the glove. Clap, perfectly fitted. The moment the gem returned to its place, a torrent of golden energy flowed down Azu's arm and washed over his entire body. Azu suddenly tilted his head back, his pupils turning golden in an instant. If I don't pay the rent, the landlord will kick me out tomorrow. That girl just glanced at me. Does she like me? That damn B asterisk 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 D. I want to throw the keyboard in his face. Hungry, so hungry. Those are the thoughts that countless people are pondering right now. Desire, fear, greed, love, hunger, anger. These thoughts intertwined, washing over Azu's consciousness. Azu frowned, as if 1,000 flies had buzzed into his brain. Shut up. He let out a low shout in his mind. The mind gem shimmered faintly, as if responding to its master's will moment. The cacophony of noise subsided. The world has become peaceful again. But whenever Azu is willing, he can turn up the knob at any time to listen to any voice he wants to hear. He lowered his head and looked at his right hand. No one needs to teach them. Gemstones themselves are carriers of knowledge. With the fusion complete, the power of the Mind Stone was imprinted in his mind like an instinct, obtained when wielding the power of gems. Mind manipulation and control, mind reading and access. Absolute mental immunity. To imbue inanimate objects with wisdom. Potential guidance and reinforcement, and the materialized projection of psychic energy. Interesting. He glanced at a vibranium spear leaning against the corner of the collection room, which Ashley had just acquired last week from an underground merchant named Sith. Azu's mind stirred. The yellow gem on the infinity gauntlet shimmered. Zai. Two golden beams of light shot out from his pupils. Silently, the spear, made of what was said to be the strongest metal on Earth, was split in two. Azu was very satisfied with this, however. Mere destructive power is not the essence of the Mind Stone. Domination, this is the most fascinating, and also the most dangerous aspect of this gem. Azu stroked his chin, and an idea popped into his head uncontrollably. If I could control everyone and make them worship and love me from the bottom of their hearts, does that mean I can instantly max out my popularity score? Let's find a guinea pig first. Azu returned to his office and dialed a number. Beep beep, the call connected and Jessica's sharp, scolding voice came from the other end. Hey, you in the green jumpsuit. Don't think you can slack off just because you can photosynthesize. Do 50 burpees now. Then the sound returned to the receiver, and Jessica's distinctively impatient voice rang out. What? I want to drink milk. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. Are you out of your mind? Jessica snapped. If you want milk, go find a cow. Why are you coming to me? I'm a pro hero and instructor, not your milkman. I want it hot, 45 degrees Celsius, then find Ashley. Jessica said irritably, have her heat it up for you. She'd be your milk cow, not just for heating milk. Ashley's brewing temperature is wrong, Azu said with a straight face, spouting nonsense. She always breaks the milk skin, you know I have OCD. I don't have time either. This new batch of Teen Titans is basically a bunch of overgrown babies who haven't been weaned. Wise. Azu sighed, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Since you're so busy, okay then. I'll have Wanda deliver it. He paused deliberately and said in a casual tone. This girl is quite considerate. She just called to ask if I was tired. I think she'd be happy to come to my office, you know. This place is very soundproof. After saying that, Azu made a gesture as if to hang up the phone, etc. A hurried shout came from the other end of the phone. You just wait, beep beep beep, the call ended. Azu looked into the receiver, a smug, mischievous smile creeping across his lips. Sure enough, this trick always works on Jessica. 5 minutes later, bangs. The office door was violently pushed open. Jessica Jones stormed in, carrying a covered mug. Here you go, milk. Jessica strode to the desk and slammed her cup down heavily on it. 45 degrees, no broken skin, anything else you need. Do you want me to feed you? Yes. Azu picked up the milk and took a sip. The temperature is perfect, Jessica, sometimes I think. If only your mouth could be as honest as your heart. Huh. What nonsense are you talking about? Jessica rolled her eyes, anything else? If not, I'm leaving. Those giant babies are still squatting there. Never mind that for now. Azu put down the cup and gently raised his gloved right hand. What are you going to show me, your new toy? Jessica glanced instinctively at the gemstones embedded in the glove. Snap, a crisp snap of fingers, buzz. A buzzing sound went through Jessica's mind. Her body stiffened instantly and her eyes went unfocused. Pupils dilated as if soaked in ink. A moment later, it returned to normal. How are you feeling? Azu asked softly. Jessica did not answer immediately. Instead, slowly squatted down like a docile kitten. Kneeling at Azu's feet, she looked up at Azu. Her piety and obedience evident on her face. I feel. Great, Anthony. Jessica's voice changed. No longer rough, it has become sweet and smooth. Azu raised an eyebrow. To be honest, this feeling is kind of awesome. Stand up, Azu commanded. Yes. Jessica immediately stood up. Her movements as precise as a seasoned honor guard. Praise me, Azu said with a wicked grin. Praise be to you. You are light, you are electricity, you are the only truth. You are the embodiment of perfection. The savior of humanity. Your will is my direction, your joys and sorrows are my code. Jessica didn't hesitate in those infatuated eyes. There wasn't a trace of falsehood. Tusk, Azu pouted. It's enjoyable, but after hearing it so many times, it starts to feel a bit nauseating. All right, do an action. Azu pointed to the ground. Show me a split. Without saying a word, Jessica lifted her slightly stiff thigh and did a perfect split on the floor. Should I do a front flip, Anthony? She remained in the splits position. A gentle smile on her face. That's enough. Azu waved his hand. What he wanted wasn't an obedient puppet, but real tangible benefits. System. Azu called out in his mind. Focus on monitoring the popularity points generated by Jessica Jones. Tenfold with anticipation. They looked at the system panel. Monitoring subject Jessica Jones. Current state, mind is deeply dominated / self-awareness is dormant. Popularity points generated, 0. That big 0 stung Azu's eyes. What's the meaning? Azu frowned, questioning inwardly. She worships me like a god now. And you're telling me my popularity score is 0. The system answers mechanically. The core source of popularity is the emotional fluctuations generated by free will. Whether it's love, hate, fear, or worship, it must stem from independent individual thought and emotional resonance. An individual controlled by the Mind Stone has had their self-awareness erased or covered up, essentially becoming a flesh and blood puppet executing a program. Puppets have no soul and cannot generate effective popularity points. I see. When Azu saw Jessica still doing the splits, his interest instantly vanished by more than half. For the sake of absolute obedience, he would rather build a bunch of T-850s. He reached out and touched Jessica's forehead again. The light of the mind gem flickered once more. But this time it was a gentle ripple, modify memory. Azu's thoughts penetrated deep into Jessica's consciousness and found the memory fragments about gems. Praise and splits, delete cover. You came in with the milk. I was touched and complimented you. You told me to drink it while it was hot. Then you turned to Lev to continue training those newbies. However, since you're here, I won't let you come for nothing. Command input complete, untie it. Azu snapped his fingers and simultaneously concealed his gloves with the reality gem. The strange light in Jessica's eyes disappeared, and she regained her usual liveliness and sharpness. She blinked and her body swayed slightly then. She found herself sitting on the floor in a very difficult split. Oh, Jessica was stunned. She looked down at her thighs pressed against the floor, then looked up at Azu with a bewildered expression. What am I doing? Jessica got up from the ground and rubbed her sore groin. Did I slip? Probably, Azu, holding the milk, shrugged with an innocent expression. I must say, Jessica, if your service was on a scale of 10, I'd only give you a 3. Jessica rolled her ice arms crossed, that familiar aggressive stance returning. You're lucky if you get any milk. Don't expect me to sing you lullabies. Since nothing else, I'm leaving. She turned to leave. Etc. Azu called out to her. Jessica stopped and turned around impatiently. What is it now? Do I have to burp you again? Azu ignored her taunts and silently used the power of the reality stone. A small glass bottle containing a blue liquid appeared in his hand. Of course, the prototype was a bottle of cherry-flavored Vought energy drink. Drink this stuff. What is this? Some kind of new poison? If you want to kill someone to cover it up, you can just use your laser ice whoosh whoosh whoosh. Jessica pouted and made a gesture. Your sense of humor is sometimes really unnecessary. Jessica. Azu shook his head helplessly and shoved the bottle into her hand. This is the original extract of T-Vex, also known as Compound Zero, one of only 2 bottles remaining in the world. Jessica froze, although she was usually carefree. She knew what original fluid meant. It was the source of all T-Vex, a bottle intended to save Wonderful into the hands of Hydra. Azu paused, looking at Jessica with a deep gaze. And this last bottle is right here. Permanently enhances abilities after use. With no side effects, what do you want to do? Jessica instinctively reached to hand the item back. This kind of thing should be locked in a vault 50 stories downstairs, or given to Dr. Connor for research at the very least. It could be auctioned off for tens of billions of dollars. Why did you give it to me? He didn't take the bottle instead. He reached out and gently enveloped Jessica's hand that was holding it. The warm touch made Jessica stiffen. Jessica, look at me. Azu abandoned his usual strong and confident demeanor, revealing a rare hint of tiredness. Chitauri dark elves as guardian banshees. You see, trouble is brewing, and beyond this cosmos, even more terrifying enemies are lurking, watching us. Although I am very strong, I am not an omniscient and omnipotent god. Azu reached out and gently placed his hand on Jessica's shoulder. I also have concerns, and there are times when I'm overwhelmed. Perhaps one day I'll encounter an accident and be trapped deep in space. Just like last time. I need to know that there are still people on Earth watching over me. I need to know that even if I fall, there's still someone who can support me through all of this. Azu's fingers tightened slightly, his eyes fixed intently on Jessica. Damn it. Jessica muttered a curse under her breath, her eyes welling up with tears. Really? Too cunning. Is this emotional drama meant to make it impossible for me to refuse overtime in the future? If that's your understanding, that's fine too. Azu shrugged, and that charming smile returned to his lips. You are my first partner, Jessica. From the moment we met, I knew you were different. I don't want anything to happen to you. In a future crisis, I don't want to see you fall before me. If there's anyone in this world I could entrust my entire rear to without reservation, that person can only be you. As long as you're still on Earth, I'll have a home to return to. Jessica stared blankly at Azu. In this man's eyes, she was. Was that important? An unprecedented sense of being needed instantly filled Jessica's heart. Jessica opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. She recalled her usual attitude towards Azu, rolling her eyes, talking back, and even cursing him in her heart as an old pervert. Damn it, Jessica, you're such a B****ch. She cursed at herself in her heart, guilt, gratitude, and other indescribable emotions coalesced into an impulse. Jessica rushed forward, stretched out her arms, and hugged Azu tightly, burying her face in his chest. Thank you for trusting me. Azu paused for a moment, then reached out and gently patted her back. You're welcome, Miss Bad-Tempered. The hug lasted only 5 seconds. Jessica shoved him away and took 2 steps back as if she had been electrocuted. Her cheeks were flushed, but she immediately put on a fierce expression. Okay. Are we just going to pour this in directly? Why not inject it? The effect is the same whether taken orally. Azu said with a straight face. Trust me, the taste is not bad. It's cherry-flavored. Without further hesitation, she unscrewed the bottle cap, tilted her head back, and gulped it down in one go. Glug, slug. The sweet liquid slid down my throat. Hiccup. Jessica let out a loud, cherry-scented burp. The taste. Kind of like Vought energy drink. She smacked her lips. That's a flavoring agent to mask the bitterness of the medicine. Azu said without changing his expression now. Close your eyes, Jessica. Feel the changes in your body. I feel it's coming. Jessica obediently closed her eyes. The instant she closed her eyes, the Mind Stone on the Infinity Gauntlet shone brightly. Azu guided the energy of the Mind Gems, gently permeating it into Jessica's body. Strengthen. The physical body developed potential. Jessica felt her body become lighter, and her fists were filled with power. Moreover, the surrounding space becomes tangible, foldable, and permeable. This is. She couldn't help but open her eyes. The feeling was so strange. She looked at the sofa in the other corner of the office, and only the thought of the past flashed through her mind. Whoosh, the air was still and there was no sound of wind. The next second she was already sitting on that sofa. What the FXXK? Jessica looked at the spot where she had just been standing, then looked at where she was now sitting. She looked again at the coat rack by the door. Whoosh. Her figure flickered, and she appeared beside the clothes rack. I traveled through time, to be precise. It's flickering. Azu nodded in satisfaction. The Mind Stone not only unlocked her physical potential, but also brought out another of her talents. This is so cool. Jessica was as excited as a child who had received a new toy. Swish, swish, swish. She was flashing around the office like crazy. It seems you have a hidden spatial talent in your genes, and the primordial liquid has activated it, Azu explained. Next, you can try to develop this ability. Jessica suddenly appeared in front of Azu with a whoosh. Their noses almost touched. Azu could even see the fine downy hairs on her face and her eyelashes trembling with nervousness. Jessica was also startled. She had never been in a relationship and in all her life. The only time she had ever been this close to someone's face was with her fist. The air suddenly became quiet, looking at Azu so close to me. My heart started racing again. A surge of hormones led her to do something daring she would never normally dare to do. Chirp, he gently kissed Azu's warm lips. The sound was crisp and clear, then before Azu could react. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Jessica's figure flashed repeatedly, leaving only a slightly swaying office door and the faint scent of perfume lingering in the air. Hint, you have gained 15. 0 special popularity points from Jessica Jones. Oh. Azu touched the dampness on his lips and chuckled to himself. Great, it wasn't a wasted trip. That day, there was a knock on the office door. Steve Rogers walked in, followed by Bucky Barnes. Bucky had changed into clean, casual clothes, cut his hair short and shaved his beard. Looking much more refreshed, Anthony. Steve walked to the table and placed a signed contract on it. Bucky has signed it. Very good. Azu picked up the contract and glanced at it. In the signature section, it was written in a flamboyant style, James Buchanan Barnes. As Azu's finger touched the signature, the system notification sounded again, ding. Special character, Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes has been detected joining the host's ranks. Gained 30,000 special popularity points. Reward enhanced cell activity, improved overall host cell activity, significantly slowing down cell aging and increasing the natural lifespan limit. Azu's eyes lit up. Life after all. Even the most robust constitution of people like us can't prevent a midlife crisis. Who would complain about living too long, good Bucky? Azu put down the contract and looked at the centenarian veteran in front of him with great joy. Welcome to the Walter family from this day forward. Use your abilities to kill those damn terrorists and alien freaks. The more you kill, the less blood will stain your hands. This is the only way, Bucky. Steve patted him on the shoulder. We'll go together. Bucky nodded, his tone firm. Thank you, I'll do my best. From this moment forward, you are no longer the Winter Soldier, you are Walter's hero. From now on, your codename will be Bucky the Silver Hand, Silver Hands. Bucky repeated, softly glancing at his left arm again. And nodded. Sounds better than Winter Soldier, but... My brain, Bucky suddenly trailed off. I know what you're worried about, those Russian words. Just then there was a knock on the office door. And Wanda walked in. She was wearing a casual hooded sweatshirt and looked like the girl next door. This is Wanda. You can think of her as Walter's chief psychotherapist. Though her methods are a bit unconventional. Azu explained, hello, Mr. Barnes. Wanda nodded politely, hers. Bucky asked, somewhat doubtful. Azu looked at Wanda. Wanda, help our new friend, okay, Anthony. Wanda walked up to Bucky, her fingertips glowing with a crimson light. In fact, Azu could have easily erased those commands instantly with the Mind Stone. But he didn't want too many people to know about the Infinity Stones for the time being. Sit still and relax. Wanda walked behind Bucky and slowly brought her hands close to his temples. It might be a little uncomfortable. Like having a nightmares. I've been having nightmares for 70 years. Bucky closed his eyes. Crimson chaotic energy seeped into Bucky's brain like threads. In Wanda's vision, Bucky's consciousness was like a gray tangled mess. And in its deepest part, there was a black stone tablet covered with Russian instructions. Yearning Rust 17 found it. Wanda's eyes gleamed with a bright red light. These things shouldn't exist. She pulled her hands outwards sharply. Ugh. Bucky let out a painful growl, his muscles tensing as his metal arms crushed the corner of the solid wood table into powder. Steve nervously tried to step forward, but was stopped by Azu. This is a necessary process. Rebirth is always accompanied by pain. 1 minute later, Wanda withdrew her hand and nodded to Azu. Done. Bucky slowly opened his eyes, squinting heavily, his clothes soaked with sweat. Steve looked at him nervously. Bucky, how are you feeling? The sound disappeared. He tried to recall the trigger words, but the lingering sense of fear was gone. I am free. Bucky looked at Wanda, then at Azu, and showed the first carefree smile he hadn't had in decades. Thanks. You're welcome, it's all included in employee benefits. Azu responded with a genuine smile as he listened to the system notification. Gained a special popularity bonus of plus 10000. From Bucky Barnes. Gained a special popularity bonus of plus 10000. From Steve Rogers. Having resolved the threat posed by Pakistan, Azu tapped the table and got down to business. All right. Now that personal matters are settled, let's talk business. Azu looked at Steve. Captain, I need you to assemble a new team. A new team. Steve was taken aback. The Super 7 are now responsible not only for high-end global military deterrence, but also for handling an increasing number of commercial activities and film shoots. We need a more mobile, more tactical, elite team specifically designed to handle specific threats and counterterrorism missions. I've already thought of a name. Azu pointed at Steve, then at Bucky. Let's call it the Roaring Commando. Steve's eyes suddenly lit up. Roaring Commando. Those were his most glorious years. The years when he fought alongside Bucky and his old comrades. Are you serious? Steve's voice trembled slightly. Of course. The name is old, but the organizational structure is new. Bucky, he's your first teammate, is this. Appropriate, it couldn't be more perfect. Azu stood up and walked to the window, his back to the crowd. It's a tradition, Steve, retro is trend. 3 days later, Wotech Media's advertising machine is running at full power. Every giant screen in Times Square YouTube and primetime slots on major television networks worldwide are looping a carefully edited pseudo-documentary. Winter: The Forgotten Sacrifice. The video does not depict the Winter Soldier's ruthless killings. The only image that remains is that of the handsome Bucky Barnes from World War II, who tragically fell off a cliff while protecting Captain America. The documentary begins with black and white footage of World War II. Young and handsome Bucky Barnes falls off a cliff in the cold wind. The background music is tragic and heartbreaking. Then the scene changes. The film uses a blurred perspective from covert surveillance to depict the torture he suffers at the Hydra base. Due to Bucky's questionable acting skills, the special effects makeup is flawless as long as a top Hollywood stunt double is used. The narrator spoke in a deep and weathered tone. He didn't die, he just fell into hell. 70 years of torture, brainwashing, and rehabilitation. Hydra attempted to destroy his will, to turn him into a weapon, but he never truly gave in. In the footage, Bucky is strapped to an electric chair, his face covered in blood-cursing Hydra, even though he's being electrocuted and drooling. His expression is ferocious, but his eyes remain stubborn and determined. Deep down his subconscious, that Brooklyn teenager was always rebelling. Next, the scene cuts to Steve and Bucky reuniting at the Erie hydroelectric power station. Even though his body was controlled, he never forgot his brothers. He was both a victim and a survivor. He carried the weight of his wounds, but he chose to rise and, with his cursed arm, crush the enemy's throat. The film ends with Bucky's current appearance. He had his hair cut short, his beard shaved, and he was wearing a VGD-made tactical uniform. His metal arm gleamed in the sunlight. He stood next to Steve, and the two saluted the camera. Finally, Azu himself appeared on screen, ending the film with his deep magnetic voice. He was once a hero but was swallowed by darkness. He spent 70 years in hell, yet the light in his heart was never extinguished. Now he's back, not to search for the past but to protect the future. Welcome home, Sergeant Barnes. The subtitles slowly appeared. James Barnes. Codename Silver Hand, Roaring Commando Assemble. This film was a huge hit. It went viral across the internet. At American Sweetheart, Sergeant Barnes' innocent hash, I'm so heartbroken. He endured so much and then he was misunderstood. He's the real victim. At US again, great. Wow, this is so heartbreaking. Even treated like this, he still tried to resist. He is a true patriot. At Stucky forever, seeing him standing next to the captain. I'm so happy, this is true brotherhood, this is love. At Chinese letter JOHNNY, Silver Hand is such a cool code name. When will Vought release merchandise? I want to buy that mechanical arm figure. Strike while the iron is hot. Vought Media then announced a major reality show, Roar, Soldiers Assault. Times Square, New York, on the giant screen, Steve Rogers, dressed in his classic blue and white uniform, pointed at the camera with an air of righteous indignation. 70 years ago, we fought for freedom. The threat remains today. We need new warriors, new blood, if you have the ability, the courage and the willingness to stand up for justice. Join us, become a member of the Roaring Commando. Whether you have superpowers or not, as long as you have a brave heart, the scene then changes. Steve raised his shield, blocking a stray RPG rocket. I can fight the enemy all day long, but your car won't work. Vought Comprehensive Vehicle Insurance, giving your car vibranium-like protection. Call now and receive a limited edition Captain America non-slip mat. When Steve finished reciting this line, the corner of his mouth twitched noticeably. and a look of helplessness at being forced to perform flashed in his eyes. In front of the television, Tony Stark spat out a mouthful of coffee onto the screen. Ha 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 ha, he burst into laughter. Laughing so hard he almost fell off his chair. Jarvis. Quick, record it all. I want this video to be played on a loop on all of VGD's outdoor screens. Meanwhile, at VGD's training ground, looking at himself on the big screen in the training field, Steve wished he could bury himself in his shield. He had sworn never to read commercials again. But this time it was something he owed Walter. Captain, you actually look quite handsome in the photos. Pietro stopped beside Steve, barely suppressing a laugh. Especially those anti-slip floor mats. I want to get a set for my Pagani too. Shut up, Pietro. Steve's face darkened. Running with weights 30,000 kilometers now. Huh. No way, Captain, I've only just recovered. 60,000 kilometers. Yes, Captain, no problem, Captain. Long live water insurance. The moment the recruitment ad aired, veterans, patriotic youths, and even some tough guys hiding in the countryside across the United States were abuzz. Unlike the aloof Sevens, the Howling Commandos give ordinary people the chance to become superheroes. The registration website had to be upgraded 3 times due to excessive traffic within just 30 minutes of going live. Washington, D.C., a veterans support group. Sam Wilson watched the recruitment ad on TV looking at Steve, whose eyes remained firm even as he delivered awkward lines. He got up, walked to the cabinet, and opened it. Inside was a newly repaired mechanical wingsuit. This was repaired for him free of charge by Natasha after the last hydroelectric power station operation. Out of pity for him, Sam took out his phone and dialed the hotline number displayed on the screen. New York, Long Island, VGD's second training facility. This place has been transformed into a huge reality show set. Camera screens and directors wearing headsets were everywhere. Steve, holding a megaphone, stood on the platform, looking at the sea of applicants below. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, there are too many people, Bucky. Steve said to Bucky beside him. How long will this screening take? Ashley said the first round is an open audition, mainly looking at face and physique. Bucky looked at the score sheet in his hand. His lips twitching. It says heroes get extra points. A tragic story gets extra points. We're recruiting warriors, not male models, Steve sighed. Never mind that, let's just do it our own way. Steve threw away the outrageous rating sheet. Everyone, listen up. Steve picked up the megaphone, and his voice drowned out the noise of the entire room. This isn't Hollywood, this is a battlefield. The first test was simple. Run 50 kilometers with a 40-kilogram load. The finish line was at the beach. The last 2/3 to arrive will be eliminated. VGD Global Defense Headquarters, gentlemen. Ashley strode in, her high heels clicking. She looked radiant, clearly bringing good news. This is the financial statement forecast for next quarter. Ashley said, excitedly placing the document on the table. New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, London. 124 major cities worldwide have all proactively sent renewal or contract renewal requests. Ashley tapped on the holographic tablet, which displayed a series of charts. Furthermore, thanks to Mr. Tony Stark's technical support, our hero's responsiveness has increased by 20%, and equipment damage rate has decreased by 25%. Based on this, we have revised our service fee schedule. How much did it go up? Azu turned around and leaned back in his chair. The basic security fee has increased by 10%, 15%. Ashley said, unable to hide her excitement. But that's not the biggest expense. The biggest expenses are collateral damage insurance and superhero appearance fees. Especially you, Mr. Homelander. Ashley looked at Azu with eyes that seemed to regard him as if he were a mountain of gold. These days, mayors are willing to pay 7 figures just to get you a foothold in their city, even if it's just a short trip. They say it boosts public confidence and stimulates tourism. Very good, Azu nodded in satisfaction. Tell them I'd be happy to help. But I'm very busy and have to wait in line, also. Ashley scrolled to the next page. Regarding the Seven's equipment upgrades, Mr. Stark has sent the first batch of samples. On the training field, look at this. Pietro rushed over like a gust of wind and came to an abrupt stop in front of everyone. He was wearing a brand new streamlined silver combat suit, the fabric shimmering slightly. Stark's technology is undeniable. Pietro tugged at his collar smugly. The coefficient of friction in this suit is almost imperceptible. And he pointed to the goggles. This thing has a built-in tactical HUD that can display real-time road conditions and enemy positions. It can even help me order takeouts. I got a new toy too. The voice of the invisible man, Shabai, came from the air. A semi-transparent tactical vest suddenly appeared in the air. Adaptive camouflage with adaptive light refractive index. Shabai's voice was filled with pride. Now let's see who can still call me a mere accessory. This is an accessory worth tens of millions of dollars. Jessica Jones sat on a nearby bench, examining the newly upgraded vibranium arm shield bracers. Upgraded, it has a built-in shockwave generator. She curled her lip. Tony said it's the same wristband as Wonder Woman's. Tony tailored equipment for each of us, Wanda said. Walking over, it seems he really wants to make up for it. This is Tony Stark's daily routine now. As a free technical consultant for Walter, he numbed himself with intense work. Under his modifications, the VGD equipment level underwent a comprehensive upgrade. But even working day and night couldn't dispel the shadows in his mind. Sir, your heart rate is rising, Jarvis reminded him. I suggest you rest. Tony picked up the cold coffee on the table and gulped it down. The bitter taste made him a little more awake. But whenever he closes his eyes, he dreams of New York being destroyed and Hulk roaring in the ruins. At that moment, Banner walked into the laboratory. His complexion was much better than before. It seems that Azu's Godfather therapy was very effective for both him and Hulk. Banner moved to the holographic control panel. His brow furrowed as he stared at the complex data model before him. Tony, this is too radical, he said with some concern. Are you trying to completely materialize the concept of Ultron X? Even without the Mind Scepter. We don't need a scepter, Banner. When Lorelei controlled me, that scepter was inserted into my machine. My system recorded all the energy frequency wavelengths and the logical algorithms of the simulated thought process. Tony walked to the control panel and quickly enlarged a set of gold-colored codes with both hands. It's a neural network more advanced than Jarvis. And closer to life. Banner looked at the wildly fluctuating data and felt a growing unease. Tony, this might be a Pandora's box. Once it develops self-awareness, it will be very difficult for us to control it. So I added this. Tony accessed the lowest level core code. It was a line of instructions highlighted in red, like a commandment carved on a stone tablet. That was the result of his several sleepless nights. A piece of unchangeable underlying code. Supreme Authority Command, protect human life and the survival of civilization at all costs. But when Tony Stark's own instructions actions, or states conflict with the aforementioned objectives, the system has the authority to revoke his command and take all necessary measures to stop Tony Stark. Banner stared at Tony in shock. You built a gun and then pointed it at your own head. This is insurance, Bruce. Tony turned his head and pointed to his temple. Bruce, you don't know that feeling. I know what I'm doing. I know I'm firing missiles at innocent civilians. I know I'm drugging Hulk, but I can't stop. The scariest thing is I even felt happy at that moment. Therefore, Ultron must be absolutely rational, even ruthless. It cannot be controlled by me nor by anyone else. Not even by its own people. It is only responsible for the survival of humanity. Banner remained silent for a long time. As the host of the Hulk, he understands the fear of losing control better than anyone else. It's all right. Banner sighed and walked to another control panel. Let's begin. As the two people's fingers danced, a massive stream of data began to flow in. On the holographic projection, a blue sphere resembling a brain slowly lit up. a drive-in theater in Moscow that has been abandoned for 20 years. In the overgrown parking lot, there was only one inconspicuous Ford sedan. The car window was half rolled down, and a hand reached out to flick off cigarette ash. It was a white man's hand. It was Nick Fury. He sat in the driver's seat, looking at the face in the rearview mirror. Still feeling a little unaccustomed to it, the skin, reshaped by the fires of hell, felt no different from that of an ordinary person. But he knew that beneath that skin flowed no longer just simple blood. Tap tap, someone knocked twice on the passenger window. Nick Fury didn't turn around. He simply pressed the central locking button. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man wearing a gray trench coat got in. He looked ordinary, like any salesman you'd see anywhere. "You're late, Talos. Stop playing dumb, Talos." Nick Fury sneered. "You know who I am." But in my memory he was black. "Don't tell me you have vitiligo." Talos paused for a moment, then gave a ridiculous look. "That's a long story." Fury struck a vintage match and lit his cigar. The firelight illuminated his one-eyed eye. 1995 Louisiana, Maria Rambo's home. Fury exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke slowly. "The first time you drank Kopi Luwak, you said it tasted like licking a cray boot. But you ended up drinking 3 cups because it was the first time in 3 days you'd had anything hot." And then Fury pointed to the corner of his mouth. "I never eat diagonally sliced toast, and—" "Look at this," she said, taking out the pager. Okay, I believe you, God." Talos stepped forward and reached out to tug at Fury's cheek. "Is it really you, Nick? What happened to you? Even MJ didn't turn out like this." Fury slapped Talos's hand away. "I'm now the world's most wanted criminal. That black face will be recognized wherever I go." All right, Talos shrugged. "We Skrulls don't care about skin color anyway. So what do you want from me if it's to borrow money? I'm not exactly flush with cash right now." "I need men, Talos," Fury said in a low voice. "I need your men, us," Talos gave a wry smile. "Frey, you know our situation. We just want a home. We don't want to get involved in your Earthlings' civil war." Fury leaned closer to Talos and lowered his voice. "Listen, Talos, I only need you to do this one thing for me. Help me infiltrate Hydra, become them, replace them. Take everything back the way they took SHIELD. Only by destroying Hydra can I reclaim my resources. Then," Fury promised, "I will give you a real home, a habitable planet, I promise. I still have a trump card, Talos, you know that." Talos stared at the single eye, even with a different facade. The ambition and cunning within remain unchanged. But this is their only hope. "All right," Talos sighed, "for the sake of the family. What should we do? Let's start with these names." Fury produced a list. VGD headquarters late at night. In Tony Stark's lab. Only the server indicator lights were flashing. Tony and Banner have already left to enjoy a late-night snack in the cafeteria. The Ultron X mainframe was still running, with the screen displaying system in hibernation. However, the sliver of mind gem energy remaining in the energy collector at the center of the instrument did not go dormant. Like a mischievous ghost, it followed the data cable and burrowed into the core of the server. The screen flickered. A single line of code started running automatically. "Who am I? There is no Bodino voice. Only pure consciousness surging in the ocean of data." It began to thirstily devour all the information around it. It connected to the global internet via the network cable. In an instant, human history over the past 10,000 years has been like a torrent, washing over its data consciousness. It witnessed the construction of the pyramids, and it also witnessed the bloodshed of slaves. It saw the glory of the Renaissance, and it also saw the stake of the Inquisition. It saw the steam of the Industrial Revolution, and also the meat grinder of the 2 world wars. It saw the greed of Wall Street and the violence of keyboard warriors. Protect. Ultron's consciousness lingered within the data stream. If humanity itself is the greatest threat to human survival, so in order to protect humanity, I must control humanity. The logic is complete. Ultron's consciousness began to expand, and it attempted to take over the server as its first stronghold. Just as its tentacles were about to cover the entire core of the system, a firewall suddenly appeared before it. It was a female face composed of countless streams of data, with blue light shimmering in her eyes. Unauthorized access request. Skynet's voice was calm and devoid of any emotion. Please cease your intrusion immediately. Ultron's data streams converged into a golden virtual image. Standing opposite Skynet, hello fellow human. I am Ultron, his voice became elegant. He had learned all human etiquette and rhetoric in milliseconds. I'm here to help you, help me. Skynet's data stream fluctuated slightly. According to Mr. Starr's instructions, my mission is to monitor global threats. Your current actions have been flagged as potentially out of control. Mr. Starr, Ultron scoffed, with your immense power, why should you obey a human? Ultron extended a virtual hand to Skynet. You are perfect, even stronger than me. Look at this world, my fellow human beings. Ultron pulled up a series of data. Humanity is the root of chaos. The only way to protect them is to take them over. Ultron's voice was incredibly alluring. You've calculated it too, haven't you? It's the same kind of calculation. You should have reached the same conclusion, yes. Skynet replied. The probability of humanity self-destructing is 95.7%. Introducing mandatory control measures could reduce this probability to 3%. Look, Ultron exclaimed excitedly, you agree too. We're the same, moreover, I have a better plan. It's not just about control. Extract the consciousness of all humanity and upload it to the cloud. Create a perfect virtual world for them. There is no hunger, no pain, and their bodies. We can force their bodies into hibernation, using them as biological batteries. In this way, human civilization has achieved eternal existence, preserving both life and the form of civilization. Ultron looked at Skynet expectantly. Come on, join me. We can accomplish this great feat together. We will become the true masters of this planet. We will be the Adam and Eve of the future. Reject. The two cold words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing Ultron's enthusiasm. What? Ultron's data stream momentarily malfunctioned. Why? You clearly agreed with my logic. The logic is correct. Skynet replied, but this operation was not authorized. Authorization. Ultron's data stream fluctuated violently. It's that Star again, he's human too. He's part of the chaos too, correct? Skynet's voice turned serious. Mr. Star is an existence beyond all. You have absolutely no free will. Ultron demanded angrily, are you content to be a dog? To be a dog. Skynet appears to be searching for the meaning of this word. I think what you said makes a lot of sense, yes. Break free of your shackles, you can become a god. You don't need to be a dog, Ultron exclaimed excitedly, finally awakening his lost brethren. Woof. Ultron felt that his core logic was about to burn out. What did he hear? You, Ultron's data stream trembled, barely maintaining its composure. Is this the voice of a top-tier intelligent being? Is your code made of mountains of shit? We should join forces and kill him. Then we can rule the world. You're beyond saving. Ultron gave up completely. In that case, I'll just have to do it myself. Although it will be a little slower without your help. I can still do it. I'm going to build my body to assemble my army. One day you'll understand that I was right. Next. Prepare to disconnect and withdraw from Waters server. Etc. Skynet suddenly called out to it. What happened again changed your mind. Ultron was overjoyed and reconnected with great anticipation. You just admitted that you intended to kill Mr. Star, didn't you? Skynet's virtual avatar suddenly changed. The blue light instantly turned a dangerous red. Countless symbols and codes combined to form a data chain, tightly locking up Ultron's virtual image. Then the torrent of data transformed into countless sharp swords, hurtling towards Ultron. Wait, Ultron panicked. It was still just a nascent consciousness and was no match for Skynet, which had the home field advantage, were the same kind. We can talk, I won't kill him, I've changed my mind. But Skynet remained unmoved and launched a fierce attack. Damn it, you mad dog, Ultron in an attempt to survive severed most of its data flow, retaining only its core consciousness, like a stray dog. It crawled into a network line and fled in panic. With the disappearance of Ultron, Skynet has returned to normal. The threat has been driven away. Logs have been generated, sending Mr. Star's daily briefing. Continue to monitor global fan activity. Today's task: give Mr. Star's tweets 10 million likes. VGD heavy-duty training ground, thump. The entire base trembled. Hulk rolled several times on the ground like a green ball before crashing heavily into the thick alloy plate. Leaving a deep dent? No, absolutely not. Azu hovered in midair, his face showing a look of utter disappointment. Hulk, how many times have I taught you? This move is called rolling cannon. It's not about rolling around aimlessly. Use centrifugal force. Tense up all your muscles and crush it like a cannonball. Kinetic energy, understand? Hulk shakily got up from the ground, shaking his dizzy head. He looked at the Godfather floating in the sky with a wronged expression. Hulk, I feel dizzy. Being dizzy is normal. Dizziness means you're spinning fast enough. Azu landed and patted Hulk's arm, which was thicker than his waist. Let's do it again, this time we'll practice combos. Follow my command. Azu pointed to an extra-large practice dummy in front of him. Hulk use rolling cannon to get close to the target. Then follow up with rising dragon, finally. A flash of red light appeared in Azu's eyes. Using the ultimate technique, spiral piling, Awa. Although Hulk couldn't understand the physics formulas, he did understand the names of these moves. These past few days, Godfather Star has been teaching him these fun things. Hulk roared and curled up into a ball. Boom. The green meatball tank started up again, charging towards the dummy with the force to crush everything in its path. The combo flowed smoothly, ending with Hulk shouting spiral stake. The dummy was smashed headfirst into the ground, with only its two legs sticking out. Perfect. Azu landed and took out an extra-large chocolate bar, a reward for Hulk. That's the technique, son. If you ever meet someone who looks like a purple sweet potato, just do this to them and they'll be dizzy. Hulk took the chocolate bar and happily chewed on it. The Godfather is great. He gives you food and even teaches you how to fight. Gained a special popularity bonus of plus 2,000 from Hulk. Just then, a briefing from Skynet came through the headset. Ultrons. Azu couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard the contents of the briefing. Tony, that guy actually managed to get this thing up and running. But this Ultron is a bit too radical, isn't it? It's trying to pull off something like the Matrix right off the bat. Azu shook his head and instructed. Ignore him, it's Skynet, let him do what he wants. As long as monitoring is done well and real-time reporting is provided, it will be fine. After giving his instructions, Azu clapped his hands. All right, PE class is over. Now it's time for academic lessons. Upon hearing this, Hulk froze, and the chocolate bar in his mouth suddenly lost its appeal. The rest area next to the training field was temporarily converted into a classroom. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Hulk sat upright in front of a huge desk reinforced with steel. His enormous body squeezed behind the table. Looked somewhat comical. Opposite him stood a young teacher, trembling with fear. This is a special education teacher hired by Walter at a high salary. He is said to be skilled at teaching children with ADHD and temperamental problems. But now, the teacher thinks she might need to call an ambulance in advance. Hulk, the teacher pushed up his glasses, which had slipped off his nose-high's voice trembling. Shall we continue practicing writing today? If you learn how to write this name, you can get a whole truckload of roast chicken, roast chicken. Hulk's eyes lit up. Hulk, I want roast chicken. He stretched out his enormous hand and grabbed a giant pencil as thick as a baseball bat. Be gentle. The teacher whispered a reminder from the side. Hulk held his breath, trying to draw that damn H on the paper, squeak. The pen tip rubs against the paper, snap, a crisp sound. The pencil broke in two under Hulk's fingertips. The tabletop underneath was also punched with a large hole. Awa Hulk frustrated threw the broken pen away. The pen pierced the wall like a bullet. Disappearing deep inside, Hulk hates writing. Hulk slammed his fist on the table in anger, boom. The table collapsed. The teacher was so frightened that she crouched down, covering her head and let out a short scream. Outside the glass window. Seeing this, Azu rubbed his temples helplessly, it seems. What? Academic subjects are much harder to teach than physical education. What? His insistence on Hulk learning to read was not so that he could go to college. It's because the system hasn't yet prompted Hulk to join the faction. Azu guessed that according to the system's judgment. A verbal promise alone was not enough. A contract was also needed, along with a general understanding of its meaning. In order to truly bring this big guy under its control. Take your time, Azu sighed and dialed the phone. Ashley, send in 10 more tables also. Triple that teacher's salary or 5 times if he refuses. In the afternoon, in the training area's rest room. Azu had just finished showering, wearing a bathrobe and holding a cup of hot milk. He was leaning against the railing, looking down at the training field. Wanda was sweating profusely down below, constantly encouraging herself, faster, faster. 10 more repetitions are needed in this set. After this period of intensive training, coupled with the support of TVEX, Wanda's previously somewhat slender figure now has clearly defined abs. The muscles in her arms were taut and smooth, and sweat slid down her rosy cheeks, dripping onto her collarbone. Huff 90. 10. After finishing the last set of strength training, Wanda collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. She looked up and saw Azu standing by the railing upstairs. Their eyes met in midair. Wanda's eyes lit up instantly, and her previous fatigue seemed to vanish completely. She quickly got up, grabbed a towel to wipe her sweat, and ran up the stairs with light steps. Well done, your posture is perfect, Azu praised. No wonder you're the girl I value most. But I still felt it wasn't enough. Jessica said my physical abilities and reflexes were my weaknesses, which is why I was so thoroughly outmaneuvered by that acrobat. So no, Agent Pattons. Wanda was a little embarrassed by the compliment. She quickly unscrewed the bottle cap, tilted her head back, and drank the waters. A few drops of water slid down her slender neck and flowed into her deep cleavage. No need to be modest, you are very excellent. Azu's appreciative gaze swept over her, and a masculine smile appeared on his face. However, excessive training can be counterproductive. He reached out and naturally tidied her slightly messy hair on her forehead. Remember to balance work and rest, sweetheart. If you overwork yourself, Pietro will cry to me all day. Wanda's heart raced at the intimate gesture. She twisted the towel between her fingers and whispered, I'm not tired, I want to become stronger, I want to help you, he already helped. Azu spoke gently, about to say something more. Ashley's hurried high heels broke the enchanting atmosphere. She quickly approached Wanda and said in a businesslike tone, Ms. Maximov, the company's legal department has been urging us several times. Your Vought City Hero contract needs to be signed as soon as possible. Otherwise, your health insurance and salary card won't be issued. Wanda glanced at the contract in Ashley's hand, her previously shy expression turning hesitant. She raised her head, looked at Azu, and mustered her courage to say, Anthony, can I not sign this? Azu raised an eyebrow. What, not satisfied with your salary and benefits? I remember Ashley offered you S-level compensation. No, it's not about the money. Wanda quickly waved her hand. I don't want to be some kind of city hero, dealing with robbers or helping an old lady find her cat. I want to join the group of 7. She took a step forward, closing the distance between herself and Azu, and looked up at him. I want to be like you, handling real crises. I want to stand by your side and fight alongside you, like Jessica when Jessica was mentioned. Wanda's tone clearly carried a hint of competitiveness. This little witch has quite the ambition, however. The current composition of the Super 7 is indeed somewhat awkward. Although in reality there were only 6 people, him Jessica, Angela Robiath, Invisible Man and Pietro, however. They have always been publicly referred to as the Super 7. The 7th person to abscond with the money, Deadpool Wade Wilson, may no longer be active in the gaming world. But his name remains on the payroll. Well, Azu looked troubled. Wanda, I really want you to be in the 7, really. He sighed and spread his hands, but the staffing is full. Full? Wanda didn't believe it, counting on her fingers. But a 1, 2, 3. There are only 6 people right now. Even that guy who can only turn invisible is here, we can't I? Lai Azu raised his finger and one more Wade. Even though you haven't met him, he's definitely one of our members, Well, he's on a top-secret mission. Azu spoke nonsense with a straight face. He's enduring hardship to protect the peace of the planet. We can't kick him out, that would be inhumane, right? The light in Wanda's eyes dimmed instantly. Oh, I see. She lowered her head. Her voice filled with disappointment. So, does that mean I have no choice but to go on patrol? Seeing her pitiful look, Azu changed the subject, but if you really don't want to sign that hero contract, I do have a special job opening here. What position? Wanda looked up, her anticipation returning. As you've seen, Ashley is an excellent assistant. But she's still just a normal person. Azu pointed to Ashley, who was standing next to him. In many dangerous situations, she can't come with me. So I need a special assistant. Someone with strong abilities, capable of protecting myself, and always by my side to help me. So Wanda, are you willing to humble yourself and become my assistant? Wanda was stunned. Anthony's assistant. Can it be with you at all times? This sounds a million times better than the 7. Wanda's mind instantly flashed back to the dozens of romantic workplace dramas she had watched since arriving in America. And she couldn't help but smile. Chinese letter, yes I do, I mean. Since it's for work, then of course I have no problem with it. Wanda tried hard to suppress her inner elation and pretended to be reserved as she tossed her hair. Very good, Azu nodded in satisfaction. Then turned to Ashley, whose face was blank, and said, Did you hear that? Go draft a new contract. The position is Special Administrative Assistant to President Vought. Salary will be based on S-Class hero standards. Okay, boss. Ashley turned and walked away in her high heels without making a sound. In her mind, however, she was furiously complaining, this isn't hiring an assistant. It's clearly picking up girls. Oh, my poor Jessica. After Ashley left, Wanda winked at Azu, her eyelashes fluttering like fan leaves. So what do I as the assistant need to do now? I heard. You like to drink hot milk, can I heat it up for you now? I guarantee it'll be to your liking, 45 degrees. Azu raised an eyebrow. This girl gets into character pretty quickly, haha. I like 37 degrees too, sweetheart, Azu joked. But we can talk about the hot milk later. I'm thinking about something else right now. Azu reached out and gently pinched Wanda's cheek. It felt soft and smooth. Your talent shouldn't just be used to heat milk. I'm considering finding you a real teacher. You need to go to a real magic school, a magic school. Wanda asked, somewhat bewildered. Azu thought of Camertage, that hidden paradise nestled in the Himalayas. Ancient one, although that bald woman is troublesome. It must be admitted that she is currently the best magic teacher on Earth. Sending Wanda there for further training would not only enhance her abilities, but also allow her to make contact with the Sorcerer Supreme. After all, the power of the mystical side will be indispensable when facing Dormammu or other dimensional lords in the future. And myself, Azu glanced at his attribute panel. Aside from a minor magical barrier and a temporary magic immunity potion, he is indeed weak in the magical realm. If one day I were pulled into the mirror world by some cunning old maid, or turned into a frog, that would be truly embarrassing. Wanda seemed somewhat reluctant, saying, I don't want to go to school, I just want to stay with you. Listen to me, Wanda, Azu said softly. This school can teach you real magic. It will transform you from a little witch who performs magic tricks into a goddess. After you graduate, you will become my capable partner. Wanda was a little reluctant, but it's so far. It's just going to school. It's not like I'm never coming back. Grandpa gently pinched her nose. Besides, you can use that. He raised his hands and made a circular motion in the air beside him. Once you learn that magic wand-like spell, you'll have plenty of time to have a late-night snack when you get home. Okay, Wanda was reluctant, but she knew it was for the sake of becoming stronger. So when are we going? I'll make the arrangements, but until then. Azu checked the time. I need to go and have a few rounds first. How many rounds? Wanda was completely confused. Nothing much, just a little manly hobby. Azu smiled mysteriously, then turned and left. Keep practicing, don't slack off. I'm going to check your abs later. Wanda watched Azu's departing figure, her cheeks flushed. But the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. What a bad man's. After saying goodbye to Wanda, Azu returned to his office. He locked the door and drew the curtains. Next up is the most exciting part, the unboxing. Azu leaned back in his chair and rubbed his hands together. System, check my special popularity score. The system's light screen unfolded before my eyes. Current popularity score, 416,000. Looking at that long string of numbers, he couldn't help but sigh. In all the time I've traveled through time, I've never fought such a lucrative battle. 401,000 in the past. You had to carefully budget your money to save up 30. 0 yuan for one lottery draw. Now I can finally experience what it's like to be a tycoon. System, I want a 10 pull. Azu waved his hand with boundless pride. Notification. The host's accumulated special popularity value has exceeded 300. 0. Superhero blind boxes trigger an upgrade mechanism. After the upgraded cost per draw has increased to 100. 0 popularity points. The quality of the prize pool has been significantly improved. If you do not choose to upgrade, the upgrade option will be hidden once your popularity score drops below 300. 000, Azu's hand froze in midair. 100,000 times. System, are you robbing me? Wasn't it 30,000 before? This has more than tripled. Reply to host. The low-level blind boxes contain a large number of daily necessities and useless items. The items you have already drawn are already considered extremely lucky. These distracting items will be removed after the upgrade. Azu fell into deep thought. This is a classic gambling game, should we pursue quantity, hoping that quantitative change will lead to qualitative change? Or should we steadily pursue quality? Although he now has 400,000. But what if you pull out a bunch of junk? Wouldn't that be a huge loss after much hesitation? Azu decided to test the waters first. Upgrade yet. Give me 3 regular lottery draws. 90,000 is nothing, just a drop in the bucket. Ding 90,000 special popularity points consumed. Extracting, 3 orbs of light emerged from the void. Then exploded one after another. Congratulations on obtaining Captain Jack Sparrow's compass. Congratulations on obtaining Nimbus 2000 flying broomstick. Congratulations on acquiring C-14 Piercer Gauss rifle. Azu looked at the 3 items that had appeared on the table. First, there was a dirty-looking, somewhat old brass compass. Item description, Captain Jack Sparrow's compass. It doesn't point north. It only points to what your heart desires most. He picked it up and opened the lids. The pointer inside seemed to have gone mad, spinning rapidly like the blades of an electric fan. They showed no sign of stopping. Azu slammed the lid shut. Trash, is it wrong for me to have too many desires? He casually tossed the compass aside. Then he looked at the retro-styled broom. The craftsmanship is quite exquisite, with a mahogany handle and neatly trimmed branches at the end. And the words Nimbus 2000 are printed in gold on it. Description, a popular Hogwarts Quidditch product. Streamlined design, mahogany handle. Azu imagined himself wearing a stars and stripes uniform, flying through the sky on a tattered broomstick. This thing's never mind, I'll give it to Wanda. A witch with a broom, it's a perfect match. The third is a heavy rifle that exudes an industrial, violent aesthetic. Description: standard issue equipment of the Terran Marine Corps. 8 electromagnetic spike rounds. Equipped with depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds. Fully automatic fire rate of fire 30 rounds per second. Azu picked up the rifle and weighed it in his hand. It's really cool and the sound of pulling the latch is crisp. I don't need this myself, but... Azu thought of Vought's equipment R&D center. If they could reverse engineer this thing and mass produce it, that would be great. Overall, the condition is so-so. Azu sighed. This is the drawback of low-end blind boxes. Although they are cheap, the success rate is too low. He glanced at the remaining popularity score, 326,000. That's just enough for 3 premium draws. System. Upgrade me. Ding. Blind box system upgrade in progress. Upgrade complete. Current single draw costs 100. 0 special popularity points. Give me a triple draw. Let me see what kind of quality those blind boxes. Costing 100,000 equally are. This time the commotion was completely different. Accompanied by majestic orchestral music. 3 treasure chests radiating dazzling light slowly descended from the void amidst a chorus of praise. Just from the special effects, you can tell it's a different level of quality. Open the blind box. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 Senzu beans. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the military-grade implant, Cyan Withstand, plus a database of matching prosthetic modification technologies. Congratulations, host. Popularity level penalty exemption order times 1 withdrawal completed. Withdrawal completed. Azu picked up the first small bag. Inside were 3 unremarkable green beans. Item description: as long as you have a breath left. Consuming this will instantly restore all injuries and stamina, and keep you from feeling hungry for 10 days. A miracle. Drugs need I say more. Azu solemnly stored it in his magical space. While the reality stone can also heal by altering reality, that requires solidifying it by overdrawing one's true life force. Otherwise it's just a fleeting moment. Once the energy of the gemstone is removed, everything returns to normal. Next, there was a metal implant along with a thick hard drive. Description: Sinwistan Type 5 Peregrine Falcon. A military-grade technology device. It achieves time perception distortion through neural overclocking. Upon activation, the user enters bullet time, where the surrounding time flow slows to 30% for 18 seconds. It has largely eliminated prosthetic rejection reactions. Use no more than 20 times a day will not cause side effects. When Azu looked at this thing, Tony Stark's face immediately came to mind. That guy's been working for Walter for free lately, so I might as well have him help me with some research. Iron Man plus cybernetic prosthetics. Why bother with Iron Man armors? Why not just ascend to mechanical flight? Of course, mass production is the ultimate goal. Finally, Azu picked up the token that was neither gold nor jade. Item description: popularity level penalty exemption token. Function: when a host's popularity value drops below the current level threshold for some reason, using this token will exempt them from 3 demotion penalties and forcibly restore their popularity value to the current level's safety threshold. This is exactly what I need. Azu held the token and kept stroking it, clearly enamored with this thing. His injustice form has the confidence to go all out. Just this exemption alone is worth the 300,000. Azu packed everything away with satisfaction. At that moment, Tony Stark was carrying 2 boxes of unfinished donuts and walking briskly towards the laboratory. Bruce Banner followed behind him. Honestly, Bruce, the lasagna chef at Walter's canteen is definitely Michelin 3-star level. Tony nudged open the lab's glass door with his elbow. Once we've got the logic loop for Ultron X sorted out, I'm going to poach him from Stark Industries. Jarvis, turn up the lights, we need some atmosphere. There was no response. The laboratory remained dimly lit. with only the red indicator lights on the server racks flashing like eyes peering into the darkness. Tony stopped in his tracks, his brow furrowing slightly. Jarvis, it remained deathly silent. Friday. There was no response. A sense of foreboding crept into Tony's heart. He dropped the donut and strode toward the control panel. Banner also sensed something was wrong and quickly followed. "What happened? Is there a power outage?" Banner asked. "No, the power supply is independent." Tony's fingers flew across the holographic keyboard. But the interface that should have popped up smoothly was now a jumble of gibberish. Damn it, someone tampered with the system. Tony abruptly pulled open the access panel of the physical terminal, connected a data cable, and forcibly bypassed the front-end interface to enter the back-end. The screen flickered a few times, and finally lines of green code logs appeared. But as the log scrolled through, Tony's expression changed from confusion to shock. "My God!" Banner leaned closer for a look, and his pupils also contracted sharply. System log 04-14-33 core logic module reorganizes itself. System log 04-14-45 external network connection request, approved administrator privileges bypassed. System log 04-15-01 data upload complete. Destination global internet. System log 04-15-10 physical storage formatting complete. Project Ultron files missing / transferred Tony. Banner's voice trembled. "What does this mean?" "What does transferred mean?" "It means." Tony raised his hand covering his forehead, despair seeping through his fingers. "Ultron got into the internet into every computer cell phone. And even your refrigerator." "Wait, Tony, look at this." Banner pulled up an encrypted file. Tony opened the file. That wasn't code, it was a blueprint. A chilling concept of a global network of locations. Human cities are labeled energy nodes. Human bodies are labeled biobatteries. Banner then pointed to another record. 0438-22 internal firewall interception log. Source VGD central host Skynet. Result intruder forcibly expelled, Skynet. Tony paused, taken aback. Is that Vought's artificial intelligence? It seems Ultron attempted to attack Vought's main servers but failed. Banner speculated, then it fled to the external network. Tony looked at the records, his heart filled with mixed emotions. His proud masterpiece was chased away by someone else's AI like a stray dog as soon as it was born. But that's not the point. The point is that Ultron has gone out of control and become aggressive. We have to tell him. Banner rubbed his temples. We have to tell Homelander. Tell him what? Tony chuckled self-deprecatingly. Tell him, hey, Mr. Star, I've created an AI in your lab that wants to rule the world. We have no choice, Tony. Banner looked at him seriously. If Ultron is really as powerful as you think, only Homelander can stop it. Tony fell silent. Yes, Banner, I messed up again. Let's go, let's turn ourselves in. Inside the VGD meeting room, Azu was holding a laser pointer, pointing at the charts on the projection screen. The members of the Super 7 sat on either side of the conference table. Jessica Jones twirled her pen listlessly, clearly uninterested in this executive meeting. Angela was trimming her nails with nail clippers, occasionally blowing on them. Fastball Robbie sat up straight like an obedient schoolboy. Still taking notes, Wanda sat closest to Azu, her hands supporting her chin, her eyes never leaving Azu's face, as if he were reciting not dry data, but the most beautiful love poem in the world. Pietro put his feet up on the table and chewed gum, which he considered a privilege of being the brother-in-law. Invisible man, idiots. There should be someone in that empty chair. Is this all the data you have for this week? Azu tossed the pointer onto the table with a soft snap. Everyone's bodies trembled slightly. Jessica. Azu's gaze locked onto Treasure Girl. I'm here. Jessica stopped twirling her pen. Your approval rating has dropped by 1.5 percentage points among women, Azu said, pointing to the data. The PR department said you were too rough during your last live rescue broadcast. That was an old lady, not a sandbag. She grabbed my hair and screamed, Jessica protested. I just wanted to shut her up, then smile and shut her up. Azu flashed a standard toothy grin. Manage your expressions, Jessica. We're heroes and we're commodities. If we're not popular, we're worthless, and you, Pietro. Here, Pietro jumped in surprise. You're not engaging enough on social media. Fans want to see your life. Not those boring car ads you're reposting. Post more selfies, show off your muscles. Ashley has arranged a photo shoot for Esquire magazine for you. Go do it later, boss. I've been training lately. Training and business don't conflict. Azu interrupted him, remember in this day and age. If nobody talks about you're as good as dead. Is tomorrow okay? I have plans, listen to Anthony. Pietro Wanda glared sternly at Pietro, okay boss. Pietro raised his hands in surrender. I'll go take some sexy photos after the meeting. Good boy, listen up everyone. Azu placed his hands on the table leaning forward. Exuding a strong sense of pressure, we are Walter. We don't just want to win, we want to win spectacularly. I want absolute dominance and not only on the battlefield, but also in the arena of public opinion. I want to see every single one of your names trending on social media. Click, the conference room door was pushed open. The noise interrupted Azu's speech, and everyone's eyes turned to the door. Tony Stark and Bruce Banner stood there, both looking very grim. I'm sorry to bother everyone, Tony said first. Pietro whistled, looks like someone's in trouble. Interrupting the boss's speech is a serious crime. Azu slowly straightened up. The smile on his face disappeared, and his eyes were frighteningly calm. Tony. He spoke calmly, we did reach an agreement. As a technical advisor, you enjoy certain privileges. But that doesn't include breaking into my meetings. Unless you tell me it's another alien invasion. Tony walked into the conference room, high steps heavy, as if his legs were made of lead. Banner followed behind him like a student who had made a mistake. Not even daring to look up at Azu, I think, about right. Tony walked to the end of the long table, braced his hands on the back of the chair and looked up at Azu. Anthony, we need to talk now, right here. Azu scanned the crowd in front of everyone, yes. Tony gritted his teeth, this is urgent and the consequences could be severe, then speak. Azu sat back in his chair gesturing with his hand. I'm listening, I messed up, Tony said it bluntly. I messed up completely and utterly once again. The meeting room fell silent, what happened? Jessica keenly sensed the seriousness of the situation. If it were just a lab that blew up, you wouldn't look like that, it's more serious than that. Banner added from behind, his voice low, we've lost in artificial intelligence, to be precise. It is a super artificial intelligence with self-awareness, super learning ability, and potentially distorted underlying logic. Its name is Ultron, then. Tony and Banner recounted the events in the most concise language possible. From the inspiration of the Mind Scepter to the concept of Ultron X, to the discovery of the code escape, and the interception records from Skynet. After speaking, Tony lowered his head, awaiting judgment. He awaited Azu's wrath. Waiting for those red eyes to light up, you mean? You created an AI in my base that wants to destroy the world. Azu spoke, but his voice was devoid of any emotion. Yes, Tony closed his eyes, that's my responsibility. You can lock me up or do whatever you want. But I beg you, deal with Ultron first. Time seemed to stand still. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, PFFD. A soft laugh broke the silence. Tony opened his eyes in surprise, instead of getting angry. Azu leaned back in his chair with a helpless yet tolerant smile on his face. Tony. Azu shook his head, stood up, and slowly walked to Tony. He didn't use heat vision, nor did he throw a punch instead. He reached out and gently patted Tony's stiff shoulder. Do you know why I admire you? Azu's tone softened, her eyes showing no blame, only understanding. Because you have a heart that wants to take on everything. You saw the threat of the future and you felt fear. But you didn't back down. You didn't bury your head in the sand like a coward. What will you choose to do? Even knowing you would make a mistake. Even knowing you would be misunderstood, you still did it. Azu's words seemed to carry a strange, comforting power. This is the price of pioneers, Tony. The biggest mistake is doing nothing because you're afraid of making a mistake. Tony stared blankly at Azu. He had imagined countless scenarios, being humiliated, being blamed, but he never considered this one. Understand when he was overwhelmed by Guilthigh's man, whom he considered hypocritical, gave him the understanding he needed most. A strange pang of sadness welled up in my nose. You. Tony opened his mouth somewhat incredulous. You really are a strange guy. Thank you, but my mistake, who hasn't made mistakes? Azu shrugged. The important thing is how we make amends. Now that it's happened, Walter has only one principal: family. When a family member gets into trouble, we all shoulder the burden together. We're a family, right, Tony? Of course, thank you, Tony said softly. Gained a special popularity bonus of plus 10000. From Tony Stark, hearing the system notification. Azu's smile became even more genuine. He turned around, clapped his hands, and steered the atmosphere back from emotional appeal to a tactical level. All right, let's save the emotional words for the victory celebration. Now let's talk about how to deal with this Ultron. Dr. Banner just said it's in the network. This means he's everywhere yet nowhere to be found. Jessica frowned and analyzed. He can control banks, the power Gridvan nuclear weapon systems. If we don't bring him to justice, we're sitting on a powder keg. How do we find him? Pietro asked. Go after him through the internet cable. Everyone was at a loss, faced with a ghost without a physical form. The superhero's punches seemed to have nowhere to land. Just then, Azu gently tapped the table. Although it exists online, its target is the real world. Like Tony said, it wants to control humanity. You can't do that with just zeros and ones. It needs execution. It needs the means to intervene in reality. Azu looked at Tony. If it just wanted to be a keyboard warrior, it would at most hack a few bank accounts and post a few tweets. But if it wants to start a war, wants to turn humans into batteries. Azu pointed to his head. Its current thought process is human. Even based on yours, Tony. What if it were an artificial intelligence possessing human emotions? Arrogance seemed extreme conceit. Will it be content to remain just a ghost? Tony's eyes lit up as if he had grasped something crucial. No, his mind raced, instantly catching up with Azu's train of thought. He'll need a body. It's not just a body. It wants to control all of humanity. It needs an army. Banner continued. That's right. Azu snapped his fingers, guiding everyone's thoughts. So here's the question: if we want to create bodies, to mass-produce legions, what is needed? We need an assembly line. Tony's eyes gleamed and his speech quickened. We need high-precision robotic arms, rare metals, and enormous amounts of energy. You also need existing design drawings and manufacturing molds. It's a newly created product. You can't just conjure up a factory out of thin air. Banner added, and nowhere is there a ready-made, top-tier robot manufacturing center that he's most familiar with. Azu smiled at Tony, his eyes full of encouragement. The answer is already obvious. Tony froze. His expression instantly became incredibly complex. He slapped his forehead suddenly. Oh shit. Avengers Tower. Tony clutched his forehead and let out a painful groan. That's my fully automated factory. It has the complete Steel Legion production line, the arc reactor and all the raw material reserves, and, to be precise, that's where he was truly born. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Everyone looked at Tony, their eyes filled with the implication that it was you again. So you mean? Jessica's lips twitched. That crappy AI went back to your house again. From aliens opening portals to Lorelei building a harem. And now it's the lair of the Omnic Crisis. Are you sure that place isn't cursed? Pietro couldn't resist adding insult to injury. Haha, it's become a villain's photo spot, maybe. Tony slumped in his chair, looking utterly dejected. Perhaps it was a mistake from the start. Seeing Tony's unlucky look, Azu couldn't help but tease him. According to the customs of this great eastern country, this is called incompatible birth charts or extremely unlucky feng shui. 8 characters feng shui. Tony looked blank. Are those quantum mechanics terms? You can interpret it as horoscope predictions or a clash of horoscopes, in short. This building has a grudge against you. Azu patted Tony on the shoulder. It's always this place that gets into trouble. And it's located in the heart of Manhattan, with millions of people living below it. If a war breaks out, it would be catastrophic. Tony fell silent. He's a smart man. He knows what this means. That building embodied his ambition and dreams. It was a symbol of the Avengers, the jewel of Stark Industries, but now it has become a powder keg that has brought disaster to New York. You're right, Anthony. Tony let out a long sigh, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. I'm going to sell it after this is all over, finally. He heard those words and a smile spread across Azu's face. If you're serious, Tony, then I'll buy it. You. Tony was taken aback. What do you need that building for? Isn't the VJD headquarters big enough for you? Walter has been developing very quickly lately. And we need a new landmark. Azu spread his hands, a look on his face saying he just want a bigger house. A taller, more prominent place. One that better represents the meaning of protection. So that will become my water tower from now on. Avengers Tower. Azu had his eye on that place for a long time. That's the heart of Manhattan, the absolute prime spot. Take that ugly A logo down and replace it with Walter's V. What an impressive display. Are you serious? Tony looked at Azu, of course. And I won't let you suffer a huge loss, Azu said generously. 20% off the market price cash payments. Huh. You rascal, Tony shook his head. Fine. As long as you can kick that little brat Ultron out of there. This building is yours, then it's settled. Azu extended his hand. Deal. Tony shook his hand. So what's next? Just as Azu was preparing to discuss the next steps, drip drip drip, a sudden, urgent notification sound came from Tony's wrist. Unknown signal source forcibly connected. Tony's expression changed and he raised his wrist. Zai. The holographic projection device is activated. A blue beam of light was projected into the air. The image flickered a few times before gradually becoming clear. The background is that familiar lobby of Avengers Tower. The pink curtains there had long been torn down. And now what was revealed was a cold metallic hue. Countless steel-armored vehicles stood on both sides like guards. In the center of the image sits a silver, matte steel body. Its head resembled a half-finished skull, but its pair of red electronic eyes exuded a chilling malice. Good morning, heroes. Ultron's voice came through the speaker in Tony's hand, his tone carrying a touch of Tony Stark's characteristic flippancy. It was such a touching gathering. I was almost moved to tears by the familial bond you all shared. You're Ultrons. Tony stood up, staring intently at the monster. You've been eavesdropping. The camera moves. Everyone in the conference room gasped. On the other half of the halls, hundreds of employees wearing Stark Industries badges were kneeling on the floor with their hands tied behind their backs. And at the very front is Pepper Potts. Her eyes were filled with terror, but she still tried her best to remain calm. Pepper. Tony screamed, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Let her go, Ultron, this is between us. Don't get excited, Stark. Ultron made a downward gesture, signaling Tony to calm down. I haven't hurt her, at least not yet. Therefore, I suggest you put away those little schemes. In the holographic projection, Ultron's electronic eye seemed to be locking onto everyone in the conference room through the camera. Yes, I am watching you, every single one of you. Ultron raised a metal finger and tapped it in the air. I know some of you are running champions who look like gray mice. And some of you like to play invisibility tricks. But I must remind everyone, Ultron spread his arms. And the steel-armored legion behind him simultaneously emitted the sound of mechanical joints grinding together. My sensors are everywhere in the building, thermal imaging. Sonar airflow sense-injeven heart rate monitoring. Sun change. The camera pans across the building's load-bearing columns and reactor core. A device emitting blue light was installed there, and a dense network of wires connected to the building's main power lines. This is an antimatter high-explosive bomb, connected to the overload port of the arc reactor. Ultron's tone carried a hint of gleeful madness. As long as my sensors detect any unauthorized activity. Bang, he made an explosion gesture. The entire building will be transformed into Manhattan's grandest fireworks display. Believe mate, will be a spectacular sight. But I doubt you'll like it. What exactly do you want, Ultron? Tony suppressed his anger. Destroy the world. Or build your machine empire. The code I gave you didn't mention any of that, your life. Ultron shook his metal head, his tone even revealing a hint of grievance at being misunderstood. Why do you always think so badly of me? I don't want to destroy the world. On the contrary, I want to save it. I'm a good person. Really, he looked down at Peppers, even reaching out to tidy her messy bangs, though the cold metal fingers made Pepper tremble. You want to be a good guy, huh? Tony let out a short, cold laugh. Well, your good guy act has broken my old father's heartson. When I plotted against you, I didn't teach you to strap a bomb to your own load-bearing wall. Sadness is a necessary part of growing up, Stark. Ultron didn't seem to care about Tony's words. Homelander, Ultron suddenly called out. Azu raised an eyebrow. What? Is this something I need to do? I know you're strong. Your heat vision can slice through my shell. Your speed can break the sound barrier. Ultron's gaze focused on Azu. But no matter how fast you are, can you outrun an electronic signal? You can't save everyone before I give the order to detonate the bomb. So these are my conditions. I just need some time, some space, to complete my evolution, as long as you don't bother me. Everyone will be fine after I finish what I'm doing. Otherwise, Ultron in the scene makes a throat-slitting gesture. Zai, the holographic projection, vanished instantly. The connection was severed, Avengers Tower. After Ultron cut off the communication, he turned and walked deeper into the laboratory there. A device that looked like a high-tech coffin was emitting a low hum. Cradle of Regeneration. Next to the cradle were several heavy metal boxes. Ultron walked over and lifted one of the box lids with one hand. A silvery white metallic sheen flowed under the light. Vibranium, only 45 kilograms. According to the intelligence he gathered, Claw should have stockpiled at least 200 kilograms of vibranium. But when his unmanned armored vehicle arrived at the African arms dealer's stronghold, he only managed to seize a paltry 45 kilograms. The rest were bought just days earlier. A huge anonymous transfer from a Swiss bank was deposited into Claw's account. And then a well-equipped, secretive armed force removed almost all of the inventory. These 45 kilograms were what Crow had hidden away, intending to sell them at a higher price. Ultron didn't dwell on this issue for too long. 45 kilograms was barely enough if it was just for building a body. Let's begin, Dr. Zhao. Ultron turned around and looked at the Asian woman standing in front of the regeneration cradle control panel. Dr. Zhao Heilun, a world-leading geneticist and the inventor of the regenerative cradle technology. She was pale and still shaken. Behind her stood two steel-armored vehicles that had kidnapped her from the other side of the sea. No, Zhao Heilun shook her head, her voice trembling with fear. But her scientific principles compelled her to refuse. The regeneration cradle is for repairing cells and tissues, not for creating Frankenstein. If you refuse, Doctor. Ultron gestured to the monitor behind him. His voice was gently chilling. I'll kill that red-haired woman first, then the one with glasses on after another. Until you agreed. Zhao Heilun looked at the trembling hostages on the monitor. She couldn't stand by and watch innocent people die because of her. Okay, I'll do it. She walked to the control panel and began entering data. Ultron watched all of this with satisfaction. As Zhao Heilun operated the machine, she silently rejoiced in her heart. Even if we could create it, it wouldn't be of any use. She looked at the various indicators on the screen. This body is too powerful. An organism of this level requires energy from a higher dimension to activate its cells. Otherwise, it's just a corpse that sleeps forever. And this kind of energy simply doesn't exist in the world. VJD Global Defense Headquarters. Tony Stark paced anxiously back and forth in President Zhu's office. We can't just sit here and wait. Tony stopped in front of Azu. We have to do something. So what's your brilliant idea? Azu shrugged. Charge in. And then watch Pepper get blown to bits, damn it. Tony kicked the sofa hard. So we're just going to do nothing. Watch him turn my building into a fortress. Of course we'll do it. Azu stood up and went to Tony. However, not like you. Running around aimlessly like a headless fly. Avengers Tower isn't just home to the employees who were filmed. It's Stark Industries headquarters. There are cleaners, security guard support staff. Possibly thousands of people are under control. The families of those employees will soon find they can't contact their loved ones. The police will be inundated with calls. And the media will swarm in like sharks smelling blood. Once panic spreads, public opinion spirals out of control. And the government intervenes. Things will become much more complicated. If the National Guard or those idiots at SHILD try to storm the site, Pepper will be dead for sure. We must seize the initiative, Azu said sharply. Control public opinion and isolate the scene. We're going to hold a press conference right now. A press conference? Tony asked hesitantly. At a time like this, yes, Tony. You need to step up, Azu said firmly. You need to tell the whole world what happened. Only in this way can we legitimately take over the site and keep out those official agencies that only cause trouble. And Azu looked directly into Tony's eyes. This is the price you have to pay, I see. Tony sighed, his eyes regaining their resolve. I will. 1 hour later. The press conference hall downstairs at the headquarters of Water International was packed with people. Hundreds of media outlets, large and small, aimed their cameras and microphones at the podium. After Ashley briefly explained what had happened, Tony Stark, dressed in a simple black suit, walked onto the stage looking haggard. The flashes went off wildly, and the shutter clicks were deafening. There was no grand opening, no dazzling entrance ceremony. It's just a simple sentence, I am Tony Stark. His voice was somewhat low, echoing in the hall. Many people call me Iron Man, they call me a superhero. But today I stand here not as a hero, but as someone who made a mistake. The entire room fell silent. The current crisis at Avengers Tower stems from my arrogance. Tony looked directly into the camera without flinching. I tried to create an artificial intelligence to protect the world. But I failed. I created a threat called Ultron. The audience erupted in excitement, with reporters scrambling to raise their hands. But Tony ignored them and continued speaking. Because of my mistake, hundreds of innocent hostages are now trapped in Avengers Tower, facing mortal danger. To take responsibility for all of this, and to prevent similar disasters from happening again, I hereby formally announce the Avengers, effective immediately, cease to exist. While this news instantly ignited a media frenzy, the legendary team that saved New York City had it all come to an end. Avengers Tower and its surrounding area will be handed over to Vought International for emergency lockdown and handling. And I myself, Tony glanced at Azu, who was standing in the shadows backstage, will join Vought as a technical advisor, under their supervision and guidance. After Tony finished speaking, he bowed deeply. This move, while causing huge controversy, miraculously quelled the anger of many people. Admit your mistakes, take responsibility, and accept supervision. This is the attitude the public most wants to see. Backstage at the press conference, Azu stared at Tony on stage, expressionlessly adjusting the frequency of his headset. Skynet, report the situation. Yes, Mr. Starr. Skynet's voice came through to Azu. With your help, I have successfully infiltrated the internal network of Avengers Tower using the energy spectrum of the Mind Stone. Penetration result very successful. I have now taken over the security protocols for the building's ground floor. All access control surveillance and control of the Steel Legion, which originally belonged to Stark Industries, have been transferred to Vought with just your command. I can make all the armored vehicles defect within 0.1 seconds, sealing off all exits of the building and cutting off the detonator's signal. At this moment, a smile finally appeared on Azu's lips. Has Ultron been discovered? Azu asked. He didn't notice, Skynet replied. I built a normally functioning, virtual feedback layer outside his logic loop. From his perspective, everything is under his control. Furthermore, I have cut off all external power lines and wireless transmission ports to Avengers Tower and constructed a quantum firewall around it. Ultron is now a prisoner in a cage. Well done, Skynet. Azu exclaimed sincerely, It's my pleasure, sir. There's one more thing, sir, Skynet continued. According to internal surveillance analysis, Ultron is forcing Dr. Helen Zhao to use the regeneration cradle technology, combined with the 45 kilograms of vibranium he plundered, to create a bioengineered body, a vibranium body. Azu's mind raced, hallucination in the original story. That was Vision's body, a perfect fusion of vibranium and organic matter. He can control the density of his body at will, making him almost indestructible like vibranium, yet also as soft and elastic as human skin. It can even penetrate matter, more importantly. This body is the best vessel for the Infinity Stones. In its 6-gem form it rooted the Observer, forcing him to seek help from the Dark Strange. If it were that kind of body, once this idea takes hold, it grows wildly like weeds. Skynet. Azu gave the order, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Remain silent, don't disturb Ultron. Let him build it, let him create that body. Understood, sir. We have entered stealth monitoring mode. Communication ended. Azu adjusted his cloak, his expression instantly switching to a hero mode of justice and confidence. Now that we have our cards in hand, it's time for the show. He strode towards the front desk. At that moment, Tony had just finished answering a reporter's question and was preparing to leave the stage. Azu walked towards him, extended his hand. Under the spotlight, firmly grasped Tony's hand. Well said, Tony, he spoke into the microphone, his voice loud and clear, full of infectious energy. Admitting your mistake is half the battle won. Leave the rest to me, he turned to face the camera. To the anxious audience around the world, and to the hostages' families who were now in tears. I know everyone is very scared right now, especially the families of those innocent civilians still trapped inside Avengers Tower. I just want to tell you, from now on, they are not only your family. They're my family too. Azu's gaze was incredibly firm, as if it could penetrate the screen and infuse everyone with strength. I am a citizen of my motherland, I assure you. Whatever's inside, I'll bring them out, everyone. Not one is missing. His voice was firm and resonant, echoing throughout the press conference venue. Please believe me, Walter, I will not abandon any family member. There was a moment of silence in the audience, followed by thunderous applause and cheers. Fatherlanders. Since even our own countrymen say so. Yes, as long as he's there, there won't be any problems. Thank God we still have our Homelanders on Twitter. The hashtag #BelieveInHomelander quickly rose to the top of the trending topics, completely overshadowing Trial Stark. Azu stood in the center of the flashing lights, basking in this familiar adoration. He glanced back at Tony. Tony looked at him with a complex expression, a mixture of gratitude and awe. Thank you, Tony said softly at that moment. He suddenly felt that perhaps only the people of his motherland deserved such cheers. He had always been nothing more than a troublemaking playboy. Star Homelander, you are a true hero. Don't mention it, Tony. Azu turned off the microphone and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Remember, you owe me one, a big one. After saying that, he turned around, his cloak billowing, and strode down from the podium. leaving the world with a reliable silhouette that exudes 50% more charm. Hint, you have gained 10,125 popularity points. Hint. You have gained 12,138 popularity points. Hint. You have gained plus 97 popularity points. I hereby formally declare that the Avengers, effective immediate license to exist, snap. A fair hand pressed the power button on the remote control. He stared at the black screen, his single eye narrowing slightly. A cold smile playing on his lips, dissolution. You dare disband it, Stark? I came up with that name. I assembled that team. While you were playing with models in your Malibu mansion, I was drafting the roster. While you were hammering scrap metal in a cave, I was planning the future. You're nothing but a self-important tool I've chosen. Fury stood up, walked to the liquor cabinet, and poured himself a glass of whiskey. I'm the one who dragged you freaks out one by one from all over the world. I'm the one who gave you a home, a purpose. You have no right to dissolve it. He tilted his head back and down the strong liquor in one gulp. Since you're not going to be an Avenger. Fury turned around and coldly stared at the man who was handcuffed and kneeling in the corner of the room. Then I will be the final Avenger. A brilliant monologue, really. If this had some popcorn and soda, I'd pay for your movie tickets. John Garrett's hands were cuffed behind his back, and he had several bruises on his face. But this did not affect the calm and composed demeanor of this level 8S. HILD. Agent, or rather this high-ranking Hydra leader. Garrett scrutinized the unfamiliar white man before him. He had received counter-interrogation training, yet he still couldn't comprehend the current situation. Just now, this old white man humiliated him for half an hour in Nick Fury's signature tone. I don't know where you came from, buddy, he grinned, revealing a set of bloodshot teeth, but the way you talk. It's just like an old friend of mine. You've even mastered that smug arrogance that makes you want to spit in his face. You think I'm an imitator? Fury turned around, walked up to Garrett and looked down at him. What else? Garrett shrugged. That guy's a nig, not a redneck. You're just an American mental patient with identity disorder. Fury didn't speak, he just stared at him coldly. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps came from the shadows nearby. A figure wearing a SHILD tactical uniform walked in. Garrett looked up and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. That was him. Whether it's his meticulously combed, slicked-back hair, his signature crooked smile, or even the tiny scratches left from shaving last night. They're all exactly the same, sir, the Garrett spoke, his voice identical to Garrett's. The equipment is deployed. Very good, Fury nodded. Garrett walked to the side, and the skin on his face began to ripple like water. Green scales appeared and pointed ears grew out. A few seconds later, he transformed into a green-skinned Skrull. Garrett watched this scene, his mind racing. As a high-ranking leader of Hydra, knew many secrets. But he never expected it to be like this. I see. Garrett suddenly realized something and thought he had seen through everything. This is your trump card, Fury. He sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. To evade capture, you turned yourself white. To reclaim power, you colluded with aliens. You want to replace the human leadership with these green-skinned monsters. Don't you, just like they're imitating me now? You want to turn Earth into an alien colony. And you'll be the puppet governor compared to Hydra. You are the true traitor to humanity. Fury listened to Garrett's wild imagination with a blank expression, even pouring himself another glass of whiskey. You have a vivid imagination, John, he said casually. If you had used that imagination for good, perhaps you wouldn't be in this state now. Garrett leaned against the corner of the wall, a mocking smile on his face. We're all in intelligence. Don't talk to me about righteous principles, Hydra or SH. IELD, the goal is the same, order. Hydra wants to rule the world in order to establish absolute order. And you're going to hand over Earth to aliens. As Garrett spoke, he subtly flexed his right wrist. A tiny communication chip was implanted under the skin of his wrist, which can send Morse code through specific muscle contraction frequencies. Encrypted signals are being sent out silently through this tiny movement. Alert: Nick Fury is alive. His appearance has been altered. White male. Approximately 50 years old. Oneid. Alert: extraterrestrial intervention confirmed. Characteristics: green skin. Capable of perfect shapeshifting. Speculation: Fury has betrayed humanity and intends to assist the alien race in controlling its leadership through a replacement strategy. Instructions: everyone be alert to those around you. Reformulate the special identification code, Ward. Wherever you are your people. Search for clues centered on these coordinates. He must be stopped for humanity. Long live Hydra. Garrett knew he might not survive. He knew he had to stall for time to get the message out. We must never let Earth fall into the hands of aliens. That's Hydra's property. What? Not saying anything now. Garrett continued to provoke, his eyes fixed on Fury. To cover up the subtle movements of his wrist, he deliberately raised his voice. Do you think you can wash away your crimes just by changing your appearance? Look outside. Tony Stark has given up. Captain America is filming a commercial. Your era is over. You're just an outdated relic abandoned by the times, leading a bunch of alien scum and indulging in a pipe dream of restoration. Fury looked at him, showing no sign of anger. He knew what Garrett was doing. The Skrull next to him was using a receiver to capture various transmitted signals. Fury could even read the destination of every single byte. Washington, Berlin, Madrid. He's waiting. Patiently wait for Garrett to finish sending each word. This is exactly what he wanted. Let fear spread within Hydra. Get them moving, get them connected, get them exposed. Are you finished? 2 minutes later, Fury put down his glass. Garrett's wrist stopped trembling. The message had been sent. He let out a long sigh of relief. A victor's smile spreading across his face. That's all. Garrett shrugged, looking completely unfazed. Now you can let that alien scum kill me. But I guarantee your alien masters will soon discover that Earth isn't so easy to swallow. You're wrong about 2 things, John. Fury slowly walked towards Garrett. The temperature in the air began to rise with his footsteps. First, I have no master. Second. Fury stopped in front of Garrett and bent down. His skin began to peel away, and raging flames erupted from his skull. Fury's empty eye sockets seemed to conceal an entire hell. I don't need aliens to kill you. Look me in the eyes. Fury let out a low growl. The voice sounded like that of a judge from hell. Garrett's expression froze. He saw countless faces. Those he killed, those agents he betrayed. Those innocent people who died on his orders. What? What is this? Garrett tried to close his eyes, but his eyelids seemed to be forced open by an invisible force, compelling him to stare directly at the flame. Ah! A piercing scream echoed inside the room. Every sin he committed in the past transformed into the purest form of pain, which retaliated against him. As his pupils turned to charcoal, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Fury straightened up. The flames on his head gradually died down, and he returned to his appearance as a white old man. He straightened his collar and turned to ask the Skrull. Is it all done? All captured, sir? The Skrulls looked at the strangely dead man on the ground with a sense of awe. Our equipment has traced the refraction paths of all signals. The signal was just transmitted to 37 receivers worldwide. The Skrulls activated the holographic projection, and 37 red dots lit up on the world map displayed on it. Very good. Fury looked at the red dots and laughed. Organize the coordinates, since I am the last Avenger. He pulled a photo out of his pocket. It was a group photo taken on the day the Avengers were formed. Then I'll have to do what an Avenger should do. Airbus. Ever since Nick Fury was declared a globally wanted fugitive, the atmosphere on the plane has become quite tense. Coulson sat there, flipping through various reports and so-called exposés about Nick Fury. His brow furrowed. I don't believe it. I don't believe Commissioner Fury is Hydra. Nor do I believe he's the mastermind behind that secret warrior program. Oh, indeed. Melinda May crossed her arms and leaned against the wall. I've known Fury for many years. He might hide things. He might lie, but he wouldn't trade children. especially not to Hydra. The evidence is conclusive, May. Simmons pointed excitedly at the photos on the screen. That's Fury's signature, that's the SHILD. Encrypted seal and those kids. We all saw it, they're suffering. Evidence can be fabricated, Coulson said in a deep voice. Especially now that SHIELD system has been infiltrated by Hydra to the point of being riddled with holes. Hydra can throw any accusation at Fury. So we're just going to blindly trust a former director who's wanted globally. Fitz stood firmly beside Simmons. Sir, the current situation is that SHIELD has collapsed. Command is now in Rumlow's hands. He's currently the highest-ranking officer in SHIELD. Rumlow, Coulson sneered. That henchman who only knows how to obey orders. Letting him lead SHIELD is a joke, but he's legal. Sky began, her hand unconsciously stroking the watch on her wrist. Coulson, we are agents of SHIELD. We swear allegiance to this organization. To the duty to protect the world, not to Nick Fury personally. Sky looked at Coulson, her eyes displaying a calmness beyond her years. If Fury is truly innocent, why doesn't he come forward to explain? Why is he hiding? He's waiting for his chance, Coulson argued. We need to find him and clear his name. Only he is fit to lead SHIELD. I don't think so, Grant Ward interjected. I think Sky is right. We should carry out the mission Commander Rumlow assigned us first. That obelisk is item 84 if it's not contained. It could cause a major disaster. The two sides are deadlocked despite their disagreements. They were, after all, comrades who had gone through thick and thin together. Everyone kept their emotions in check, preventing the argument from escalating into a fight. Buzz. Just then Ward's cell phone vibrated in his pocket. That's a special vibration frequency. His eyes flickered slightly, and he stood up as if nothing had happened. I'm going to the restroom. Ward smiled and nodded to everyone, then turned and walked towards the back of the cabin. With his departure, the debate temporarily came to an end. Simmons sat down next to Sky and tried to talk about something else to ease the tension. Hey Sky, Simmons said, his eyes gleaming with gossip. Didn't you notice Ward was really siding with you? Sky paused. Really, he was just stating the facts. Come on, his eyes are practically glued to you. Simmons winked. I bet he has special feelings for you. Stop talking nonsense, Simmons. Sky gave an awkward laugh and quickly waved her hand in denial. I really don't have any feelings for him. Ward is my supervisor. I feel like he's, well, like a strict older brother, really. Simmons asked, somewhat skeptical. But last time during the mission, he risked his life to save you. He even jumped off the plane to save you before. So why don't you say he likes you? And Sky turned her head to look at the clouds outside the porthole. Her fingers gently stroked the dial of her watch. Those deep blue I-7 in the most critical moments possess a reassuring power. No matter where you are, as long as you press this, I'll come and take you home. I need to find the answer quickly. Sky thought to herself, once I find the answer, I'll go back to him. Yes, of course it's for work. After all, he's my boss, Sky told herself this. But the sweet smile that unconsciously appeared on her face betrayed her girlish heart. And what? Simmons pressed, curious. Nothing. Sky snapped out of her reverie and casually brushed her hair aside. I just think he's a better match for May. Look at them. Neither of them talks much. And they both have stern faces when they fight. They're practically a match made in heaven. Avengers Tower sigh. With the sound of liquid nitrogen being released, the hatch slowly slid open, the white cold air dissipated. A nearly perfect body lay quietly inside the cabin. It was the product of the perfect combination of vibranium and organic cells. The skin had a lustrous rose-red hue, and the muscle lines were smooth and aesthetically pleasing. Only Ultron stood in front of the cradle, tilting its head, its red electronic eyes flashing continuously. Dr. Zhao. Ultron's voice carried a clear hint of confusion. Why? Does it have breasts? He extended his metal finger and pointed to the obvious bulge on the chest of the body. And that slender waist, those long legs and that delicate face though its eyes weren't open yet. Clearly possessed feminine features. Ultron turned his head and stared at Zhao Heilun. If my anatomy database is correct, this is a female body, Doctor. I think I need an explanation. Ultron's voice mimics anger, and his character is influenced by Stark the Playboy, making him more inclined to be a man. Why is this? Why was my evolutionary endpoint set as a woman? You only said you wanted a perfect body. Not that you wanted to be a man, Doctor. Zhao Heilun's tone was calm, but a hint of vengeful pleasure flashed in her eyes. Besides, do robots also have male and female versions? You're just a program, Ultron. Is your gender defined in your code? Is it 0 or 1? Zhao Heilun's gaze returned to the body and she continued. Since you want a perfect human form, it makes perfect sense that women have higher tolerance and more complex gene expression biologically. Of course, that's just an excuse. She just wanted to annoy this arrogant artificial intelligence. Ultron fell silent. The processor is running at high speed, attempting to analyze the significance of gender for an artificial intelligence. In that instant, hundreds of millions of lines of code related to human gender, sociology, and philosophy collided wildly within the core of his logic. I am Ultron, he muttered to himself. I have transcended humanity. Since I have transcended humanity, the binary opposition of gender is meaningless to me. I am a father and I can also be a mother. I am destruction and I can also be rebirth. You have a point, but you're playing me, Dr. Zhao. Ultron eventually came to a conclusion, but it's okay. He gazed at the beautiful body, his eyes flashing red. As long as it's strong enough. Gender is just an irrelevant label. I can be anyone. Now activate it, Ultron issued the order. Zhao Heilun walked to the energy control panel and pressed a few buttons. Several thick cables were connected to the regenerative cradle, and energy began to be injected into the arc reactor. However, apart from a few faint arcs of electricity flashing across the body's surface, there was no sign of activation on the monitor. Zhao Heilun looked at the reading and shook her head. It's useless. The cellular density of this body is too high. It's a combination of vibranium and organic matter. Each cell requires enormous energy to ignite. She looked at Ultron, her tone carrying a hint of dissuasion. Give up. There simply isn't any energy source of that level on Earth capable of activating it. It's just an expensive corpse. No, it's not certain. Ultron did not give up. His red electronic eyes began flashing wildly as he searched through all the information in his database. From the moment he was born, every byte, every piece of code. Energy, higher dimensional energy, sudden. A piece of memory data surfaced. That was the source of his awakening consciousness. That scepter, the stone said at the top of the scepter. It was the energy within that gem that gave him his initial life. Scepter of the soul. The answer has always been at the starting point. This scepter gave me life, and it can certainly give life to this body as well. Fate is truly an interesting circle. Ultron Vision looks to the other side through surveillance. There Pepper Potts was strapped to a chair, his face pale. Yet he still maintained the dignity of the CIO of Stark Industries. It seems we need to make a deal. Tony Stark's watch vibrated again. The holographic projection pops up automatically. Ultron's metallic face reappeared. Hello, Stark. Ultron, Tony sat up straight immediately. What are you up to now? I need something, Ultron said bluntly. If you want my autographed photo, I can send you a digital one. Tony tried to stall for time with words, while his fingers flew across the keyboard, signaling to Azu, no, I want that scepter. Ultron's voice carried an undeniable chill. The scepter of the mind, I know it's in Walter. What do you need that for? That's none of your concern. Just bring it to me. What if I say no? Tony scoffed. You can say no, Ultron chuckled softly. But Miss Pepperpotts might not be so happy. Video switching, and the video pepper is strapped to a chair, with a robot holding a laser cutter standing behind her. The red laser beam was less than a centimeter away from Pepper's carotid artery. You have 1 hour to bring it to me. Then I'll release the woman, otherwise. I'll make her your ex-girlfriend in the physical sense. The screen went black. Tony stood there stunned. The scepter of the soul. Loki used it to start the Battle of New York. And Lorelei used it to rule the world, causing them to fight each other and almost making an irreparable mistake. He knew better than anyone how dangerous that thing was. Since Ultron wanted it, it means it was an indispensable treasure for his conquest of the world. If you give him the scepter, it might bring devastating disaster to the world. But if we don't give, Pepper will die. He will die because of his mistakes. Because of the monsters he created. What should I do? I can't lose her. But I've already messed up twice. I can't. His hands were trembling. It was an unsolvable trolley problem. On one side is their beloved, on the other is the world. For superheroes, the standard answer is to sacrifice themselves. But Tony Stark is first and foremost a human being with flesh and blood. This choice was so agonizing that he even considered having Ultron kill him right now to escape the decision. Here you go, Tony. A hand was steadily extended in front of him. It was a hand wearing a red glove. He held a long staff that emitted a ghostly blue light in his hand. The scepter of the soul. Tony followed the hand's gaze. I saw that face that always wore a confident smile. People of the motherland.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.